I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, doing no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, yeah. Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious, I'ma go cause something, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I won't obey. You cannot tell me what I cannot say. I'm here to last, so yeah, I'm here to stay. I'll live each second like my final day. You can't take that away, yeah. Got cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose, what do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need, what you need. We're broken, it's tragic, we're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic, believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Okay, so this course is project based, so I'm not going to be stressing going over the theory of CSS. So in a nutshell, CSS is a way for us to style our web page. So what do I mean by that? So for example, if I go to any web page, so this website is actually, we're going to be using this website in the next video. We're going to be downloading VS Code for this video series. So I can right click on this website and inspect. As you can see, we have a bunch of HTML elements. I'm going to be explaining as well what HTML is as we go. There's so many elements. So these elements are being styled using CSS. So for example, when I click this Jumbotron, it has got a background color, which is also coming from CSS. We can modify this background color as we want. So that's kind of what CSS is used for styling the web page to our desire. Okay, so I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be downloading the code editor that we're going to be using, and also creating a new CSS file to see how it works. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so in this video we're going to be downloading a code editor which we're going to be using to write our code. So in this case, we're going to be using VS Code. There are a bunch of code editors online. You can use anything that you want. You can use Atom, or you can also use brackets. So it depends. It's up to you what you decide to use. But in this video, I'm going to be using VS Code. All you need to do is just download VS Code, and then you just need to follow the installation instructions. And after you finish, just open VS Code. Okay, so open VS Code. Actually, so this is a project I was doing earlier, so don't mind this. You're going to see something different. Okay, so after you open VS Code, or what you want to do is go to File and then open a folder which you want to save your project in. So in this case, I'm going to find a folder for me to save a project. So in this case, I'm just going to my drive and find anywhere just where I want to save my CSS projects. So in this case, I'm going to this C2 projects folder, and then I'm going to go to CSS, and then I'm just going to create a new folder in here, and just going to name it CSS course or something. Okay, and then this is the wrong spelling, CSS course, and then I'm just going to open again in this folder, open, and then this is a new folder, and then I'm just going to name this introduction, and then I'm just going to open again, select this folder. So now we are inside the introduction folder. Okay, so we just need to create some folders in here. So create a new folder. So this one is called styles. So this folder is going to contain our style files. Okay, so styles. And then for us to be able to use the CSS, we need to create an HTML file. So HTML is a way for us to, structure our page. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to do index.html with an HTML extension. Okay, so now we've created an HTML extension. So in this case, to write HTML is quite easy. So you should get a boilerplate on the internet. So if I do HTML boilerplate, okay, so or I can go to W3 Schools to find some HTML boilerplates. So in this case, this is the HTML boilerplate. Just download this. Okay, and then just paste this. Okay, so now we have some HTML. So to open this HTML, go to the directory of your project. So I'm just gonna say Review in Explorer, and then once you review in Explorer, just double click to open your project, the index file. So now the index file, oh, this is the wrong file actually. Actually it is, that's the one that we want. So as you can see, we have basic content in here. So there's nothing much going on here. So there's no CSS, nothing. So for us to be able to interact and add CSS to this, we need to go to the styles, and then here we're just going to create a new style. So this style is going to be called style.css. Okay, so with the CSS extension. So for us to be able to access this CSS file, we need to go to the index, and then below the title, we need to link between the styles. So I'm going between the HTML and the style. So just type link. So it will autocomplete, and then in the href, so this is like where we're going to put the reference of this style CSS. We're just going to say styles, the name of the folder, and then slash and then style.css. So now we have linked the CSS file. But how do we know if it's working? So just go back to the style CSS and then just write body. So here we're like selecting the body of the website. So as you can see in here, so we have the body and then the content is inside the body. So we go to the CSS in the body and then we can do a background color, and then let's set this to red to see if our CSS is really working. Okay, so nothing happens. We need to refresh this page for us to see the changes. Okay, refresh. Okay, as you can see now, we have changes. Now our CSS is working. So we have confirmed that our CSS is working. I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be downloading some extensions, and I will show you how to use some of the extensions as well. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so before we go too deep, I need to introduce you to something, how to organize your files and how your files should flow and how your data should flow. So inside the body, let's say this is the body, like so that's the body, the content, like the container of all of our content. So whatever I put here is going to be in the body. So in the body, let's say I'm going to go to a website, right? Let's say I go to YouTube. I'll go to the YouTube website. So as you can see here on YouTube, we have some sections. We have the header, which is the header here, the area here, which contains the search bar, the logo and stuff. Okay, and then we have the main content. So this is the main content. It contains all of the videos and stuff. And here on the sidebar, we have like a footer, which is at the bottom. Okay, so other websites are going to be different. So if I go to MDN website, so here is the header. Okay, and then below down here, there's a footer section here. So we have header, so we have the footer, and then we have the content. So all of the content is inside the body here. So this is like the main content, and then we have the header content. Okay, so so it depends with the website you are using. So each website is different how they do the layout of the website. But usually, when everything is in the body, we're going to say header. Header is going to be the first part of the website, and then after the header, we're going to have the main. So this will be the main section. All of the main content is going to be everything about the website. So that's where everything is going to be stored. And then after that, we're going to have footer. So this footer is responsible for the footer of the website, like this area here, down here. So that's like the footer of the website, and this is the main. And then up here, this will be the header. Okay, so that's how you want to do your website. So that's the basic of the layout. And then here in the header, we can have a navigation. We can say nav. So this area is going to be the navigation area. Okay, in the navigation. Also in the main, let's say in the main we have multiple sections. Let's say we have about section. I can say section, and then this section here is going to have a class of, let's say, about section. Okay, so I know this is the about section, so that's the container for the about section. So that's how we sort of organize everything. And then down here I can have another section. I can say maybe this is the news section. So that would be like the news section. Okay, so we're going to also talk more about classes and IDs, how to do these selections. So this is a class selector. And we can also maybe have the contact section within the main. Okay, so make sure everything is going to be in the main. And then within these sections, you might have some little sections inside there. So that's where something, an HTML element called a div comes in handy. So a div is just like a wrapper, it's something like you use to wrap your content. Instead of doing this, like for example, I want an image, I can add images. So instead of doing like this, putting all of the images in here, this doesn't look really nice. So it's not really organized. So to make sure it's organized, I can create a div. So to do a div, just type div. So this will be a div. It's like a wrapper, and then we can give it a class name. A class, I can say maybe about, that's the class name, images. So I know, so this this div, this division, this like small area, it's about image, it contains the images for the about. Okay, so I can put images in here. So I know like this little section here, at least it's organized. We can store some images in here. We can also create another div inside another div. I can say maybe this div is going to be, I can say maybe, I can give it a class. I can say maybe about image 1. So I know this division, this div is going to store image 1, and then I can create another div after that. I can say maybe this is going to store about image number 2. So you can nest these divs as much as you want, just to organize your data. So as you can see here, I can collapse this little section here. As you can see, it's organized. I can collapse it, because let's say I want to look for the about images. I can know this little section here, it's organized, instead of just putting the content everywhere. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to know, or be able, it would be difficult to try to understand everything. Okay, so you're going to learn more as we progress how these divs actually work, and you're going to see how powerful they really are. Okay, so let's say this is the section about the images, and then I can say maybe after that I can create another div. I can say div, and then I'm going to give it a class. Oops, I'm going to give it a class. So this class maybe is going to be the about text. So it's going to text, to store some text. So now in here I can put some paragraphs and add some text, some random text. Okay, I can like add some random text in here. So in the about text I can add some paragraphs. So P is for paragraph. I can go down, I can create another div. I can say maybe div, and then I'm going to say maybe this div is going to store some I don't know, some more text. I can put in H3 and then change it to title. Let's say lorem ipsum. So that's just random text. Okay, and then I can put some more divs in here as well, just to try to organize the data of the website. Okay, so yeah, everything is flowing nicely. So we have the about section. I can collapse this. As you can see, it's organized nicely, instead of just putting everything randomly. So when we open the about section, we have some divs within it, and then these divs are also organized with more divs inside, organizing the content that you're trying to put on your website. Okay, as you can see, it makes everything really nice and organized. So yeah, as you can see, the div is really powerful to make everything organized. So this would be like a nicer way to do the website. So you have the header, you start with the header, and then in the main content you're going to have some multiple sections, and then you're going to give those sections some classes and names, so to identify them, so you know which section it is. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the basics of the HTML layouts and stuff. Usually it's not that difficult. So if you start building some projects, you get used to it, you know how the HTML elements flow and how to put them into respective wrappers like divs or some sections or whatever. Yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in this video we're going to be downloading some extensions to make the coding process easier and quicker. Okay, so because if we keep refreshing the page when we want to see changes, I don't think that's a good idea to keep like refreshing every time we make a change. So for example, if I change this to, let's say, green, so for us to see the change we have to refresh the page, but what I mean is we just want to see the changes immediately without refreshing the page. So to do that, we're going to download some extensions that are going to help us do that. So go to the extensions. So in the extensions, I'm pretty sure every code editor that you're going to use, they're going to have some extensions. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to look for live server. Okay, so this is the extension for VS Code Live Server. So this extension requires us to just save the code without refreshing the website for us to see the changes. Okay, so after that, another extension that we need is HTML snippets, and CSS support. So just install these plugins I've already done that, so I don't need to do it again. Install these extensions. After that, we also need, I think that's it. That's pretty much it. Actually, one more thing, ESLint. Okay, so install this ESLint. After that, that's pretty much it for now. Okay, so if we need anything else, we'll be back here. Okay, so now in this HTML, now we've downloaded the extensions, we can remove this. For us to use a shortcut to generate an HTML boilerplate using the extensions that we've downloaded, hold Shift and 1 and then enter. And then now we've generated the HTML boilerplate without writing anything. Okay, so here, let's just change this to test. Okay, so now we just need to relink the CSS file, link, and then styles, and then style.css. Okay, so now we have linked everything. Okay, so now let's, I will introduce you to some HTML tags, and then we're going to be styling those tags and, you know, introducing you to CSS selectors or on how to select CSS items and stuff. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to right click on the HTML body and then open with live server. Okay, and then it's going to open with live server. So now if I go to this tab CSS, I can change this background color to red and then save, Ctrl S to save. And then the background will change without us refreshing the page over and over again. So this is going to save us some time. And also I can mess around with the color. Everything is changing. Okay, so now I'm going to delete this style. So for us to write a paragraph, we just need to use a p tag. And then we can, you know, write anything in here. So this lorem, it's just like a plugin that you can download here. You can say lorem. And then you can download the extension lorem. So this lorem actually makes you generate the like lorem ipsum text. It's like a random gibberish text. Okay, so when you want to generate the text, you just need to type lorem and the number of words that you want to be generated. In this case, I can say, let's say 30, and then it's going to generate 30 words. So now we have 30 words. So if I want to create another paragraph, I can go below that and then I can say lorem 20, and then it's gonna generate 20 words as well. Actually, I need to create a paragraph first, so it's a p, and then I'll put it inside a paragraph. Okay, so now we have some paragraphs. We can mess around changing the text, the font size, and everything. So to select in the CSS the paragraphs, I can select like this p. So if I select like this, if I target the paragraph, it's going to target every paragraph inside the website like this. So if I say color, I can change this color, let's say to green. So as you can see, it's changing all of these paragraphs, the colors. But we don't want to, so in some cases, we don't want these paragraphs to have the same colors. So for us to be able to select a specific item or paragraph, we can say maybe we can give this paragraph a specific class name. So a class is a way for us to select specific elements inside the HTML body. So in here we can, you know, give any of these elements inside the body a class, and then we can select those elements using a specific class. So in this case, I can say maybe first paragraph, first para. So that's the class name. So if I go to the CSS, to select that using the class, I can say dot, so that's the class, and then I can paste, Ctrl V to paste. Okay, and then in here, in this paragraph, I can change this to a different color. I can say maybe color, I can give a color of maybe red or something. You know, I'm using an extension that's auto-completing this, like it's called a GitHub Copilot. So this extension is for another video, it's not for this video. Okay, so now we have a red paragraph. It's red now because we're using the class. We're selecting a specific paragraph instead of selecting everything that we have. Okay, so another way of selecting elements is, for example, I'm going to create a div. So this div is like, you know, a section which you can also like put some elements inside. Okay, so for example, I'm just going to put another paragraph in this div, and I'm also going to put another paragraph below, and then I'm just going to general lorem. I'll say 20. Okay, so we have another two more paragraphs. I can also mess around with the background color. I can say slate blue for the background color of the first one. So as you can see, we have a different background color here. Okay, so now we can also mess around with this actually this class div. We can change it to a different name, to let's say para container. So for paragraph, para container, so it contains the paragraphs. So in this case, I can try to select this class name, the para container, which is the div. Okay, and then I can give it a background color to light blue, and then it's going to have a background color of light blue. But I want to also target the paragraphs individually inside the para container, because as you can see, this color is still coming from here. It's green, so we've put all the paragraph tags to green, everything except the ones which we put a specific class on it, and then we can customize the styles. But every paragraph is going to inherit the styles that are coming from here. Okay, so now we have the para container. We're targeting this container, and then it has two children, the first paragraph and the second paragraph. So in this case, I might want to target the first paragraph. I can say dot para container. So I want to target the first paragraph, or if I do para container p, I'm targeting all of the paragraphs inside. I can name this, I can give this a different color, like maybe red, and then now they're red because I'm targeting all of the paragraphs elements inside the para container. So these elements, I can target the first child using something called a pseudo selector. So if I want to target the first paragraph, I can say put like these I don't know what these are called, I forgot the name. So it's just like that, and then you name it like first child. So that's the name of the pseudo selector, first child. So I'm targeting the first child, which is the first element, the first paragraph element inside the para container. So I'm just targeting that first child, and then I want to give that a color of maybe, let's say, gold. Okay, and then as you can see, the first paragraph is now gold. Okay, so we're selecting the container, and then we're targeting the first paragraph inside it. Okay, so if we want to target the second child, so we can say dot para container. If we want to target the second child, we can do p. So this second child is actually the second child and the last child. So if you want to target the last one, you can do the same thing we did here, but as a last child. Okay, but in this case, we don't want to select as the last child. We can do nth child. So this nth child, it lets us select a specific item. For example, I can put a number here. I want to select item number 2, so paragraph number 2. I can say, let's say we have, let's say, 10 paragraphs. I can say I want to select paragraph number 10. So, and then you can give it a specific style. So in this case, I'm going to say maybe color blue to this second paragraph. Okay, as you can see, now we have a blue color. So I'm just going to put another paragraph in here. So we have now 3 paragraphs. Okay, so this paragraph, the third paragraph, it doesn't have styles yet. We can say nth child, and then we can put number 3. So you can copy and paste by highlighting the code you want to copy and paste. Control C to copy, and then Control V to paste. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to change this color from blue to something else. So this is the child number 3. So now we have this color. So instead of selecting like this, we can do the one like last child. We want to target the last one, so we can do last child. So we're targeting the last child, and then we can give this color to purple. Okay, so now we have a purple color. So that's a way to select that. Okay, so we can also, instead of doing these kind of selections as well, we can give them unique class names. Okay, so the class names have to be unique unless you want to use the same styles for other elements. As long as the class names are unique, you can style this differently. But if I want to inherit the styles from this paragraph, what I need to do is just copy this class name and then say class and then put it here. So it's going to inherit whatever styles are coming from this class to whatever element you're using this class. So if I save, now it's inheriting, now it has a background of slate blue as well, because it's inheriting that class, the styles that are coming from that class. Okay, so now we've selected the using the classes. There's another way we can also select these elements. We can also use something called an ID to select elements. So in here, I'm going to say, let's say ID. Okay. So ID, I can say PID or para ID. You can name this whatever you want. So para ID. So we can select using this ID. So to select something using an ID, we need to use something called, we need to use a hash actually, a hash. And then we can select the ID using the ID. So para ID, I can give this a background color of something maybe black. Okay, so that's a way to select using the hash. So that's the hash means ID. The dot is a class. Okay, so as you can see now we have a background color of black because we're using the ID selector. Okay, so before I finish this video, I just want to say there are many ways of selecting HTML elements and stuff. So you're going to see some of them as we go forward with the videos. You're going to see many ways of selecting. I'm just going to show you as we go through as well, because I don't want to waste your time going over the theory and explaining one by one stuff. So I'm just going to show you as we go and everything. Okay, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be learning how to do spacings. Okay. So in this case, as you can see, this kind of is crammed like together. So sometimes we might want to space, to give some spacings, change the font and everything. Okay. So what we can do is we've already done the selectors. So I can say, for example, I want the paragraphs to be spaced out. So to do that, we can use something called a margin. Okay, so I can say margin top. So I want to say margin top. So I can say maybe 20 or 40, 50 pixels, whatever value you want. So pixels are the values used to measure some stuff in CSS. So as you can see now we have spacing. So we gave it a margin. Okay, so instead of doing margin top, we can say just margin. So if we write margin like this, the first value is going to be top and bottom. Okay, I can say maybe 60 pixels top and bottom, and then left and right, that's the second value. I can say maybe 0 left and right. Okay, so now as you can see, there's a margin around it. Okay, all of these paragraphs, they have a margin top and bottom. So now they're spaced out. So when I want to see how much margin that I have, you can press F12 or inspect. So I'm just going to select the body, and then I'm going to say the first paragraph, I'm going to select this. As you can see here, it does have a margin top and bottom 60 pixels. And then when you have around it, you can see the space, the yellow space here, how much space we're spacing out. Okay, so this margin is kind of it's like the space outside the element. It's outside of the element that we want to give the margin to. Okay, it kind of goes outside the element, but sometimes we might want the space coming inside from the element to space around, and then the content, we want the content to be in the middle. So to give a different kind of spacing, we can say padding. So padding is the spacing inside, not outside like margin. So I can say padding top and bottom 24 pixels, and then left and right 10 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to save. Okay, as you can see now, there's spacing inside the paragraphs instead of outside. Okay, so this is kind of what we want to do, spacing out inside and then margin spacing outside. So when I have, again, as you can see, inside there's another box which shows the padding, and then outside it shows the margin. Okay, so that's it for the spacings. Now let's look at other HTML styles. So after the padding, we can also do a border. So a border is like a small border around the elements. So in this case, I might want to do all of the elements. I can say 1 pixel, not pixel. It's like a small value, and then solid. That's going to be the kind of border that we want is going to be solid, and then the color is going to be hash. I think I'll do 777 or 333. So the colors have to be in a hex value or RGB, RGBA and stuff. You see as we go. I don't need to explain some of the things, they kind of make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to save. So now, as you can see, we have a border around every element, the paragraphs. Okay, so that's the border. So we can also change this border from solid to dashed to something with small dashes. Okay, so it's going to be like dashed like this. Okay, so now the border is dashed. We can also modify what this paragraph's border. I can give this a different border. I can say border. So this one is going to have, let's say, maybe 3 pixels, solid and red. So that's the border. So as you can see now, this border is kind of much thicker than the rest of the borders because we've modified the border. Okay, so now that's it for the borders. So we can also round these corners using something called a border radius. So we can round this. So to use a border radius, we just need to type border radius, and then we can give it a value, let's say maybe 30 or 30 pixels. It's going to apply, like it's going to round the corners accordingly. So it depends with the value that you want. So in this case, I'm going to inspect, and then I'm going to click this paragraph and then go to the styles. So this border radius, I can modify it here to kind of look at the values to see what matches what I want. And then if I want this kind of value, let's say I want 24 pixels, I can go back and then change this value to 24 pixels. Okay, so as you can see, that's how it looks now. So you can kind of visualize the styles that you want to do using the inspector. You can also change the color just to visualize the colors of what elements you want to change. Okay, so that's it for the spacings. So we have margins and stuff. Okay, I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be looking at positioning some elements. Welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be looking at how we can position the elements of our web page. I'm going to be creating a few more elements inside the HTML body. So I'll go down after the para container. I'm going to create another div. A div is like a container. You can use it for anything. So I'm going to say, so I'm using an extension. So we've downloaded the extensions. So for us to be quick about writing the elements and give it a class, we can just say dot and then give it a class name. So in this case, I want to say maybe boxes. That's the name of the container, boxes. So this container is going to contain boxes. Okay, and then I can hit enter. So this is coming from an extension. It makes us write the code very quickly instead of writing one by one div and doing a box. So in this case, I'm going to say dot box. Okay, so it's going to create a box. So in this case, I want to create like 4 boxes or 5, 6 boxes. So to create 6 boxes, I want each box to have a different class name as well. So it's going to have two classes, box and box number. So in this case, I want 6 boxes. They're going to have a class of box and box 1, box 2, box 3, depending on the box, okay? So to create another class after this, I'm going to say dot box and then slash. It's not a slash, it's a dash. So in this case, I want to have a box number. So hold shift and put a $sign and then multiply by a number of boxes you want to create. Okay, so this $sign is going to increment the box number depending on how many boxes we create. For example, if we do 6, it's going to say box 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to increment according to how many boxes that we want to create. So in this case, I'm going to multiply these boxes by 6. Okay, so as you can see now we have 6 boxes, but if I go back to the page, I can inspect. I'm going to go to the body. I'm looking for the boxes, but they're nowhere to be found. It says boxes is down here. It's actually down there, but we don't have the styles here. We don't see them because it's just an empty div. Okay. So for these boxes, for us to see the boxes, I'm just going to select the class name with using a class. Okay, so I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say box. Okay, I'm selecting the class name. So we can give these boxes kind of a width, a height, and a background color. In this case, each box is going to have a width of 200 pixels or 400 pixels rather, and then we can have a height of 400 pixels. Also, so if we do a background color here, each and every box is going to have a background color of this light green. Okay, so we have now 6 boxes, 400 by 400 pixels. They each have the light green. So we can leave this color as it is. So this will be like the default color of the box. So just in case we don't assign each individual box a color, by default it's going to have a color of light green. I can't even pronounce it. So I'm going to target the boxes now. I'm going to say box 1. So we have 6 boxes, remember? So box 1. So box 1, I'm going to give it a different background color. Let's say maybe slight blue. And then I'm going to target all the rest of the boxes. So in this case, I'm going to say box 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Actually, the 6th, I'm not going to be bothered changing the 6th. I'm just going to change these colors here to different colors. You know, I'm overthinking this. It doesn't matter what color you put. Okay, so just change the colors to whatever colors that you see fit. Okay, I'm going to save this. So now we have these boxes, right? Okay, so these boxes are kind of in a container called boxes. There it is. So if I highlight this element, you can see the container, the big container of boxes. Okay, so we want to maybe position these boxes around this page or inside the box container. We want these boxes to be side by side. Okay, so maybe also I might want to check this box out of this container and put it somewhere on the website. Okay, so how do we do that? So in this case, if we want to take this box and put it somewhere elsewhere in the website or whatever, we're going to be, for example, I'm going to take box 2. So for us to position this box 2 somewhere else, I'm going to say position absolute. So it's going to have an absolute positioning. So we're going to position it anywhere that we want to on the website. Okay, so it's absolute positioning. So I can say maybe top. I want this to be at the top 0, which is at the top of the page. So top 0. If I do top maybe 20 pixels, it's going to leave 20 pixels from the top. Okay, but in this case, I want it to be at the top. Okay, like at the 0. I don't want the box to leave any space. So that's why I'm using top 0. So now as you can see, the box is all the way up at the top. Okay, and I can also say it's going to be maybe left 0. So it's going to be like maybe 0 at the left as well. I can also put to the right side. I can say right 0. You get the idea. Right 0. So there it is on the right side. So maybe I might want to center it in the middle of the website. How do we do that? So to center this on the middle of the website, we can say top 50%. 50%. Okay, so it's top 50%. I said right, it's actually top 50%, and then left 50% as well, because we want it to be centered in the middle. But I don't think you can see this, it's not like really nicely centered at the center of the website. So if I inspect this, it's actually centered, but it's centering using this corner right here. So this corner is like centered in the middle, but I want this box to be centered right here. Okay, so this whole box instead of the corner. Okay, so to do that, we're going to use something called a transform. And then we're going to translate this. So we're going to translate minus 50% on the x-axis. So it's going to sort of, move minus 50% relative to this corner. Okay, and then we're also going to do minus 50% on the y-axis as well, and then it's gonna go up a little bit, minus 50%, and then it's gonna be centered like nicely right here. Okay, I'm going to save here. Save. As you can see, now the box is nicely centered on the page. Okay, so it's like right at the center of everything. So sometimes I might not want this box to be at the top of these elements. I want it to be maybe behind these elements. I can say, so to change the view, I can say z index. So in this case, I want it to be behind all of the elements. I can say -1. Okay, and then it's going to go behind all of the elements. So by default, I think these elements have a z index of 1. I think 1 or 0, and then there will be so you have to kind of change the values of the z index. So if I want this to be at the top, I can say z index 3. So maybe this one z index 2. So if I want to kind of mess around with the visibility. Okay, so this box came out of outside of this box container. So for us to make this box stay within this container, the box's container, if I inspect this, okay, for us to make this box stay in here, so sometimes we might not want it to move outside of this container. To make it stay, so if we're using a position absolute on an element, we need to use a position of relative on the parent container that we want this box to move around. So by default, the body have a position of relative. So in this case, by default, we didn't specify a parent container which we want our box to move. In this case, by default, it's going to move around the body, because by default, the body has a parent container, as a position of relative. So this position absolute element is going to move within an element which is a position of relative. The parent has to have a position of relative. So in this case, the parent is the body. So this box is going to move within the body. So if I want this to stay within the box, I need to give these boxes, the boxes class, a position of relative. So if I give that box's position of relative, this box is going to stay within the box, because the nearest parent with a position of relative is going to be the boxes. Okay, so if I go here, I'm going to say dot boxes. I'm going to target the boxes. I can say maybe position of relative, and then save. As you can see, now it's centered within the boxes, div. Okay, because this box 2, it looks for the nearest parent container with a position of relative, which our boxes happen to have position of relative. But if I were to remove this, the nearest position relative parent is the body. Okay, if I were to activate this, the nearest position relative parent is boxes. So that's how you can kind of, move around the elements within the boxes or wherever you want to move these elements. Okay. All right. I think that's it for the basics of CSS and everything. I don't want to go I don't want to introduce you to every single CSS stylings and everything. I don't want to introduce you to all of the CSS functionality in separate videos. So it's better to learn as we go by doing actual reward projects. So I was just kind of showing you the basics of how to do some other stuff like positioning and stuff. So yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Actually, we're going to the next section, which we're going to be learning about Flexbox and the grid maybe. So I'll see you on the next series. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be learning about variables. So variables are basically some values that are going to change over time depending on the conditions. Let's see how to do some variables. As you can see, I'm inside a new folder. Go to the desktop or wherever you want to save your projects and create a new folder and then open the folder to use that folder. So in this case, that's the folder I'm using. It's called coding ground. I'm going to create a new HTML file. I'm going to say index.html and then a new style file. CSS. Okay, so if you remember how to generate the boilerplate, so hold shift and 1 and then press tab to generate the boilerplate. I'm going to say variables. Okay, and well, instead of we're also going to select. So this is an all selector. So this style means we're going to select everything. We're going to do page resetting. So by default, the page is going to have a margin and the padding. Actually, I'm going to show you what that looks like before we do resetting, and then I'm going to tag the body. Before we do anything, we need to link the file, and then I'm going to say style. We're going to link the style CSS. Okay, so we can also make some comments inside the HTML file. To do a comment in HTML file, we just need to use this like this here, like this, and then we can make a comment. I can say boxes because I'm going to be creating boxes. So that's how you do comments. Comments are ignored so that they're not going to be causing any errors or get read by when the document is getting read. So that automatically ignored. So you don't need to worry about comments. You can add as many comments as you want. So yeah, it doesn't matter. So comments actually also makes the code more readable. And if you forget where you left off, or you can read the comment to remember what you were doing the last time you were like making some changes in your code. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to comment boxes because I want to create some boxes. So I'm going to create a class with a box class and then another class dot box. So I want to increment the boxes. I want to create 4 boxes starting from box 1 all the way to 4. To increment, we use a $sign if you want to use the shortcut, of course, and then multiply by the amount of boxes that you want to create. And then now we have 4 boxes incrementing from 1 to 4. So these boxes, each individual box, I'm going to take a box. I'm going to give it a width. So the width of each box, I'm just going to say 10% roughly, and then height of 10 VH, viewport height. So that's the VH. It means like the whole viewport, the height of the viewport. Okay. So each individual box, I'm going to start from box 1 all the way to box 4. I'm going to say background color. I'm going to say red is temporary. Okay. So box 1, 2, 3, and 4. We just need to give these boxes different colors. Okay, so we actually need to open this with live server to see what. So now we have 4 boxes, but they don't really do anything. So now we need to keep changing the colors of each individual box. So I'm just going to paste in random colors on each individual box. Okay, so you can use any colors that you want. Okay, Okay, so any colors that you really want to use, it's up to you. Okay, so now we have the boxes. So now I want the background color for the body. So for the body, I'm going to say background color. I'm going to put like a dark color. There it is. So now we have these boxes. So I want these boxes to be centered, maybe somewhere here. How do we do that? So to do that, we can inspect the body, and then we're going to look for the boxes. Okay, actually these boxes, they should be in a class, in a container called boxes. Okay, boxes like this, and then we'll put them in that container, in the boxes container. Okay, like that. So now these boxes are in a container called boxes. Okay, so we can, to center this, we can do something called, using something called a flexbox. I'm going to show you what a flexbox does in a few videos. For now, just follow what I'm doing, because I want to center this. Do display, and then you say flex. Okay, so if you do a display flex, that means all of these items are going to be next to each other, side by side. Okay, we can even space these items here if we want to. We can say justify content. So justify content, it means we want to mess around with this content horizontally. Okay, so I can say maybe center, they're going to be centered, and then I can say end, or flex end, flex start. That means they're going to start at the beginning. And then we can say space between, or space evenly. They're going to live evenly spaced, and then they can be spaced between. So it's really up to you what property you decide to use. So in this case, I'm going to say we're going to space them around. Okay, and we can also align items to center. So we're going to center this like vertically, but we need to give the boxes, the actual boxes, the container, a height of maybe 100%. So the boxes, let's give it 100 VH, actually, instead of 100%, 100 VH. Okay, so now the boxes are now centered. Okay, but as you can see, we have a scroll bar. We didn't do page resetting. We need to reset the page, as I explained earlier. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to say boxes. Okay, I'm going to paste in those styles that we've done in the browser. So now we have the boxes. Okay, but it seems to be like there's a margin somewhere. So if I check the body, as you can see, there it is. So that's why we need to reset this margin and get rid of it. So we're going to say box sizing. We're going to say border box, and then margin, we're going to set that to 0. We're going to reset to 0, and then padding 0, because this style we're saying everything by default. We don't want anything to have a margin. We're padding by default. Okay, so that's why we're selecting everything. We want to get rid of any unwanted margins and paddings. Okay, so now we have the items. So let's say I have like thousands of items in the body. So I have to look for that item in the code. I have to like scroll down thousands of lines and then look for that item. If I want to change the background color, let's say this item and this item, they're using the same color. I'm going to copy this. They're using the same color, right? So I want to change the color of these two items here. I have to scroll down until I find those items, or I have to search looking for those items and change the color one by one on each individual item. Let's say I have thousands of items. So that doesn't seem to be very efficient. So that's where variables come in. So to define variables, we can say like this, root in here. So to make a variable, we can say, let's say color pink. So that's the name of the variable, color pink. And then what we need to do is just paste in the color that we want to keep in a variable. So that means every time that we call this variable, or we want to use this color pink, we just need to use this name. So this, when we use the name, CSS will automatically know that we're using this variable, which is this color. So in this case, to use this variable, I can just type var, and then I'm going to put that pink color. Okay, so var means we're using a variable. So that's why we're using var. And then here I can say var, and then we put the pink color. So that pink color, if you want to make changes, we don't need to scroll down. We just need to go up here and say, maybe I don't want this pink to be pink anymore. I want it maybe to be green. So we can just change this pink color to a green color instead of changing each individual item one by one. So I can just change the property of the color. And now as you can see, it's green. We can mess around with to change it to a different color. We don't need to change each item individually. We can just change the variable property. As you can see now, everything changes. Okay, so we can do a variable basically for anything. So instead I can say maybe I want my website to have a consistent border radius. Let's say maybe I want to have like 7 pixels of border radius consistently on the website. So I can say, okay, so I can give a variable, say border radius, border rad. I can say border radius, I don't know, radius. It depends what you decide to name your variables. I can say border radius, I can say medium, MD for medium, and then I can say this is going to be a border radius of maybe 10 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to remember this border radius here. So this will be the medium border radius that I'm going to be using consistently around the website. So if you want to, so this border radius, you can use it to as many items as you want on your website. So, and then sometimes you might decide you want to change this value. You can just come here and mess around with this value instead of changing each individual item one by one. So in this case, I want all of these boxes to have this border radius. So I'm just going to do like box 1, box 2, box 3, and then box 4. Okay, so I want all of these to have border radius. I can say border radius, I can say var. We're using the variable, the border radius variable. So now when I save, we should have a border radius, but it's not there. Box 1, box 2. I need to put a comma here like this. Okay, I'm gonna save. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a border radius, okay, of 10 pixels. So each item is inheriting the border radius variable. So let's say I don't want this border radius anymore. I want it to be something bigger. I can just come here and then change it to 30 pixels. And then, yeah, as you can see, it's updating according to the variable. We can mess around with the variable. It's changing as we want to. Okay, so as you can see, everything is really nice using variables. We can also do the font size with the variable. We can say font size, okay, and then in the font size we can say the default font size 18 pixels, and then across the website we can say in the body we can define and say font size. By default the font size is going to be var font size, and then when we decide to change the font size, we can just change the variable. We don't need to change anything, only the variable, that's what we need to change. Okay, so we can also make this some transitions. We can say maybe I want a transition variable. I can say maybe transition, trans for transition variable. I can say I want to transition everything, 0.4 seconds is in and out. Okay, so this will be like a transition variable. So whenever I want to transition something, we can just use this variable and then we can transition everything that we want to. So we can also comment in CSS. To comment here, we have to use slash and then star and then another slash, and then here we can comment. I can say variables. That's how you do comments in CSS, variables like that. And then I can say maybe boxes. Okay, so make sure your comments have meaningful names. So whenever you want to comment something, so just make sure you know what you're commenting about and stuff. So just in case when you come back another day and you want to look at the comments, you have to know what it means. Yeah, so that's how you do variables and comments. Okay. Yeah, so that's it for the variables video. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be looking at Flexbox, how to do Flexbox. So we've done a little bit of Flexbox on the last video, but I didn't explain to you what it is and how to do some Flexbox stuff. I'm going to close everything here, and then I'm going to delete everything. I'm actually going to keep the boxes. Actually, I'm going to keep the boxes, but I'm going to delete everything in here in the boxes container here. I'm going to delete that, and then now we have boxes. We have boxes number 1 to all the way to 4. I'm going to reopen this. As you can see, we have 4 boxes, 1 2 3 4. I'm going to get rid of the border radius. I'm going to change the variable value. I'm going to put it to 7 pixels. 7 pixels. Okay, and then all of the boxes will now have 7 pixels. We can do another variable here. We can say this, margin SM for small, and then you can say maybe 5 pixels. I don't know. And then on each individual box, you can say margin, and then top and bottom. You can say maybe you want space to give the margin top and bottom to. Actually, you want to give a margin around everything, so you do margin. Use the margin variable here. So now each box is going to have a margin, it's going to have a spacing around it of 5 pixels. That's what we wanted. Okay, so to do flex, so we want to put these boxes side by side next to each other. So a flex is going to go, by default, it's going to go in a row, next to a single row. So we can say display flex on the parent container of the items that we want to put side by side. So in this case, when I inspect, I want this box to be side by side. So to make sure they're side by side using flex, the parent container is the boxes container. So that's the parent. That's where we need to do the display flex in the boxes. So I can say display flex. Okay. So now the boxes, if I put the flex in here, the boxes are going to be side by side. Okay. So there they are. So that's the boxes that we have. And then we are saying each box is going to have width, I believe was 10% of the width. Okay, let's increase that to 20%. Okay, so now we have 4 boxes, each have a width of 20%. Okay, so let's increase that to 20%. Okay, so now I'm going to inspect again. Inspect. I'm also going to increase the height of this to 20 VH to make it more of a square. Not a square really, but to make it more bigger. So now when I inspect, when I start to decrease the width, these items are going to be getting squashed. Okay, so I don't like this idea of these items to get squashed like this. Okay, but before we start working on how to not make the icon get squashed, I'm going to gonna add some text in here. I'm going to say H1. I'm going to say box 1. I'm going to copy this just to label the box to know which box it is. So here I'm going to say box 2. Okay, so down below I want to say box 4, actually box 3, and then here I'm going to say box 4 just to know which box it is, and then save. After you save, so now you can see we have some labelings, so now we know which box it is. Okay, so now so if for example I want to let's start by rearranging these box items. If I want to, for example, this box to be on the first one, I can say, well, I can go to the third box. I can say order, the order property, and then 1. I put 1. I want this box to be on the first one. So, oops, I think, did I do the correct box? So box number 3, order 1. Actually, it's -1. I believe it's gonna shift box 3 to -1. Okay, so there it is. So if I do 1 is positive, it's going to go to the next one, which is the positive, and it's going to go to the next one. But if I do minus, it's going to go back -1. That's the positive. Negative, I mean, it's going to go minus. So as you can see, box 3 is on the first one. Okay, so if I want to do box 2, I'm going to shift this box 4. I'm going to say order. So for example, you can shift this to any order that you want. Box 4, let's do a random order. I can say, well, box 2, order number 2. Nothing happens. So when I inspect box number 4, order 2, you can change so you can mess around with the values here. If you do -1, it's going to shift -1 again. It's going to go next to the box number 3. If I do -2, that means it's now more, it's like going to go to the first item, because now it's -2, which is less than -1. That's why box number 3 is now in front of box number 4. Okay, so you can sort of try to order this using these values here. So if you want this to be on the first one, box number 1, we can do the order again. So this will be order -3. Okay, so box number 1, there it is, order -3. You can, use the order property to try to shift around these boxes if you want to. Okay, that's how you can do that. Okay, so now that's it for the ordering, how you can order the boxes. Now I'm going to refresh this. So now let's do something. Let's say we want to align these boxes. I want them to be at the center horizontally. Okay, so how do we do that? So we go to the parent where we did the display flex. We can say align it, justify content. If we want to do the horizontal, we can say center. Okay, so we're centering these items horizontally. Okay, so now as you can see, they're now centered on the horizontal line. But so sometimes you might also want to center these vertically as well. How do we do that? Well, we need to also, to center this vertically, we need to use something called align items. So let's go back to the boxes. I'm going to say justify content, center. We're centering the items. And then to center these vertically, we can say align items and then center. They're going to center vertically. But well, as you can see, they're not centered vertically because we didn't define the height of the parent container. Okay, so the parent container doesn't have any height. If there is any height, let's say for example 100 VH, the entire viewport height of this site is going to center nicely based on the height. So I can say maybe boxes height. I can say, actually, let's do a mean height. That's the minimum height. The minimum height of these boxes is going to be 100 VH. So that's the minimum height. So as you can see now, these boxes, they're now centered nicely, both horizontal and vertically. They're centered. When I inspect, they're nicely centered, both horizontal and vertical. Okay, we can also try some properties to justify these boxes. So instead of justify center, we can change to, I'm going to make the screen bigger. We can change to maybe in justify content, we can say maybe center or end. So they'll be at the end, which is the right side, or flex end. They'll go to the flex end, which is the right side in this case, because we're using flex in a row. We're not using in the column. It's in a row now. By default, the flex is in a row direction. Okay, so the end is going to be the right side, the end of the flex. Okay, so which is flex end, or flex start, which is the left side where it starts, the left side. Or we can do inherit or initial. Initial is just the default state. So it means like we didn't do any, just the default, like when you do display flex, that's the initial, that's the default state. And then we can do right space around, so they're going to be spaced around within the container. And then we can do space between. That means we're going to space them between around the width of the container. And then space evenly, we're going to leave even space in each spaces. They're going to be nicely spaced out. And then we can stretch. So these are basically the the properties of the flex of justify content, but you can mainly, we're going to be using space around, space between, space evenly. Those are the main properties that we're going to be using. Yeah, so those are the main properties for the justify content. For the align items, however, we have some other properties. So let's go to the align items. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to say align items. So we have flex start, which is the start of the flex horizontally, not actually vertically, not horizontally. So vertically, the start of the flex vertically, and then we have flex end, which is the end of the flex. This is vertically, of course. So we have the same properties, but in a vertical, not in a horizontal. Okay, so we have the same stuff. Okay, so now I'm going to refresh again to reset the styles. Okay, so these flex items, they also have some properties you can put on them. So they have something called align self. Align self, you can align each property to baseline, center, flex end, flex start. So those properties you can put on the flex items. You can also put on each individual flex item. You can align the actual flex item to whatever, wherever or wherever position you want to align them. Or you can do flex end, flex start, center is going to be the same because now we have aligned everything to center. Okay, so you can mess around with the flex items and try to align each individual item if you really want to do that, and then you can do that. Okay, and that's it for the each individual flexbox item. Now we can also make these flex boxes. We can give them maybe a default like width, and then they're going to try to go to the next line if that width is not enough to fit each individual box. So this box will go to the next line. If it doesn't fit, if another next box doesn't fit, and then it goes to the next line, it's going to be like a single column of boxes so they can fit nicely. Okay, so to do that, we're going to use something called flex basis. So it's going to be like some sort of a default width of each individual box. For example, I'm just going to say I'm going to get rid of this width here because we don't need it anymore. We're going to use something called flex basis. So I'm going to say flex basis. Okay, so flex basis for by default, let's say I'm going to set that to 200 pixels. So that's the default width of each individual box. Okay, so when I decrease, nothing happens because for these boxes to go to the next line, I'm actually going to change the justify content from center to space between, actually space evenly. Okay, so and also the width, I'm going to change this to 400 pixels. Okay, so now as you can see, these boxes, there they are. So now when I decrease, they still stretch out, they still like get squashed. So to fix this, we want each individual box, if the width isn't enough, and then it gets to go to the next line, and it gets to keep doing the same. Let's say we have thousands of flex items, we want them to go to the next line if the width is not enough. So now we've already predefined the width with using the flex basis. So each box, so as you remember, the box, each box have a class of a box. So that means every box, we're going to give it a minimum of 400 pixels. That's the initial width is 400 pixels. That's the initial. So to go to the next line, we're going to use something called flex wrap. Okay. So let's go to the container. We say flex wrap, and then if we say no wrap, it means we don't go to the next line. But if we set that to wrap, it means we automatically go to the next line if the width isn't enough for whatever flex spaces we've defined. Okay. So when I inspect again, try to decrease the width, as you can see, they now go to the next line. Okay, like that. Like that. Okay, so now they all go to the next line. Okay, when I inspect, oops, sorry. I want to inspect boxes, box 1, box 2. Okay, so for the vertical, we did align items to center. I'm going to check that and check that. You can start messing around and change maybe to make it start at flex start. Okay, so you can say align items flex start, so they can start at the top, and then when you keep decreasing, they're going to be like in a single line like this. Okay, you can also do something called flex grow. So in the box, let's do flex grow. Let's set that to 1. So now, okay, so if we say flex grow, it's going to grow. So let's say the one of the box item goes to the next line. It's going to grow to fill the remaining space, whatever space it has. It's going to fill it all. Okay, so it's growing. It's going to fill in the remaining space. That's what happens. So I'm gonna go down again, decrease the width. As you can see, we're no longer squishing the item, so now it's growing and try to accommodate with whatever remaining space it has. Okay, so there you go. As you can see, everything is growing nicely. Okay, so we can also, instead of doing this as a fixed height, you can do it as a minimum height or whatever. It's really up to you what you decide to do with the height or what you decide to give for the height. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to also get rid of this margin. I don't need it anymore. Get rid of the margin. Line items, I'm going to set this to maybe flex start, and then justify content. I'm going to, we did space evenly before, so you can get rid of this if you don't want to space them evenly. Okay, so now there they are. So actually, I'll keep the margin. Control Z to redo. So if you hold Control and then press Z, you can redo the history. Line items, I'm going to say flex start. Flex start. Okay, I'm going to get rid of space evenly. I don't want to space evenly anymore. So now when I inspect again, everything looks really nice. Okay. Boxes. There you go. Everything looks nice. Everything is next to each other now. Try to accommodate whatever space they have remaining. Okay. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Okay, so we can do some more properties. You can experiment around with whatever properties of flex that you want to experiment around with. Or here we can just get rid of line items, and then here we have let's just stay with get rid of the height. Okay, so there we will try to accommodate with the height we had was 100 VH. Okay, so now we don't have that spacing anymore because we didn't define a height, so everything just gonna flow automatically depending on whatever height or width it has. Okay, so let's we have the same colors in the box. I'm gonna put back the margin so we can distinguish margin. So now we can see better. Okay, so that's how you do flex items. I can add more flex items. I can try to put more items and then change this from box 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, the boxes are there, but they don't have colors. Okay, we just need to give them colors. So by default, I'm going to give each the box a background color of slate blue. So that's the default background color of each box. If we don't explicitly sorry about that, explicitly define the color. So the default color is going to be slate blue, or you can just come down here and give it a background color. Okay, let's say box 6, 7, and 8 or whatever, and give it a background color. And also, as you can see, the other boxes that we've created don't have the margin like this. Okay, I mean border radius. So if you want all of the boxes to have a border radius, you can just cut this and put it into the box, because each box contains a class called box. Okay, we don't need to do this. And then now each and every box is going to have a border radius. We can, try to, as you can see, this kind of effect looks like a grid effect, but we're going to look at the grid in the next section. But so this is the Flexbox section. As you can see, everything adjusts nicely. Okay, so this kind of effect is really good without creating a grid, but I would prefer to use a grid because you can even customize more than the grid. But you can also use the combination of both the CSS Flexbox system and the grid system. We're going to look at that in a few coming videos. But yeah, so these are the basics of Flexbox. In the next video, we might be able to build a small project using the Flexbox knowledge that we've learned in this video. Okay, yeah, don't forget to mess around with CSS, with some properties of the Flexbox. You can try to change the properties from wrap to no wrap and see what works and doesn't, and try to change the order of these boxes. It's really up to you what you decide to do now. Yeah, hopefully you have the knowledge to do a basic Flexbox. Then I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so in this video we're going to be building a Flexbox project. This is where we left off last time. I'm going to open a folder actually. I'm going to open a new folder, and then I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to say Flex Web. So that's like a Flexbox website. So I'm going to name that Flex Web. I think that makes sense. I'm going to select the folder. Okay, so as you can see, we have an empty folder now. Now let's start by creating a new file, index.html, and then after that we're going to create a new style.css. Okay, so this is the project that we're going to be creating. Okay, so this project is based on the Flexbox. If you remember, we did a video looking over how to do Flexbox. So we're going to practice those skills in this video by building this project. Okay, so I'm going to put this on another screen, so I'm going to use it as a reference. I'm going to do Shift 1, and then we're going to press Tab. Actually, we need to do that in the HTML file. Shift 1, Tab, and then we're going to generate the HTML boilerplate. I'm going to name this Flex Web. So now that we have the name of that, let's link the file. I'm going to say link. That's the way we can link the file. Okay, so now let's, before we do anything, we need some fonts. So let's go to Google Fonts. So let's do Google Fonts like this. So let's look for some fonts. So the first font for the text that I'm going to be using is called Poppins, like this. Poppins. Okay, so that's the font that we want. So in this case, we only want 2 font weights. I'm going to select the medium 500 and the regular 400. So to use this font, copy this link here, the link, copy that, and then go back to the HTML style. After we link the style.css, after that we're going to paste in the links that we got from the Google Fonts after we link the file, okay? And then we paste in those links that came from Google Fonts. Okay, so now that's the font family. Copy also this font family. So the font family is called Poppins. Copy that, go to the style CSS, and then type body. And then in the body, we're going to put the font family, paste that in. And also, we also want to get another font family. So click this minus icon here to remove, and then we need to add a new one. The new one is called Abril Fat Face. This is the font, select, and also select this link here. Don't mind this pre-connect, we've already added that, so just copy this link here, right here. Don't mind the first one. Okay, so below the font here, down here, go down and paste it down here as well. I'll get rid of this pre-connect here, we don't need it. Okay, So let me see. Yeah, we don't need the G static font. We've done that already, so we have it already up here. Okay, so yeah, now we have the font families that we need. So now I'm going to show you, this is the design. Okay, so we need to create this based on this design. Okay, so I'm going to be using this design as reference to do that. So now we got that in place, we got the fonts in place. I'm going to open this in Live Server. Okay, so everything is in place now. Now let's start doing the project. Okay, so roughly for the design, I'm going to give it a fixed width and height. Okay, because I want the design. Let me just show you what I mean. So this design, right? So it's going to be like different tabs. So this is the one page tab. So as you can see here, it says it's active, and then you can click to go to the next tab, and then click to go to the next tab. Okay, so that means I want this to have like a fixed width and height. So these tabs are going to be fixed. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go to the body. I'm going to give the body a background color. Okay, so we can either use a gradient or a normal color. So in this case, I'm going to paste in the color that we're going to be using. I'm going to say background. So the color I'm going to be using for the body, let's do white, #FF. That's the white color. So that's the main background color for the body. Or we can use something like a gradient or whatever. Okay, so that's the main background color, but for the body I want to use a gradient image. So I'm going to export the image in the project file. Let's create a new file actually here. Let's say img. So in here I'm going to put an image. So that image is going to be like our background. So that's why I want to use that like as an image. Okay, so I'm just exporting the image right now. I'm going to name it bg. One sec, bg. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a bg image. There it is. So it's an svg. That means it's not going to scale like in a weird way. So svg stands for scalable vector graphics. So here let's look at the basics. svg. So scalable vector graphics, that means like if no matter how much we zoom in, the image is not going to distort. It's going to look nice. It's not going to, for example, let me find a PNG image. Or a JPEG. When I zoom in, it becomes pixelated like this. So for SVG, it doesn't become pixelated no matter how much you zoom in. It doesn't become pixelated like this because it's a scalable vector graphics. So that's why I've exported my image as an SVG. Okay, so for the body, instead of background color of white, let's just do URL to link to get where the image is. So URL, and then we do dot. Actually, just one dot and then slash, and then we do img, and then we link the background image like that, and then we save. So, oops. So I've exported the wrong image. Let me re-export again. Okay. Next age is to re-export. Okay, so let me export bg. Okay, so I've re-exported the image. I should have done this off camera, by the way, but it's my bad. Okay, so now everything is ready. Let's continue on making the project. So now we have the background. So by the way, I've designed this background in Figma. So it's a design tool for designing websites, static graphics, whatever. So if you say Figma, it's just like a design tool here for prototyping and designing. So that's what I use to design the backgrounds. So that's what you can use with Figma. You can prototype and stuff. Okay, so now we have the background ready. Let's go back to the body. In the body, we're going to have the actual main container of the website. Okay, so I'm going to say main, and then I'll do main container, main dot main container. So the main container is going to contain everything. Okay, so this one, that's what I'm going to give a fixed width and a height. So in this case, the width, I'm going to select this class, go back, and then select main container. I'll say width. The width, I'm going to say 17, 34 pixels, 1734. And then height, we're going to do 915 pixels. And then, okay. So now that's the properties. I'm going to say background color. I'm going to give it a background color of red. And then I'm going to save. So there it is, our main. But I want this main to be centered. So to do that, we need to go to the body. To center, remember what we did, flex, display, flex. Align items to center. Align items, we're going to use to center that vertically. So that's for align items. And then justify content, that's for centering horizontally. Justify content center. So there it is. It's centered actually it's centered on the horizontal, but it's not centered vertically. Okay, so if we go main, there you can see. So for the body, we need to give body a mean height of 100 VH. So we need to define a height for that, for us to be able to center this. Okay, but now we have a scroll bar. The issue is we have a default margin in the padding, so we need to get rid of that. So that's why we need to always reset the browser styles, because by default it's going to have some margin in the padding. So we're going to do margin, we're going to set that to 0, and then padding, we're going to set that to 0, and then we're going to put that to also box sizing to border box, and then yeah, that's it for the resetting the browser. So now we won't have the scroll bar anymore, and we won't have a weird margin around it. Okay, so now we have the main container of the content. We just need to give this a background color. So the background color is going to be a gradient. So we can say, for example, gradient generator. So we can look for nice gradients. If we want to generate some gradients, here you can customize like what kind of gradient you're looking for. You know, kind of mess around with these values. And then let's say if you like this gradient, you just need to copy the gradient and use it in your CSS. So this is the property, the code for the gradient. Okay, so if I paste this in the background here, I will replace the background color and paste in the gradient. So we're using a linear gradient instead of a radial. So linear, so this is the linear gradient that we're using. Okay, so linear gradient, we can sort of put some extra properties. I can say to right. I want this gradient to go to the right side, to right, and then the starting gradient, I'm going to make it black, hash 0, 0, and then the ending gradient, I'm going to say maybe red. Okay, so as you can see, starting from left, it's going to right. So as I defined here, I can say maybe to bottom. I want it to go to the bottom. I can do like that, and then it's going to go start from top to bottom. So it depends whatever kind of values you're looking for. But I'm just going to paste in the values that I found that I've done before. So, okay, so this is the gradient I'm using. So I'm rotating the gradient 283. So this I did that using. So I'm going to inspect this. Inspect. So it's easier using Figma. You can mess around with the rotator here like this. So if you go to inspect, right, and then find the gradient, click this little rotator here, and you can start to mess around with the gradient to find like sort of good values for you. So that's what I did in the design file, to sort of find where I want the gradient to go to, or what I want the gradient to look like. Okay, so now we've got that. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, we have now the gradient, but we cannot differentiate between the background and the actual main content file. So we're going to do something called a box shadow. We're going to give this a box shadow so we can differentiate the background and the main container. We're going to say box shadow, and then for the box shadow, we're going to say on the x-axis, I'm going to put 3 pixels on the x and then 5 pixels on the y, and then for the blur, I'm going to say 23 pixels, and then we're going to say RGBA, so that means red, green, blue, and alpha. So the alpha is basically just opacity. I'm going to say 0.1. Okay, so but for the colors, I want it to be black. I'm going to do 0, 0, 0. So that's a black color with an opacity of 0.1. The opacity works between 0 and 1. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm going to increase more of the blur box shadow. Okay, so that's how you do the box shadow. I'm going to paste in the proper values that I've used in the design file. So there is the box shadow. So now I just need to do something called a border radius. I need to make these corners rounded. Okay, so to make the corners rounded, we use something called a border radius. Border radius, I'm going to set that to maybe something to have like 35 pixels to a higher value. 35 pixels, 35, and then I'm going to say filter. Filter. We're going to do, actually it's not just filter, it's backdrop filter. So we can kind of have the blurry effect when you have something in the background. Okay, background filter. Actually backdrop filter. We're going to do blur, and then we're going to set that to 17 pixels, like that. Okay, so the backdrop filter is basically here's the design. When I put something in the background, let's say this circle here, it's blurred, as you can see. When I take it out, it's not blurred. As you can see, it's nicely blurred. So that's the backdrop filter. We're setting to blur. Anything that is behind this main container is going to be blur. So that's why we're using the backdrop filter. Okay, so that's that. So now let's move on. So now we have the main container. We just need to do a border. Okay, so we're using a border. It's like 5 pixels. We're going to say border, 5 pixels. That's the border, solid. And then the color is going to be white for the border color. Okay, so we have like a border around it, like 5 pixels, or you can decrease this to 4 pixels. So the sizing depends on you, what you decide to do with the size. So that's like the border of the main container. So now let's work on this area here, the navigation area here. As you can see, we have the logo, and then we have the hamburger menu here. Okay, so we can also design this hamburger menu with CSS and HTML, but that would be a waste of time because you're going to really learn a lot of CSS and HTML stuff later in the future, videos. So there's no need for me to teach you how to do these lines here. These are basically just divs. You can create a div here and give it a specific width, and then give this a specific width, and then give this one a smaller width. Okay, just a normal div. Okay, so I'm going to export the image as an SVG. I'm going to change the format. I'm going to put SVG. I'm going to say menu, like that, and then okay. So now let's continue. So let's go back here. Here I'm going to say nav.navigation. Okay, so with navigation, we have the logo. So in the logo, we're going to do a logo. I'm going to just put an H1 here. I'm going to say logo. This is a placeholder, by the way. And then here we have UL, stands for unordered list. It's going to be an unordered list. And then I'm going to give it a class of nav items. And then we're going to have an li, that's a list item. And then in the list item, we're going to have an anchor tag. That means we can go to an external website using this link. You're going to learn more as we go on how to put a website. Actually, I'll show you now. So when I, for example, want to go to the home page, or when I want to go to Google, I just have to go to Google. I can, let's say this website actually, I can copy this full link here, copy this whole thing, copy the link, and put it in the href. Okay, so now when I go back, when I click this link here, it's going to lead me back to this website because that it's an anchor tag. It's going to lead us to an external website. Okay, so in this case, I don't want to go to an external website. I'm just going to put a hash. That means it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, and then I'm going to name this home, and then I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times, actually 3 more times, and then I'm going to say shop, and then with categories, and then we have about, and then after that, after the URL, we're going to have a menu, and then in the menu we're going to have an image, and then we're going to link the menu SVG. Okay, now we've linked that. Let's display this navigation. So as you can see here, we're using Flex, so this logo and the nav items, they're side by side, they're in a single row. We're using a Flex, and we're using a property justify content and space between. Okay, so we're going to say main navigation. We're going to select navigation. We're going to do display. We're going to say Flex, and then justify content. What are we going to do with justify content? Well, for the justify content, we're going to say space between, and then the navigation is going to have a mean height of 10 VH, and then we're going to align items to center within that 10 VH. There's our navigation, but we need to give like some sort of a padding or a margin. Okay, so I'm going to give it a margin. Actually, I'm going to say margin for the navigation, top and bottom. I don't want to have a margin at the top. I'm going to say 0. Top and bottom, they're going to have 0. But for however, left and right, I'm going to set that to 5 rem. So we're going to have like this kind of spacing like this right here. Okay, so everything is now nicely spaced between. Now I need to do excuse me, I need to do the same for this. So I'm going to say navigation, selecting navigation, and then dot nav items. I believe that's the name of the class of the items. Display flex, align items, align items, align items. We're going to say center. Okay, so that's that. I don't know why it's highlighting. Okay, so now we're aligning items to center, but there's this little bullet points here in the underlining. We're going to get rid of that. So the underlining is called text decoration. So I'm going to do it in the all selector. I'm going to say text decoration. I want every link tag, every anchor tag that I use to have no text decoration whatsoever. So when I save, there isn't any underlining anymore. And also list style. The list style is that little bullet point, the circle. I'm going to say none. Okay, by default, all of the list items are not going to have that little bullet point. I'm going to get rid of it now. Okay. And yeah, so now I'm going to select the nav items. I'm going to say nav items A. I'm going to select the anchor tag, which is the A within the nav items. I'm going to say font weight is how thick the font is, and then put to 500, and then we're going to say text decoration to actually text transform. Text transform. That means we can change it to uppercase or lowercase. In this case, we want it to be uppercase. And then we're going to say font size, inherit. And then same for the font family, inherit. So inherit stands, we're just inheriting whatever is in the parent container, or in this case, the body. So in the body, we're going to say font size. We're going to set that to 18 pixels, I guess, or you can increase to whatever font size that you want to use. 18 pixels, okay, like that. But these items are not spaced out, and also by default, I want the color of the default color to be color. The default color of the items, all of the items in the body, the default is going to be hash 333. So that's like a grayish color. Okay, And also for the anchor tag, I'm going to say color. I'm going to inherit. It's going to inherit what color is in the body. So as you can see. Also, I want to give some spacing. Whoops. Spacing. I'm going to say nav items instead of a anchor tag. I'm going to say li, the list item. I'm going to say margin, top and bottom set that to 0, to rem, left and right. So now it's going to be spaced out to rem like this. Okay, so everything looks good. Or you can increase the value to 2.5. Let's say 2.5. So it's up to you. You can mess around with these values to find the values that you are looking for. Okay, so now we have the navigation. So that this is the navigation. It looks good. The logo, you can change it to whatever logo that you want. Navigation, I can even select logo H1, and then I can say font weight. I can say to 800. I'm pretty sure we don't have 800, but yeah, we don't have 800. We didn't download the font weights. I think our maximum we downloaded was 500, but it doesn't matter. You can, let's say if you've downloaded 800 font size, you could have used that. Okay, so now let's get into the body. So into the body, this is the body. We have this side here, so the left and the right side. So we can, so the right side, we have this little item here. That's for the buttons and stuff. And then this one is for the text. So we need a way to display flex this. So that means you need to have like a container for this content, a container for this content. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. So let's go back. After the navigation, I'm going to say section dot actually you can put it as a header or a header content. You know what, it's section. You use it as a section because this website is going to be different than other websites that you can do header, footer, blah blah blah. Anyway, you're going to learn more about how to organize your file and stuff as we go on. So now just follow what I'm doing. So in this case, we're going to say section. We're going to say main section dot section main. So this is the main section, well like where all of the content is. Or you can say header section. I'm just going to name it main. Okay, so now in this main, we're going to have left content and we're going to have right content. Okay, so in the left content, we're going to have a p tag. Here we're going to say new. Okay, and then we want to break to go to the next line. So to go to the next line, we use br tag to break to go to the next line. And then we're going to say season, and then we're also going to break again to go to the next line. Okay, and then we're going to say 2021 or 2022. Okay, so now we've used the break. And then here I'm going to put an H1. Here I'm going to say adore yourself. And then I'm going to break BR to go to the next line. So that's the break tag. And then say end your body. Like that. Okay. So that's that. And then finally we have a button and anchor tag. I'm going to say a dot header btn. HBTN stands for header btn. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna save, and then actually I'm gonna say explore more. That's the name of the button. Explore more. I'm just going to do this arrow here. I'm going to show you how to do more arrows later, a nicer one. Okay, so now we have the left content. We also want the right content. So in the right content, we're going to have an img. Actually, we're going to have an img, an image no, actually no. We're going to have a class called dot image. Image is container. Image is con. That stands for container. Okay. And then here we're going to have another image. I want the image. And then here I'm going to export another image. Okay. So the image that I'm going to be used to use this one is called shopper. Here I'm going to say img shopper. That's the name of the image. Okay, and another one, img, with a class of circle. Circle. So that's like the circle. Or we can create our own circle using a div. But in this case, we're going to use an image. You're going to learn more later on how to use some divs to do some shapes. But in this case, we're going to use images. I want you to focus on learning how to do images. img. And then we're going to use a circle. Okay, so there it is. So we want these items to be side by side, mainly the left content and the right content. So we're going to target section main. We're going to dot section main. We're going to say display flex. Okay, so they're going to be side by side. Section main. So the left content and the right content is going to be side by side. So when I inspect section main, as you can see, nice. Okay, so let's keep styling. So we want to use the same padding margin actually. So section main, we're going to use margin that we use in the navigation. So we use margin top and bottom like this, left and right 0.5, so we can keep consistent space. But however, for the margin here, I'm going to say 6 rem, margin top and bottom. I think I'm going to do it like this. Okay, so now we have some spacing, nice spacing. Okay, and let's start styling. So I'm going to say section main, left content, like this, section main dot left content, and then I'm going to target the paragraph, the p tag that I've done here, this one. Okay, and then I'm going to increase the font weight. You know what, by default I'm going to say font weight, I'm going to set that to 500 actually by default, so I don't need to do font weight for each and every item that I want to resize. Okay, I'm going to give it margin bottom or padding bottom. I'm going to do 2 rem. Okay, so I want to leave some spacing between the title and this. I believe the font size, we're going to increase that from 18 to 20 pixels, like that, so it looks bigger. Okay, so let's go down here, and we also need to target the H1 in here. H1, for this one, font size, I want to increase to 5 rem. So I want it to be slightly bigger. Okay, 5 rem, like so. Now let's start doing the right side, the right content. Okay, so right content. So we have left content, and this one should be right. Okay, so let's set the flex basis. Actually, let's just set the flex grow. Section main, flex grow. Let's set that to 1. Okay, so flex grow, if you remember, it's try to fill in the remaining width, and yeah, so we set that to 1. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the right content. Okay, the same thing, right and left. Content. Oops, get rid of that. So now I'm going to inspect. Go to the right content, images container, images container. So this circle image, we're going to use something called position of absolute. We're going to set the position to absolute. That means we want to position the circle wherever we want. And the parent container of the circle, it must have a position of relative, okay? And then we're going to set this circle to left of 0. Okay, and then we're going to change the z index. We're going to say z index, we're going to say -1. So we want the circle to be behind the image, okay? And right content, we're going to say on the right content, display, flex, and then we're going to say justify content to center, align items to center also. Okay, so images container, right content, okay, like that. Okay, so section main, get rid of the flex scroll. Let's see what we got. Left content, right content. Okay, let me double check the right. Give it a width, 100%. Okay, like that. And then this one, left, give it a width, 100% or so. Oops. Right content, give it a width, 100%. So left and right content, they each have a width of 100%. Okay, so they cover the entire width of the flex item. Okay, so now let's go back. The right content position, we're going to set that to relative, and here we have the images container. I'm going to have dots. So the dots are responsible for those little controls at the right here. Okay, so images container, right content, dot images container. We're targeting the images container, and then we're going to say position relative. Okay, and then we're going to target the circle. We're going to set the position to absolute, and then we're going to say left 0. Okay, and then we're going to do bottom, maybe 0 as well. Okay, nothing changes. I believe the class name is circle. Wrong spelling, by the way. I want to change the spelling name, circle. Okay, so now there it is. And then now we just need to change the z index. So I want it to be -1 to be behind all of the content. That's -1. Okay. I'm going to say transform, translate. I'm going to translate on the x-axis, and then I want it to be centered in the x. I'm going to say -50%. So I'm going to say left. I'm going to actually say left 50%, and then I'm going to center it the content. Okay, I'm going to also do the same thing for this image here, shopper. I'm going to give it a class. I want to say shopper, that's the class, and then I'm going to say dot shopper. Shopper, I'm going to copy this same thing, going to do the same thing. Okay, but for the shopper, the z index is going to be on top, so the z index should be like 5. Shopper, like that. Shopper, translate x, position absolute, bottom 0. Something weird is going on. Let me double check. Okay, images container should have a position of relative, position absolute. I think you need to do something like top, and then you can do auto, and then copy this top auto and put it back also in here. Okay, inspect, see what's going on. Images container, position relative. Something weird is going on. Write content. Images container. With 100%. I have no idea why it's coming out of its parent container. Somehow it's coming out of its parent container. It's so strange. Yeah, inspect. Get rid of left. Bottom. Oh, that's strange. Circle. Top auto. Auto. This is very strange. I have no idea why it's doing that. Usually images, you know what, we can get rid of the bottom 0, get rid of that, save. Okay, so there's our image, but I want to position this circle right here, only the circle. Transform, translate x. I'm going to get rid of top. Top, and then I'm going to transform this, and then I'm going to translate the y-axis. Okay, so okay, go back. We need to go to do it next to the circle. We want to say translate y. We are going to do that minus 40 pixels. Okay, like that. Okay, so it looks good. It looks to be on this place that I was looking for. Inspect. I think the reason why it was going out of the container is because we're using translation. That's why it was going outside the container. So now the circle, you can mess around with the y value. So I think minus 41 pixels looks good, looks on point. So I want to do minus 41 pixels. Okay, so now we're translating x minus 50%. Just that's basically centering this on the x-axis, and then y, we're just doing minus 41 pixels. Okay, so yeah, it looks good. So now let's do those little controls down here. I'm gonna say dots. I'm gonna say dot dot times, actually I want to increment this, dot times 3. So I'm going to have 3 dots. I'm going to say dots. I'm going to target the class of dots. Width, I'm going to give a width of 1 rem. Okay. So I'm going to say dot 1, comma, dot 2, comma, dot 3. Okay, so the dots, I'm going to give them a width of 0.7 rem, same with the height, 0.7 rem. Okay, so width and height should be the same, because I want to give this, I want to make sure it's a circle, it's a perfect circle. I'm going to say border radius. To give it border radius, I'm going to say 50%. So if you want to make sure something is a nice perfect circle, you need to give the width and the height the same amount of size. The width must be, like, for example, 10 pixels or 7 pixels. The width 7 pixels, the height 7 pixels, they should be the same. And then the border radius, put it to 50%, and then it's going to make sure it's a perfect circle. Okay, I'm going to give it a background color, temporary one. I'm going to say red, so this is temporary, just to see where we are at. So there it is, but I want to make sure it's here. Okay, so the dots, I'm going to say position, I'm going to set that to absolute. I'm going to say right, I'm going to set to 0. I want it to be at the right side, which is 0. So there it is now, at the right side, 0. And then we're going to center that in the y-axis. We're going to say transform, translate y. Because we want to center this in the y, we're going to say minus 50%. It's going to be centered here, but it's not centered because we need to do top. We need to give a top value to 50% from the top, 50% from the top, and then we're going to minus 50% to center. Like this. As you can see, it's now centered. Now I think I'm going to increase the, I'm going to decrease this width. I'm going to get rid of this width here. I'm also going to increase this to 1 rem. Okay, like so. Okay, and then I'm going to also say margin. I'm going to say 0.6 rem, top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. Okay, like that. So now we have nice spacing. And then I'm going to say cursor. I'm going to set that to pointer. So when you hover, the cursor is going to be pointer. Okay. So for the first one, the dot one, I'm going to set the background color to this color here. So that's the color for the background. Okay, so for the background, for the dot number 1 and 2, I'm going to say dot 2, comma, dot 3. I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to set that to white, okay, or hash FFF. That's the white background color. I'm also going to give like a border. Okay, so to do a border, say border. So the border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and then we're going to do this color here, the pink color. Okay, so as you can see now, we have those nice circles. There they are. Okay, so let's work on this button here as well. So this button, I believe it's called header button. I'm going to do that here. Header button. Color, I'm going to set the color to the pink color. Okay, I'm going to say hash this pink color here. So that's going to be the color for the button. Okay, and then I'm going to say padding top, actually, or margin top. I'm going to say 2 rem. Okay. We also need to, it's an anchor tag. We also need to say display inline block. Okay, so we can have that margin. So when I inspect, we have that margin top of 2 rem. Okay, so you can always increase the margin top. I'm going to increase that to 3 actually. Increase to 3. Okay, and now let's work on something called HTML entities. So now what I want to do is I want to use an arrow here using an HTML entity. I want to say HTML entities. I'm going to explain more about HTML entities in later videos, as we're going to build some projects later. You know what it is. Okay, HTML entities, arrow. We're looking for an arrow. So I want this arrow here. So to do the arrow, this is the arrow that I need. Just copy this. That's the right arrow. And then go back to the button and then replace the arrow with this HTML entity. You're going to learn what it is later. Just now follow what I'm doing. Just copy this and paste it here. And then you should have an arrow like this. But I want the spacing between the text and the arrow. We're going to use another HTML entity for spacing. So to do that, HTML entity is called, we do end NBSP. So that's the entity for spacing. Okay, so we're going to space out the text and the arrow. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you do Flexbox. That's the basics of Flexbox when building a website. We're going to later on learn more about Flexbox in the video. As we progressed on in the videos, we're going to learn more on how to do Flex. But also, when I inspect on these buttons here, we can display them using Flex. Okay, we can say display Flex. Now the side by side, and then we can say Flex direction, Flex direction property. I'm not sure if I've shown you this property. Flex direction property, and then we can say column. Okay, so we want these flex items to go to within the column there. They're gonna go through the column instead of the row. By default they're displayed as a row, but you can do them as a column. So here I can say dots. Here I can say display flex. Okay, and then we can say flex direction. We can set that to column. They're gonna go one after another as a row instead of side by side. They're gonna go one after another as a column, I mean, not as a row. And then we're gonna have 3 rows instead of just 1 row. Okay, that's the normal flex. They're gonna go into a single row by default, but if we do column, it's gonna go into a column like this. Okay, yeah, so these are the basics of Flexbox. I think that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next videos. We're going to learn more about Flex and Grid and build new projects later on. So yeah, hopefully you got grasp of the basics. I'll see you in the next video. In this section, we're going to be looking at the CSS Grid system. Okay, so I'm going to open a new folder, create a new folder, and then I'm just going to name this grid. Okay, so now I'm going to open this folder, create a new CSS file. Oops, new. So this I'm just going to name this style.css. Sometimes you might want to create a folder, sometimes it depends, it's up to you. So in this case, I'm not going to create a new folder. Style.css, don't mind this. Okay, so I'm going to also create a new file, index.html. I'm going to generate the boilerplate. Okay, so shift and 1, and then generate the boilerplate. Okay, so I'm just going to name this grid, and we're also going to link the style.css. So in this case, this style.css is not inside a folder. So remember last time we had a folder called styles, and then we did the extension style.css. So in this case, we don't need to include the folder because it's not inside of a folder. So we just link it like this, like style.css. Okay, so for us to be able to use a grid, I'm going to do the boxes as we did last time. So I'm going to say boxes. So that's the parent container. Boxes, that's the parent container. And in here, I want like a couple of boxes. So I'm going to say dot box. So I want 12 boxes, box, with each have box 1 to 12. Okay, so I'm going to multiply this by 12. So 12 boxes. So now we have 12 boxes. If I go to the style, I'm going to select the boxes the class name. Okay, I'm just going to give it a width. The boxes is actually gonna have a width of 100%. Okay, so width 100%, height 100 VH. So 100 VH means 100% of the viewport height. So VH means view height. So 100% it covers 100% of the width of the page, and the VH covers 100% of the view height. Okay, so that's 100 VH. So that's the values for the boxes. So if I go to the, oh, actually I haven't run the project yet. I need to open this with live server extension. If you remember, open with live server. Okay, so now we have the grid, the project. I'm going to inspect this. As you can see, we have boxes. So that's the box class. We gave it a height of 100 VH. So now it's covering the whole viewport height. And the width of 100% is covering the whole website. Okay, so I'm going to give it a background color. Background color. So I'm going to say hash, maybe 333. Okay, so there is the boxes. But as you can see, now we have a scroll bar here, and we have a bit of spacing. If you remember, the spacing outside an element is called a margin, and then the space inside is a padding. If you remember, we did that before. So in this case, I want to remove this weird margin and padding. So to do that, I'm gonna put a star. So the star means it select everything. By default, I don't want everything to have a margin. So I'm gonna say 0. So by default, I want everything to have a margin of 0, no margin at all. Because by default, there was like this kind of margin and padding. Okay, so I'm gonna say also padding 0. Okay, so I'm just resetting everything to 0. And something called box sizing to also something called border box. You'll see what I mean in later videos. Okay, and then I'm just going to save this. So as I save, the scroll bar disappears, and now we don't have a space around the boxes anymore. Okay, so now let's take a look at the box. So I'm going to say box. So each individual box is going to, let's say, width. You have a width of, I'll say maybe 300 pixels each individual box. And then a height of same 300 pixels. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to say box. I'm going to target box 1 all the way to box 12. Okay, so box 1 is going to have a background color of red, something like red. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So many boxes. I know, so many boxes to start. Okay, so I'm going to say box 1, 2, 3. Actually, so this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many boxes did I do? So 1, so 10. We're missing 11. So I'm gonna say this one is 11, and then this one 12, because it doesn't matter of the order of the boxes. So all the way to 10 here, and then 11, 12. It doesn't matter the ordering of the boxes. Okay, so what I need to do is just change the background colors to give them distinct, different background colors. And then I'm gonna say yellow, green. Okay, just give them random colors. Salmon. Okay. Okay, so it takes a bit of okay, I think that's it for now. So now with the boxes, different colors. Alright, so now I'm going to save. So now as you can see, we have the boxes, and our boxes are overflowing the boxes container. Okay, because we gave this container, the boxes, a fixed height of 100 VH. So that's like a fixed. So if you want this box, the parent to expand depending on the content we have inside it, we can use something called minimum height. So instead of having a max fixed height, we can do min height. Okay, so the minimum height is going to be 100 VH, but it's going to expand depending on what content we have inside this boxes container instead of giving it a fixed. Okay, so this is not saved actually, because if I refresh this, it's still not doing anything, but we just need to change inside the code in here. So here we just do min height. Okay, so how do we use a grid? So if I say, for example, grid, if I want to, let's grid layout. So if I want to, let's say, create a grid, something like this, or whatever, how do we do a grid? Okay, so let's do a basic grid. So to do a grid, we need to do display grid on the parent container, because these children, each of the box is a grid item. Okay, so each children is a grid item. So to do a grid, we need to go to the parent and then do a display of grid. Okay, so as each child is a grid item. So if I do display grid, nothing happens. I want the children to be side by side and everything. So to create a grid, I want a 4 by 3. Actually, yeah, I think it's 4 by 3 grid. So we want 4, 4, 4. So 4 by 3. So to do that, we need 4 columns. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 columns and then 3 rows, 4 by 3. Okay. So I'm going to create some columns grid. To do columns, you do template columns. Template columns, and then I'm gonna say, so to do some columns, I can say maybe 4 columns. Okay, so if I inspect this, nothing happens. So I can say, let's say the first column is gonna have, like, let's say 200 pixels, the second column 200 pixels, the third column 200 pixels. So now we have 4 columns. The first column 200 pixels, second column 200 pixels, and it goes on like that. So when I save this, as you can see, now we have a 4 by 3 grid. Okay, so when I inspect this, as you can see, this grid, we have 4 columns, but something weird is going on here. So these sizes are not equal because we gave the box a width and a height here. We just need to get rid of that. Okay, so when we save, as you can see, now everything is equal. Okay, so 200, 200, 200, 200, each grid item is an equal space. Okay, so I might want this to fill the whole width. How do I do that? Okay, so I want this to fill the whole available width. So as you can see, the boxes, it goes all the way to 100% of the width instead of doing 200 pixels. So I can change this value from 200 pixels to 1FR, 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 1FR. Okay, so now 1FR means it's a fractional unit. It means I want this to have equal spaces, 1 fractional unit, so they're all going to have like equal spaces across. Okay, I'm going to have like four columns with equal spaces, 1FR, 1FR. So as you can see, now we have like nicely equal grid items. Okay, but this kind of writing code is like, takes a lot of time to write this. So to make this quicker, we can just say repeat. So how many columns do you want? 4 columns and then 1 FR. Okay, so we're just repeating like 4 columns and 1 FR. We want to have 4 columns with equal spaces, with equal, equal size, which is 4 columns, equal size, 1 fractional unit. Okay, so there you go. So now, as you can see, everything is still the same. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be styling individual grid item, how to make them different sizes and everything. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be looking at how to style the grid items. So for example, if you want this box to have a specific size, I'm going to just inspect this box. To style this box, I'm going to say, let's say I want it to cover 2 boxes. I can just say span. Actually, it's a column. Span. Oops, not like this. Just span. Actually, it's grid column. And then I want to span 2 boxes. Okay. So if I say span 2, and then it's going to create another grid item here. I think this is called an implicit grid item because we don't have any more space, so it's going to create another one below just to keep this grid item. Okay, but we're still using 1, 2, 3, 12 grid items. Okay, but it's going to create another box, an implicit grid. I'm pretty sure it's implicit or explicit. I forgot the naming. Okay, so now we're covering two boxes. Okay, 2 grid cells. So this is called a grid cell, or each item is called a grid item, and then the box is called a grid cell. So now we're covering 2 grid cells. Okay, so maybe we might want to also cover these 2 grid cells again. So we can say grid row, and then we can say also span 2, and also it's going to go down and also cover 2 grid cells and then 2 grid cells, so it's like 2 by 2 grid. So now we have like a custom size grid item. So if I want also this one to cover this remaining space, I can inspect this. I can just say grid column span 2. Okay, so as you can see now, we have like different spaces and sizes. Oops, sorry about that. Inspect this, mess around with the span. Okay, so you can use span in any of these grid items. Okay, so yeah, that's how you do the grid items. So if you want to, let's say, create a custom grid layout, I can just say grid layout, and then I'm gonna look for a custom grid so we can create our own custom grid. Okay, so let's say we want to create something like this. Okay, so in this case we have how many rows? I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this one is like, it has so many columns, like 10 columns at least, I think, or 8, so it depends. So if we want to create something like that, you know what, I think we should just do that on the next video, so you learn better by creating like these layouts. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Actually, before we can create a custom grid, a grid layout, we need to have a way to position these grid elements wherever we want to within the grid. So let's say I want to move this in this cell. So we need a way to take this grid item and put it in this cell. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to be using Mozilla for this one. It's a developer. Developer Edition. It's Mozilla Developer Edition. I'll show you why I'm using that. So not now. So now we have Mozilla Developer Edition. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this link here, copy, and then I'm gonna just paste it here. Okay. Okay, so now I've pasted the link right there. Okay, so I'm thinking of where to keep this. I'm gonna resize this, and then I'll look for the Mozilla Developer Edition. Right, there it is. Okay, so keep it like this. So the reason I'm using Mozilla is because it shows you visually how the grid items are doing, and also it gives you the number of the grid cells. So if I click this grid, what is it? Okay, so here it kind of gives you like a visual, view of the grid. Okay, so this grid items gives you like, so if you click display grid line numbers, display grid names, you can actually name these grid cells, but we're not going to do this in this video. I don't think we ever will in this course, because I don't think it makes sense or it's gonna become useful. I don't know. We're not going to do it in this video. Okay, so you can kind of tick this to visualize the grid items. Okay, so in this case, let's say I want to move box number, which number is it? So box number 7. I want to move this box to be here, to this position. So this position, it's on 1, 1. Okay, so to move this box 7, I can say grid row. So for the row, it's going to be on 1, 1, and then it's going to be 1/2. Okay, so this 1 is for the row. So it's this row, this grid item, the row comes from 1 and then it ends at 2. Okay, so row 1 and it ends at 2, or you can do column 1 and it ends at 2 as well. Okay, so if I uncheck this, and then I can say grid column. So make sure this tiles goes to the specific grid item that you want to position. Okay, so I can say maybe grid column 1 and then /2. Okay, it goes to grid column 1 and 2, which is this 1 and 2. Okay, 1 and 2, but it's still not in the correct cell that we want it to be. So in that case, that's when we're going to introduce the row. Okay, so we can say grid row 1/2. Okay, so now it's in the correct column, which is this column. Okay, but we want it to be on a different cell, which is a row on position 1 to position 2. We can change this position from 1 to 3, and then it's gonna span, it's gonna cover these 2 grid cells. Okay, so in this case I just want it to be at 1 and 2. Okay, so now it's there where we want it to be. We can also, let's say, actually let's span this. Let's span the column from 1 to 3. Okay, and then this one from 1. Actually, I'll just leave it like that. And then I'll see this grid number 3, box number 3. We can also do grid. So in this case, I want to target the column, actually the row, grid row. So I want it to be on the second one and end at fourth one. So I can say 2 and 4. So it's going to start from 2 and it ends at 4. Okay, so now we have that. And if we want also this one to cover these 4 boxes here, so the purple one is grid item number, just look for the grid item, so it's grid item number 4. I'm gonna say, so we don't need to maybe use the position, I can say grid column, I can just say span 2 instead of using the numbering position. So span 2 is gonna just do the same thing, and then I can say grid row span 2 also. Okay, so now it's covering 4 grid cells. Okay, there it is. Can also, let's do the second one. The second one, so this one I'm just gonna say grid column span 2. Okay, so as you can see, it's spanning 2. Okay, so the reason why it might not be looking good right now because we have so many grid items, but if we want to create specific grid layout, we need to put the correct amount of grid items, and also we can just reposition this whatever we want, and create a grid layout. So that's how you do the positionings. You can literally position each of the grid items wherever you want and give it a different size. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so let's look at how to make this grid responsive. So when I inspect this, so what I mean by responsive is we want this grid to adapt to a different screen size without getting weird or just not looking right. Okay, so if I decrease the screen size, the grid doesn't adapt, or it's not responsive. It doesn't respond nicely to the different screen sizes. Okay, so if I change this to a mobile screen, so you can click this little icon here. As you can see, we don't want it to look like this on mobile. We want this to adapt, to change the size depending on the screen size. Okay, so to do this, we're going to change the way we did this grid columns. I'll show you the first way to do it. So the first way to do it is using something called a media query. So a media query is like to give a website a breakpoint, like let's say at a certain point, at this width, we want this grid items to do something else, or to be a different size and everything. So for example, if I decrease to this size, I might want to have like 2 grid items, okay, instead of 4 grid items on this row. Okay, so to do that, for example, I can change this, let's say, to 2. Okay, so at this size, I want the grid items to have like 2 columns. Okay, so at this size, 2 columns, and then let's say at a different size, at this smaller size, and then we can just change it to 1, and then it will be like this. It's like a nice grid. Okay, and then once we expand the width a little bit, and then we change the size to now 2, and then once we expand a little bit more as well, we say 3. Okay, so once we're on bigger screens, and then we can say 4. Okay, but doing this with media queries, it's gonna take a lot of lines writing the code and specifying the size and everything. So it's gonna this is I'll show you a way that's going to save us a lot of time. So instead of doing this, we can just say repeat. So we have something called auto, and then not fit but autofill, and then comma, min max. Okay, so min max, so I'll show you what it means. So I'm gonna say 200 pixels, 1FR. Okay, so what did we just do? So let me just save and then I'll explain to you what we did. So when we save, look at our grid. Our grid is kind of looking weird, but when I inspect, when I start decreasing, it's adapting automatically without writing any media query, without doing anything. Okay, so depending on the screen size, it's adapting. Okay, so I'll show you what we did. So here, so if you remember 1FI, it says it means equal size, everything. I want everything to be equal with 200 pixels. So min max, it means I want each grid item to have a minimum width of 200 pixels. Okay, so each grid item is going to have at least minimum of 200 pixels. So if the width, so for example, if I inspect like this, when I start decreasing, so if there is enough space for 200 pixels, well, we're going to create another row. It's going to go on another row. So if there's not enough space for 200 pixels, it's going to keep going on different rows. Okay, because there's no 200 pixel space. That's the minimum width of each grid item. Okay, I can increase this minimum width to, let's say, 400 pixels. Okay, as you can see now, we have fewer grid items on the page because there isn't enough space to fit in all of them, because they each have a minimum width of 400 pixels. So when I decrease, it's not enough for 400 pixels. So when I decrease again, it's gonna keep changing the size depending on the size, the viewport width, because if it cannot hold 400 pixels, it's gonna go on another row. Okay, so that's essentially how to do the responsive grid using the min max. Okay, later in the videos, we're going to also do the grid system using a different way, using media queries. Okay, I'll show you how to do media queries later in the video series, but this is just a different way how to make a responsive grid. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so before we build a project in this section, we just need to practice our skills by building a small grid layout. Okay, something like this. So this is the layout that we're going to be building. So let's try to figure out how we're going to build this layout. So let's see how many grid items that we have. So in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have 6 columns. Okay, so let's see how many rows that we're going to have. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 6 by 4 grid. Okay, so in this case, let's see how many grid items are we also going to have. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it's like 12 grid items. Okay, so perfect. We have a grid for that already. So we have these boxes. Okay, but they're using a different kind of a grid. So in this case, we're going to change to 6 by 4. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say grid, template, columns. I'm going to say repeat. So we have 6 columns and 4 rows. Okay, so 1FR. There we go. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 grid items, 6 rows, actually 6 grid items in a row, and 6 columns, no 6 rows, 6 columns and 2 rows. Okay, so actually we need 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. So to do the rows is just the same thing as the columns, template rows. So for the rows, we're going to have 4. 6 by 4. So we're going to have 4 rows. Okay, so when I inspect, so now we have 4 rows. As you can see, there they are down here, 4 rows. Okay, so perfect grid. So now it's only a matter of positioning and, you know, giving these grid items different sizes. Okay, so let's see how this grid looks like. Okay, so oops. So it's actually gives you a guide of what element goes where and where, but you can, you know, also reposition these grid items to your liking. Okay, so I'm gonna select, let's see, oops, so these ones, so the second one, this one is gonna span 2 and span 2. Select, I'm gonna say it's box 2, grid column, span 2, grid row, span 2. Okay, I'm gonna copy these tiles, copy, and then I'm gonna paste it on box number 2. That's the grid item. Okay, so I'm just going to also introduce you to something called a grid gap. So we might want a spacing between these grid items. So that spacing is called a grid gap. We need to do that grid gap inside the boxes. So for example, I might give it a value of 10 pixels. It's going to have like a small gap between every grid item. Okay, so now, yeah, let's do 10 pixels. I think it's perfect for that. 10 pixels. So, okay. So this one is going to span how many? Actually, let me double check. 1, 2, 3, spanning 3, not 2. So I'm going to span 3 on the column. It's going to span 3 instead of 2. So span, oops, did I change it? Span 3 seems to not be working. What did I do? Refresh this. I don't know what's, yeah, now it's spanning 3. Okay, so spanning 3, and then this one, grid item number 3, is gonna span 2. So grid item, so we're gonna say grid column, copy this, box number 3, span 2. Okay, so now it's span 2, and also I'm gonna tag grid item number 5. So inspect this to see what box it is. So in this case, it's number 5. I'm gonna tag that. I'm gonna give it a span of 2. Okay, actually it's the wrong one. I need to go to number 5. So number 5, it's a span of 2. Grid column, so I wanted to span 2. Okay, so now these ones, they remain the same. Okay, so I'm gonna span 2, 4. I think we might need more grid items. So this one, oops, this one is gonna span 2. So let's see what grid item it is. Grid item 8. Grid column, span 2, and grid row, and grid row, and then we're going to do span, span 2. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so now we have 4 grid items here. We need 2 more grid items, okay, for this area. So we just go and create 2 more. So 12, 13, 14. Okay, I'm gonna save this. I'm pretty sure they're there, but they don't have a color. So we have 13 and 12, there they are. We just need to color them. Okay, so 13 and 14. Oops. So we have 13 and 14. We just need to color these to a different color. Alright, I'll leave it like that. Okay, so there they are. So now we have this grid here. We've created the grid. Okay, so the grid looks nice. And also, if you want to create some kind of gradients, colors like this, it's quite easy to do as well. So to create a gradient color, so for example, let's say I'll target this one. I'm going to inspect. To create a gradient, I'll click this, copy this color. I'll say, instead of it's box number 2, I'll uncheck the background color. I'll just say background. No background color, just background. To do a gradient, we say linear gradient. Okay, so by default we have these random values. Okay, I'm just going to remove these values. Okay, and we're going to put our own values. Okay, so the starting point is this color, and then the next ending point is this color. So this color, I'm just going to manipulate the end color to something more darker. Okay, something like this. So it's like a blend between these colors. So if I want this color to say maybe this green color to go this side or up top, so you just need to change the position of the grid. No, not the grid, I mean the gradient. So to change the position right before the first color, you can say to right, and then you put a comma, to right. So I want this to go to the right side. Okay, doing the gradient, going to the right side. Okay, so as you can see, it's going to the right side. If you want it to go up, you can say to top, okay, and then put a comma, and then it goes to the top. Okay, so there you go. Now we have a gradient. I'll just copy this background color, this linear gradient. So this is box number 2. So now we have a nice gradient for that. Okay, so box number 2. There we have a gradient. So I'll inspect this one as well. Box number 8. So for box number 8, I'm going to do a different kind of gradient. I'm going to say background, no background color, but just background. We're going to do radial gradient. Okay, so we do like this, just put random colors, and then it creates like this kind of radial gradient. So inspect this, and then you can kind of, you know, edit the radial gradient. Okay, so for if you can say radial gradient, so you can kind of, you know, look at the radial gradient properties like here. Okay, you can change from circle to a different style that you want. It's really up to you, like what kind of gradient that you want. Okay, so you can say at bottom whatever shape that you want to create. So yeah, the sky is the limit. So you can just go to the Mozilla to see the, you know, to see the reference for the references. So you can remove this circle, you can change the shape. So now we have like just a normal radial gradient. Okay, so you can try to make these colors blend in nicely. Okay, something like, I don't know, something like that. Okay, and then the rest is up to you. You can just go to the MDN docs and then just check what kind of gradients, or you can say radial gradient generator. You can also generate some gradients. Okay, agree. You can also just generate gradients like on this website, and then you can just copy the code and put it in a website. Okay, so you can kind of mess around with the colors, generating the gradient. Okay, so once you're satisfied, you can just copy from here the gradient and then put it on your website. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of pretty much it for this section. Not for this section, for this video, because next video we're going to be building a project. So I was just kind of showing you how to build layouts with grids and stuff. Yeah, I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be building a blogs project. Alright, so now it's time to create our project. Okay, so I'm going to open a new folder, create a new folder here. I'm just going to name this Grid Project. Okay, I'm going to select folder. So now I'm going to review this in Explorer. Okay, and then I'm just going to paste in a folder of images that we're going to be using, because we're going to be using a few images. So I'm just going to locate the folder of the images, and then I'll put them inside the Grid project. Okay, so now I've located my images. I'm just going to paste in the folder here. There it is. So you can get these images from GitHub, or you can use different images that you want. Okay, so these are the images that we have. We have like 5 SVGs. Okay, so now I'm just going to close this, and then I'm going to create a new file. So the file is index.html. So this is going to be an HTML file for our markup, and then I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be style.css. Okay, so I'm just going to generate basic HTML boilerplate, and then I'm going to name this something like blogs. Okay, so now we've named the blogs. Oops, I just need to open my reference. Okay, so now we have the blogs. Okay, so what else do we need in here? Actually, let's link the CSS file, index.html, link style.css. So that's how we link CSS and HTML. Okay, so now we've linked the HTML and CSS. To check if that is working, I'm just going to do body, and the background color of that. Actually, let me make it red, something more visible. And then I'm going to open with live server, and then I'm going to close all these old pages. So our CSS is working. So now let's start making the blogs website. Okay, so I'm going to do basic page resetting. We've done this before. So by default there's a margin, so we want to get rid of that margin, and also want to get rid of the default padding, and we're going to set border box sizing to border box. And I'm also going to get rid of this background. Okay, so for the background I'm going to use a different dark background color. So I'm going to say background color is going to be something like #10, so it's a dark background color, and then 12 1B. So this is the background color that we have for this one. Okay, so after the background color, I'm gonna say color. I want the text color, every text color, to be white. White is #FFF. Okay, so that's it for that. So in the body, I'm gonna create a section with a main HTML element. So to create like a main section, so I'm gonna use the main, so it's like the main content. I'm gonna say main with a class name of main content. Okay, so it's going to contain the main content. Okay, so in the main content, I'm going to sort of have lines that are going to go from that are going to go vertically. So I'm going to have like 5 lines that are going to go vertically, okay, across the website. So when I scroll down, those lines are going to keep going down. Okay, so I'm going to say a div with a class of lines. So in there, we're going to do 5 lines, right? Actually 4 lines. I'm going to say dot line. Okay, so line, I'm going to have 4 lines multiplied by 4. We've done this before. Okay, so now we have 4 lines in there. I'm just going to select we can collapse actually. So this is for collapsing like a small section like this, and then we can collapse this small section to make our code more readable. Okay, I'm going to go down here in the styles, and then we need to start doing the lines. Okay, so for the lines, I'm going to say dot lines. So the width of the lines is going to cover the entire width, and also it's going to have a minimum height of 100%. Okay, so that's the minimum height. So we want these lines to expand according to whatever content we have in the body. Okay, and then we're also going to do display flex. Actually, I need to explain what that means. We're going to have a small section of flex. So for now, just follow what I'm doing, and then I'm going to explain more in depth of what Flexbox is. Okay, so I'm just going to actually do the lines first. Line. So we have line 1. We have line 1. Okay. So to select multiple classes, you can select them with a comma, and then in here I'm going to say line 2. Actually, no, line 2, and then comma, line 3. Okay, comma, line 4. So it's a class, we need to select the dot, line 4. Okay, so we're selecting multiple classes at once. So these classes, they're all going to have the same styles throughout, okay? So that's why we're selecting them, because we want them to have the same styles. So that each going to have a width of 1 pixel. Width of 1 pixel. And also we're going to have a background color of white. Okay, so that's the background color. And also the opacity is how visible the element is. I'm going to say to 0.1. I will show you. So the opacity value goes from 0.1 all the way to 1. Okay, it goes all the way. It goes from 0 to 1, not 0.1. It goes from 0 to 1. And then I'm going to also say min height. So the minimum height of these lines, is going to be 100%. Okay, so now I'm going to save. Let's see what we have. So when I inspect, I'm looking for the lines, right? Main lines. So there they are, lines. But they're not visible, are they? So if I change this from percentage to something like VH, so now it's covering the whole height, the lines, but the lines are also not visible. I'll show you why they're not visible. Because for us to make these lines visible, we need to actually give them a position of absolute. Okay, position absolute. Okay, so the lines, now we have position absolute. I'm going to refresh this. Absolute, now we can see it's covering the whole page. So, I'm going to just give a background color for you to see what we're dealing with. So lines, they have this background color. It's temporary, by the way, so we're going to remove that later. So lines, so each individual line is there, but we don't see it. Okay, so for us, before actually I need to do top 0. Okay, so we don't see the lines. And so we need to give something also a position of relative. So the closest parent that we want to do that is the main. So this one is going to be main container. So the main container, I want to give it a position of relative because I want to position absolute the lines. Okay. So now the main, it does have main content. It has a position of relative, which doesn't show. I don't know why. I think we didn't name it correctly. Main container, what did I name it here? Main content. So it's main content. Okay, so main content, it does have a position of relative now. Okay, and then with the lines. Okay, so for the main content, we're going to give this a min height of 100 VH. Okay, so I want the main content to have like a big height. Okay, so the lines are still there. Okay, so I want the lines to be side by side equally across the width. So to do that, so this line one they're like on top of each other. So I want them to be like side by side across this website. So to do that, we're going to be using Flex. I'm going to explain in the later videos what it is. So now just follow what I'm doing. Flex, so just know it's only a way to put items side by side. And then I'm going to say justify content, space between. I want them to be spaced out across the page. Okay, so now something's it's not showing. I don't know why. So line 1, what did I name here? Line 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So this flex, actually, it needs to be in a parent container of the lines. So the parent container of the lines is in here. Not lines, I mean, lines. These lines here. Not the class name, but the lines. Okay. So as you can see, now we have these lines, and they're side by side. Main. So if I go line 1, 2, 3, 4, they're side by side, spaced out. But something wrong with line. Some of the lines, there's something wrong. Okay, now we only see 2. So just find corner space between line. Let's double check the name. Line 1. I don't know what's going on with some of the lines that are not showing. So line 4. Width. Okay, so line 4, it doesn't inherit the styles. So line 4. Oh, the naming. So it's line 4. So make sure you name your classes properly. Okay, otherwise your styles will not show. Okay, so it's inheriting the width now. It's inheriting everything, but line 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we have justified content. We're spacing everything evenly. Okay. Width 100%. Okay. I just don't know why these lines are not showing properly. Let me double inspect again. Justify content. Space between. Actually, we don't want space between. It's my fault, actually. It's spaced evenly. So we want them to be evenly spaced out across the website. So now as you can see, we have those lines. They're now spaced evenly across the website instead of space between. Okay, they're like there's space, equal space. It's evenly spaced out. So I'm going to remove this temporary background color. Okay, So now we have those lines that are now showing nicely. Okay, so after the lines, I'm just going to put the actual content. I'm going to collapse this. I'm going to say blogs container con. So blogs con stands for container. Okay, so inside the blogs container, actually I'm going to create a parent container here. I'm going to say content. That's the actual content. And then in here I'm going to say blogs container. Okay, so inside the blogs container, we're going to have a lot of things. But first, we need to create a title. So the title is going to be inside a container called title container. So that's like where the title is going to be. And then the title is going to have an H1. So H1 is a heading. H1 stands for heading. Okay. Blogs. So H1 is going to be like a big heading, H2 a smaller one, H3 a smaller one. So it depends. So it goes from H1 to H6. From H1 to H6, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, depending on which heading you're using. Okay. So paragraph, recent, blogs as well. Okay. So now let's go ahead and look at the title container. Okay. But first, I'll look at the content. Content, the class name content, if you remember. And then I'm going to give it a padding. So padding is the spacing inside, if you remember. Inside, not outside, okay? Margin is spacing outside. So top and bottom is going to be 6 rem. And then left and right is going to be 10 rem, okay? And then I'm going to target the title container. The div title container with the title. And then I'm going to set position of that to relative. That means I'm going to position absolute one of the child element. Okay? And then it's going to have a width of 50%. Okay? So let's see what we have. So there it is. So we have padding, top and bottom, and then left and right. So it's spacing. Okay? So now, we just need to also select the title container. And then I'm going to target the H1 inside the title container and H1. Okay, I'm going to target that. I'm going to give it a font size of 3 rem. It's like a big font. And then I'm going to also give it a font weight of 600 rem. Not 600 rem, just 600. I'll show you what I mean. So the font weight is going to make the text much more stronger. Okay, in here I'm just going to do the same thing, but I'm going to target the paragraph. So for the paragraph, I'm going to do font size. It's going to be much bigger font, 4 rem. And then font weight is going to be something like, I don't know, 700. And then the opacity, I'm just going to make it very low opacity. So the opacity goes from 0 to 1. So I'm just going to do 0.06. That's the opacity. And also I'm going to give it a position of absolute because I want it to position anywhere I want. Top is going to be 50%. 50%. And then I'm going to do left to 0. Okay, so let's see what we have. So that's the paragraph with the subtle opacity is very low. But I don't like this font size, not the font size, I mean the actual font. It just doesn't look nice. So let's go to Google Fonts to get a font. Google Fonts. So the font that I'm going to be looking for, you can use any font that you want. So say, I'm going to get rid of these ones. Okay. Say, look for something called rounded. Okay. So click that rounded 1C. And then to add the font, just click whatever font weight you want. So in this case, I'm going to start from 400. Actually, I think I might, yeah, 400. We go 500, 600, and 800. We might not use some of them, but I'm just going to selecting these 3 font weights, actually 4. Okay, so to use this font, just copy these links here, right here, the link. Okay, copy the links and go to your HTML file. After the linking of the CSS file, just paste those links, the ones you've copied. Okay, and then now go back and copy this font family name and go back to your code, to your CSS. In the body, in here we can set the font family to whatever font you've downloaded and then save, and hopefully everything should look nice. As you can see, now we have a different font. Okay, so that's it for the font. I also want this to be in uppercase. In this case, I want the paragraph and the heading to be in uppercase. So I'm just going to target the paragraph in H1. I'm going to say text transform to uppercase. Okay, so I'm targeting the paragraph and the heading. Okay, so I know that I'm not going to use a lot of paragraphs. So that's why I'm just, using this kind of selection. Otherwise, you have to give it a class. Okay. All right. So now, moving forward. So the title container, we are targeting the paragraph. So we kind of want to create a line between the blogs and this paragraph here, the big one. I want like a loading bar here, like a line. So to do that kind of a line, we need to do some pseudo elements as well. So I'll go title, container. So to do a pseudo element, we've done some pseudo elements before, but we did different ones. So this pseudo element is called before. Okay. So we can create it's like a div basically. It's just like an empty div, but it's going to be relative to the title container. Okay. So it's going to have like content is going to be an empty string. So it's just like, now it's just like an empty div now. Okay. So position is going to be absolute because we want to position wherever we want to. Position of absolute, and then I'm just going to change the values here. So the background color, I'm just going to paste in the background color that we're going to be using. Okay, and also the opacity, I'm just going to get rid of that. So the left is going to be 0. The width, I'm just going to put this to maybe 40%. Okay, so that's our width. Okay, so now I'm going to save. Oops, what's going on here? So there it is. That's the loading bar, but it's too big. So the height, I'm going to change the height to something 0.4 rem, like a smaller value. So there's the line. There it is. Actually, I think I might increase this to 0.48 rem to make it slightly bigger. Okay. So now we have that line. I'm just going to position this. So to position, go to bottom. I want it to be at the bottom. I'm going to say minus 20%. I want it to be slightly at the bottom here somewhere. Okay. Seems like it's not moving. I'm going to check out why it's not moving. Okay, so inspect. Title container. Okay. Before, bottom. I don't know why it's not moving. Oh, because I set top to 0, didn't I? Top is set to 0. So remove the top. Okay, so make sure the top is not set to 0. Okay, so top, remove from 0. Okay, so now there it is. I'm gonna say border radius. I want the corners to be rounded. So the border radius, I'm gonna set it to 12 pixels. So the corner is going to be like rounded like this. Okay, so now that is done. We also need to create like the actual loading bar. So I'm gonna paste this down here. I'm gonna change this from before and after. So this is just like the same div basically. It's like the same div, but it's a different pseudo selector. Okay. So for the loading, I'm gonna give it a different color and a different width. So width, I'm gonna say 25%, not 250, but 25%. Okay, so there it is. So now it's like it's loading. So this after is like on top of the before pseudo element. It's the styles are exactly the same. It's just different tweaks. Okay. So you can reduce reduce this loading to, let's say, maybe 18%. 18%. Okay. So yeah, it's this kind of like effect. You can also mess around with the z index. I'm gonna set the z index of the before to -2. I want it to be behind the content. Okay, so -2, so it's going to be like behind the content. And also I think the lines as well, I'm going to change the z index of the lines. I want them to be behind the content. I'm going to say z index -1. So they're going to be like sort of behind whatever content we have right here. Okay. So if we need to make any adjustments, we will do that later. So now that's it for this title. Now let's go to the blogs to make the actual blogs. So this is quite straightforward and it's quite easy as well. So we're going to do the grid. So as you remember, we did the grid. So we're going to have some grid items. So each blog item is going to be like a grid item in a different cell. Okay, I'm going to say blog. So that's each individual blog. And then I'm going to have blog content inside the blog. And then what else do we have? Inside the blog content, we have an image. Okay, so to do an image, it's just an img tag. And then the source is the location of the image and then the actual image. So I'm looking at the images folder and selecting the blogs1 image. After that, after the image, we're going to have an anchor tag, which it's a link that leads to an external website. Okay, so href is the location of the website. For example, if I say www.google.com, so if I click this link, it's going to lead us to this website. You can put any website that you want. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in some content here. I'm going to say, hey, this, I'm going to say, actually, no, some text. HTML and CSS blogs website. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it like this. So you can put anything that you want. Okay, so that's it for the blogs content. There isn't much content in there. Okay, so now let's just do the styles. Actually, before I do anything, I'm just gonna duplicate this a few more times. I'm gonna create, let's say, 6 blogs. I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so all you need to do is just change the content of these blogs. Okay, so I'm gonna change the second one to image to blogs2, the third one 3, 4, 5, and then I'm just going to repeat the images 3 and then 2. So these images are coming from this image folder. So we have blogs 1, 2, 3. So you can use different images. So here I'm just referencing the images that I want to use for each blog item. So when I save, when I scroll down, we have these huge images. Okay, we're going to be styling this in a moment. So let's go to the CSS. So we have the blocks container. That's the class name. I'm just gonna select that. I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna do blocks container, and then I'm gonna say margin top. So it's, remember, spacing outside 6 rem. So I want to space out between the title and the blogs. Margin top 6 rem, and then we're going to do a display grid. If you remember what we did, display grid. So in this case, I want a grid with 3 columns. Okay, so grid template columns, repeat, and then I'm going to say 3 1FR. So now we have 3 grid columns, but these images are huge and they're quite distracting. Okay, so to fix that, we also actually need a grid gap of 2 rem. To fix that, I'm going to select blocks container, and then I'm going to target the anchor tag. I want to style that. So I'm going to say text decoration to none, and then a color of white, and then a font size. It's going to be 1.3 rem. So it's a different font size, and then a font weight. Font weight is how, you know, how thick or how I don't know how thick the font is. So if it's higher, the font is going to look more bold, and if it's a little bit low, it's not going to look much bold. So the higher the value, the bolder it is, depending on the font weights you've downloaded. So in this case, I downloaded 400 all the way to 800, I think. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a nice font. Okay, but the images are not showing correctly. But before we do that, I want to change the color of this block title here. When I hover, I want it to make it blue. To do a hover, we need to use, so we're targeting the anchor tag, the A, inside the blocks container, and then we're going to use a pseudo element called hover. So in here, that's when we're going to do the color for the hovering. So in here, we just do hover, and then when you hover, the color changes to the color. Okay, so if you want this to be very like slow transitioning, you can use something called a transition. You can say transition, and then 0.4 seconds, that's the duration, and then is in out, something like this, and then you can hover, and then it's transitioning. Okay, so I'm also going to target the image. So the image is inside the blog, so blog, and then I'm going to excuse me, target the class of image, and then the actual image. Okay, so you can actually also give this image excuse me this image a different class, and then you can just select that specific class. But this is another way of selecting elements. Okay, so the width of the image is going to be 100%, and then the height is going to be, the height is going to be 100% as well. And then object fit is to cover. It means I don't want the image to stretch. I want it to cover, to be covering the entire grid cell without repeating or not doing anything weird. So I just want it to cover the grid cell. I don't want the border radius actually. So I'm going to save this. So when I say width 100%, it's going to cover the 100% of the width of the grid cell. Okay, so now when I refresh this, inspect, the grid cell is this blog's content. Actually, it's the blog, that's the grid cell. So when I say width 100%, I want this image to cover this grid cell, the width of this whole grid cell. So in this case, we have three columns, so we have 3 grid cells. So when I say width 100%, I want to cover this cell. So each of the image is going to cover this cell 100% of the width. Okay, so now that we have that, each blog I'm going to give it a different color. Okay, so I'm gonna say dot not blog, actually not each blog, all of the blogs, they're going to have the same background color. So this kind of, you know, color, but it still doesn't look nice. Where we need to do something, we need to do a padding. Okay, we need to give a bit of a padding and spacing around. So the padding is going to be in the blog's content. Okay, so blog's content, it's going to have a padding. I'm thinking of how much padding I should give inside the blog's content. I think if you do blog's content, where did I select the class? Okay, I think I've just selected here blogs content. Okay, so the blog's content, I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem. It's around, so it's going to be around everything. Padding blogs content, I mean blog, not blogs content, it's blog content. Okay, so it's gonna have a padding around of 1 rem, so it's nicely giving leaving this kind of padding space out. Okay, so now we have that padding. We can also give a padding on this anchor tag as well. So this one, I'm gonna say padding, I'm gonna say maybe 0.8 rem, it's a smaller value, and then 0 left and right. So top and bottom 0.8, left and right 0. So it's not okay. Padding. I think it's too small. I'm going to inspect this. Actually, I'm gonna set display to inline block. Okay, so now the padding is showing. Okay, so the pattern is showing. We can also like sort of make an animation when we hover each of these blog item. Okay, so I'm gonna say blog dot blog and pseudo element hover. When we hover okay, so when I hover this, we can sort of transform. So transform is to move something. Okay, so we can transform this and translate. So we can translate on the y-axis. I want it to go up, so which is minus, so it's up minus 5 pixels. So when I hover, I want it to go up by minus 5 pixels. As you can see, it's going up. Okay, so it's like kind of snappy. It's like snapping. So we want it to transition like nicely. So to make it transition inside the blog, we can do transition. I'm gonna say all 0.4 seconds. That's the duration of the transition. And then when I hover, it's like transitioning nicely. Okay. By the way, we can also change the cursor to this kind of a pointer. So we can say cursor on hover, we can say cursor pointer. Okay, so now when I hover, the cursor is like pointer. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this grid system. We can also make it responsive by using something called media queries. Okay, so we can make this whole website responsive. But we're not going to do media queries at the moment. We're going to look at media queries in later videos. So this was just an introduction to more CSS features and how to do the grid in some real world projects. Okay, but before I go to the next video, I'm just going to change the content of this website. I'm going to say lorem 6. Oops, I'm just going to generate like random text. Lorem 6. Okay, so I'm just going to generate like a bunch of random text. lam 5 ram 4 ram 6. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be looking at more advanced stuff, and we're going to look at more CSS features as well, and we're going to be building like a slightly bigger project than this. So this is just to introduce you to some CSS features and stuff. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's get started making this project. We're going to be downloading some fonts. Let's go to Google Fonts. Okay, so the one font that I'm going to be using is called Lunito. Okay, so we're going to be getting the font weights from regular 400, also medium 500. We also need 600, I believe, this one, and then finally we need 700, this one. Okay, so copy this link right here, copy, go to VS Code. I've created a new folder, and this folder is empty. We're going to be creating new files here. So I'm going to be creating a new folder first. The new folder is going to be img for images, and then I'm going to create a new index file, index.html. Okay, so now I'm going to be I'm going to close this. I'm going to hold shift and 1 and then tab to generate the HTML boilerplate, and then I'm going to change the title to portfolio, and then I'm going to paste in the Google font down here. Okay, so I've done that. Okay, so now in this case I'm also going to be creating a new style for the CSS. So I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called styles.css, like that. Okay, so we're going to be using this for styling our page. I'm going to be including that in here. So after the title, I'm going to say link, and then I'm going to include the style. So it's not in a folder, so we don't need to include like a folder or something. I'm just going to do like this style.css. Now we're including the styles for the CSS. Okay, so we need to open this with live server. Open with live server. So if you haven't already downloaded live server, go to the extensions and look for live server. Okay, so this is the extension. So we can use this extension to automatically refresh the page without going to the page and refreshing like this. Okay, so if we save something here, it's going to automatically update without refreshing the page. Okay, because if you don't use live server, every time you make changes you need to refresh the page like this. Okay, so we don't need to do that, so make sure you download the extension if you haven't already. Okay, so now we've linked the styles. Let's open this with live server. Okay, so there it is. As you can see, it's empty, so we need to check if our style is working. So we're going to do body. We're going to select the body and change the background color to something like red. Okay, so as you can see now our style is working. Okay, so now we just need to get some things ready. I'm going to go to the Google Fonts. I'm going to copy the font family, copy that, and then I'm going to remove it from here, and then I'm going to paste it in the body. So there's our font family, and I'm also going to remove this background color. That was temporary, just to see if our style was working. Okay, so now we just need to start making the header, which is this area here with also the navigation area. Okay, so let's get started. Let's start by resetting the browser. I'm going to say margin, I'm going to set that to 0, then list style to none, and then box sizing to border box, and then padding 0. By default, the browser is going to start with a default padding and margin, so we need to get rid of that. Okay, so now yeah, that's it for the page resetting. Now we just need to also download something, one more thing. So we're using these icons. These icons are coming from a library called Font Awesome. So we're going to be including Font Awesome so we can use these icons here. So I'm going to say Font Awesome CDN. So CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. So that means it's going to be hosted online on the CDN website. Okay, so here I'm going to look for a version which is not in beta. I'm going to look for version, I'm going to put this one, okay, which is not beta, and then copy the link, copy link tag, go back to the index. You can paste it down here anywhere you like here, paste it down there, and then save. Okay, so to see if it's working, you can do I, and then you can do class, then you can do FASS, and then FA. I think it's Facebook, if I remember the class names correctly. And then I'm gonna save. I'm just gonna see if it's working, and nothing changed. So that means I've did something wrong. I'm gonna go to Google and type Facebook, Font Awesome, and then click here the first link. Okay, and then copy this link here. Just click, and then it will copy automatically. And then replace this, and then paste it like this. Okay, and then save. And then there it is. The Facebook icon is showing. So now we just need to, so now we know that Font Awesome is working. What else do we need to set up? Actually, I need to turn off GitHub Copilot so it doesn't distract you. Okay, so now actually we need to set up the images. I'm going to be including the images that we're going to be using. So I'm going to open this image folder. I'm gonna review in Explorer the image folder. Okay, so now there's the image folder. Okay, I'm going to be pasting the images in here that we're going to be using. So I'm going to include the images that we're going to be using in here. Okay, so now they're the images that we're going to be using. Okay, so now we should have images in here. There they are. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the, don't mind this folder here, it's automatic, don't mind it. So yeah, that's it for this setup. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to be working on the header. Okay, so now let's get started working on this header section here. Okay, so in the index, I'm going to be creating the header section. So for the header, I'm just going to do header dot header with the class of header. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct, like that. And then in the header we have the navigation. I'm gonna say dot navigation, and then this is actually a nav with the class of navigation. Okay, hit enter, and then in the navigation we have the logo section. I'm gonna say dot logo, and then in the logo we're using an image called logo. It's inside the images folder, and then put a slash, and then we're going to be using the logo.svg. That's the image that we're going to be using. Here in the alt tag, just in case the image doesn't show or doesn't exist, you can just say logo. So this will show if this image doesn't render, okay? Or you can leave this blank, it's up to you how you decide to do it. So down below that, I'm going to say ul.nav items. In the nav items, we're going to have some links. So the link to the link tag, we need to do li.nav item. That's the class I'm going to give it. So it's going to be a nav item. It's a list item. And then in there, we're going to have an anchor tag, an a tag. Okay, so href, that's the link where you're going to specify where you want this link to lead to. For example, if I say www.google.com, so if I click this link, it's going to go to Google. For example, I'm going to say Google. Not in here, so it should be between here like this, and then I'm going to save. If I go to this portfolio, if I click this Google link, it's going to actually, we need to copy the full address. So the full address for google.com is pretty sure it's HTTPS, something like, is it like this? Oh, no, something like this. Okay, let me double check. Okay, yeah, it's like this. So just copy this like this. Pretty sure that's the, yep. Let me double check. Wait a second. HTTPS. I'm gonna copy this to see if this is the correct link. Paste it down here. Okay, it is the correct link. Actually, I'm gonna copy it. So this is the correct link actually. HTTPS www.google.com. So paste it down here like this and then save. Okay, so now when I go back, when I click this link, it should lead us to Google for some reason. Okay, there it is, it's working. I just needed to refresh. So now when I click, it's taking us to Google. So same as Facebook, you can just change this to whatever link that you want to go to. Okay, so when I click this, it's gonna go to Facebook. Okay, so yeah, that's how you have to do it. You have to copy the full link that you want to go to and then put it in here. Okay, so in this case, I don't want this link to go anywhere. I'm gonna put a hash, so that means I don't want this link to go anywhere. So this is going to be home, and then the next one I'm gonna say about, and then I'm going to do skills, and then I'll do services, okay, and then finally we're going to have a contact. Okay, so there they are. So after that, we're going to have some icons here. So these are the icons that we're going to be using. So after that, after the URL, outside that, we're going to have like a class name called icons. It's a div, so it's like a container of the icon, and then we're going to have each individual icon. So the first icon, I'm going to say icon. So this is going to be a div with icon, the icon class icon. I want to have 4 divs, okay, with the class of icon. I'm going to actually, I'm going to have 4 divs with the class of icon. And then so we have icon, and then the first div is going to be icon IG. So the first div is a class of icon, and then another class of IG. So the IG is responsible for the Instagram icon. Okay, so I'm going to go to the font awesome. I'm going to say Instagram. I'm looking for the Instagram icon. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this icon here. I'm going to copy, then I'm going to paste it down here. Okay, so now with the IG, I'm going to paste down, and then I'm going to change this to FB for Facebook. And then I just need to go here and look for Facebook. Okay, so in this case, we're using this rounded Facebook icon. So which is this one? Copy the Facebook icon, paste it down here. Okay, so the next one is going to be GitHub. GitHub. So you just need to copy to search for the icon from font awesome. Okay, and then finally we have the YouTube icon. Okay, just send the class to YT for YouTube. Okay, so now with icons, let's start styling the navigation. Okay, before we do the header content. Okay, so if you remember, we've done some variables, so we're going to be using some variables for this. Okay, if you remember what we've done in the tutorial, so I'm going to define the root. Okay, and then here we're going to put some variables we're going to be using. So I'm going to do dash dash, and then color, primary. Okay, so that's the primary color, and then I'm going to be saying hash 16, 19, and then 4, and then I'm gonna do F. Okay, so that's the dark color. I'm going to be pasting the rest of the variables so I don't waste your time. Okay, I'm gonna copy it and then paste the variables that we're going to be using. So the trans is a transition. We're going to be using this transition. It's like an easing transition. And then the font size is set to 18 pixels. And then in the body, we're going to say font size. And then we're going to do var. We're going to be using the font size variable in here, right, like this. Okay. So automatically the font size is going to be 18 pixels coming from this variable. Okay. So now we also want to define a default color for the website. So we're going to do var. The default color is going to be color gray 1. So that's going to be default color for the fonts. Okay. Also want to select all of the anchor tags. I want them to have a font size to inherit whatever font size is in the body. And also I'm going to do font family. Font family, we're going to do the same thing. We want to inherit, and then we're also going to do font weight. We're going to set the font weight for that to 500 or 400. Let's do 400 for now, and then we can change it later. Okay, so now let's start doing the navigation. So to do, we're going to target the navigation. Okay, and then we're going to do min height. So the minimum height is going to be 10 VH, which is 10% of the viewport height. Okay, VH stands for viewport height. That's the min height. And then we're going to set the width to 100%. And then we're going to display flex. We want them to be side by side. Okay, so we want the items inside the navigation to be side by side, which is the logo, the nav items, and also the icons. Okay, we want them to be side by side. So when I save, oops, for somehow I've deleted the page. I've closed the page. I'm gonna reopen the page with live server. Okay, so as you can see, the logo, the items here, and the icons, they're side by side. So but we want them to be spaced out across the entire width right here. So to do that, we're going to be using justify content, and then we're going to do space between, because we want to space them around. Okay, yeah, and then there they are. Okay, and then we want to also align them to center, align items to center. Okay, and then we're going to give a padding top and bottom. We're going to set that to 0, and then 4 rem left and right. So we're just giving like a spacing to the right side and left side. Okay, but we also need to do the same thing for this one. We need to use display flex for this one, because we want these items to be side by side, and also the icons, we want them to be side by side. So we're going to be using the flex property to do that. Okay, but first let's start by doing the logo. I'm going to say dot logo, and then I'm going to be targeting the image inside the logo container. I'm going to say width. I'm going to set to a fixed width of 50 pixels, and then I'm going to reduce the opacity to make it not that bright. I'm going to do 0.7 so it won't be that bright. Okay, as you can see now, it's not that big anymore, and the opacity is not that high. Okay, and then below that, I'm going to target the nav items. So the nav items are those list items. Okay, so I want them to be side by side. We're going to do display. We're going to set that to flex, and then we're going to say align items to center. Okay, so yeah, as you can see now, they're side by side, but we're going to get rid of this underlining here. So to get rid of that, actually every list item, I don't want it to have that underlining. Okay, so in this all selector, so this star, it means select everything. I'm going to get rid of the text decoration. I'm going to set that to none. So by default, all of the link tags, actually the list tags, the LIs, will not have the underlining. Okay, so I got rid of that. Now let's style the those nav items. Okay, so I'm going to say dot nav item. It's actually dot to select the class name, and then I'm going to give a margin, so 0 top and bottom, and then 2 rem left and right. Okay, and then we're going to do position to relative. So if I set something in position to relative, that means I can create a child within this nav item, and I can position that child within this nav item wherever I want to. Okay, so if I set the child to position of absolute within this nav item, I can position that child within this nav item wherever I want. Let's say, for example, this is the nav item. If I have a child in here, let's say I have like a small shape in here. If I set that to position of absolute, I can position that shape inside this container wherever I want. So that's what I'm doing with position relative. You're going to see what I mean later on. Okay, so you can, as you can see, they're now spaced out. Okay, so yeah, I'm also going to select the nav item, the A anchor tag. That's the anchor tag. And then I'm going to do color. So the color that I'm going to be using, I'm going to do var. I'm going to be using gray 1, or you can do inherit to inherit the gray 1 color. Okay, and then I'm going to change the font weight. For that, I'm going to set that to 600. And then I'm going to do padding. So padding is like spacing around 1 rem. Okay, and then I want this to have like a smooth transition. I'm going to do transition. I'm going to do var. Actually, transition var. I'm going to put the transition variable. I'm pretty sure that's the name of it's called trans. Okay, as you can see, everything looks good. Okay, so now I want to put like a hover effect like this right here. When I hover, there's like this effect right here. So we're going to be using this to creating this effect using something called pseudo elements. Okay, so we're going to do dot nav item, and then we're going to do a, and then we're going to create a pseudo element called a before pseudo element, and then here we're going to say content. We're going to put it in an empty string, and then we're going to give it a position of absolute. So remember, the parent of this before pseudo element is the anchor tag, which has a position of it doesn't have a position of relative, but the closest parent that has a position of relative is the nav item. Okay, so this is the closest parent with a position of relative. So it's going to be, we're going to be able to position this before pseudo element within this nav item here. Okay, so position of absolute, we need to give width to 100%, and then height, we're going to set the height to 2 pixels, and then so since the position is absolute, we can position this wherever we want. I'm going to position it at the bottom, minus 5 pixels. I want it to be minus 5 pixels at the bottom. And then I'm going to do left. I'm going to set left to 0. And then the background color, I'm going to do var. So the background color for this one is primary color. Okay. So by default, I want the visibility to be hidden. I'm going to say visibility. I'm going to set that to hidden. Okay. And then we're going to transform. We want to change the transformation. I'm going to say scale. We're going to scale it on the x-axis. Okay. So I'm going to set that to 0. But the transform scale starts from 0 to 1. So in this case, as you can see, the transform is set to 0 right now. When I hover, I'm gonna set that to 1, to the maximum value. Okay, so that is going on. So it's transforming, it's scaling on the x-axis only. That's what we want to affect. So we're going to say scale x. We're setting that to 0. Okay. So also we're going to be doing a transition. Here we're going to be doing a different transition though. We're going to say 0.4, actually 0.3 seconds. Then we're going to say ease in and ease out. It's actually transition ease in and out. Okay, so we're also going to change the opacity. We're going to set the opacity to 0.7. Okay, and then I'll copy this nav item before, and then I'll paste it down here, the selector. Okay, so when we hover the anchor tag on hover, I want the before I want the before pseudo element. When I have this a tag here, I want the before to visibility to be visible, and then I'm going to also do the transform, the scale here. I'm going to change the scale from 0 to 1. Okay, the scale is going to change from 0 to 1. So when I have a like this, nothing shows because we still need to give it a color. Okay, so well, I'm going to say dot nav item, and then I'm going to do a on hover. I'm going to do a primary color. All right, now let's see what we get. So nav item, ink tag on hover. Before, so then we were setting the visibility to visible, and then the scale was setting that to 1. Okay, now let's see what we got. Okay, nothing comes out. Let's inspect this. Right click and then inspect. Let's see the before pseudo element is there. Let's see why it's not showing. Okay, so if I'm going to uncheck visibility, and then I'm also going to check transform and scale. As you can see, it's there, right there. There it is. So something is wrong on the hover. So let's see what we've done wrong, why it's not showing. I'm going to refresh this. So nav item a this is so weird. I don't know why it's not showing at all. Okay, so content position of absolute. This is strange. Okay, width 100%. Here, right here. So this is the hover. So make sure it's not double. This is supposed to be double. It's supposed to be a single. Okay, so that's the hover. Okay, and then let's save. Okay, there it is. So it's working. Okay, so now let's do the icons. So the icons, we need to make them side by side. So we're going to be using flex.icons. We're going to say display. We're going to set that to flex, and then we're going to say align items to center. Okay, and then we're going to style each individual icon. We're going to say dot icons, and then we're going to target icon class, and then I'm going to say margin. We're just going to space around 0, 1.5 left and right. Okay, and then we're going to set the cursor to pointer. So when we have the cursor, it's going to be like a pointer, like that. Oops, the margin, I meant 1.5, like that. And then I'm going to save. So there it is. The icons are spaced out. So these icons, we can set the font size of the icons. Okay, so we're also going to give these icons let me double check, a color of primary. Okay, I'm going to say like this, select like this, icons, and then I want to target the I tag inside the icon. I want to say font size, I want to set to 1.5 rem, and then the color, I'm going to set that to var primary, that's the color. Okay, and then I'm also going to do opacity to 0.7, so it's not that dark. Okay, so there it is. Okay, same thing, everything looks good, perfect. So now we need to do the header content, which is this area here. Okay, so that's the header content. Okay, so for the header content, I'm going to go styles. I'm gonna comment to do a comment to like this, and then put a star, and then slash, and then I'm gonna say header. I'm gonna say header content like this, then we're going to do the header content. So for the header content, we're going to use a grid. Okay, so the grid is the left and right side. So go back. I'm going to close this image. I'm going to collapse this nav like here. Collapse. After the nav, I'm going to do a class called dot header content like this. Header content, and then we're going to have dot left header, and then we're going to have a right header, left and right header. Okay, so there it is. So in here I'm going to have a title. I'm going to say h1 dot header main, heading main. I'm going to say hi, I am. Then I'm going to put a span. I want to color the span differently from the rest. I'm going to say lorem ipsum, put your name, and then after that I'm going to put a full stop here, and then I'm going to say a web. I'm going to break. So to break, to go to the next line, we use a br tag. Excuse me. To break, then I'll do developer like this. Okay, and then I'm going to do a p tag. I'm going to generate some text. To generate that, you can do lorem, and then type the amount of words that you want to use. For example, 20, and then like that, and then now you have 20 words. Okay, you can generate as many words as you want for lorem ipsum. Okay, so inside the p tag, I'll put the lorem ipsum text. Okay, so after that, I'm going to do a button. I'm going to say a. So the button is going to be a link. So you can, for example, link a location where your CV is stored. For example, Google Drive, any kind of storage where your CV is stored for people to download your CV. I'm going to say .btn. So the href is hash. It doesn't go anywhere. So if you want it to go anywhere, you can just copy paste the location link where you want the users to download your CV from. Okay, I'm gonna say download CV like this. Okay, I'm going to save. On the other side, I'm going to say dot shape. So that this is the shape, the background shape that you see right here. When I have this is the shape I'm talking about. So that's the div, the shape. And then below that, I'm going to do an image. So the image is going to be img in the images folder. So the image is called hero. That's the name of the image. I'm going to be saving that. So that's the hero image, which is this image right here. Okay, so that's that. So now let's get started styling this. Okay, so if you remember, we've used the padding for the header nav here. We need to do the same thing for the header content as well. So yeah, go back to the header styles here. I'm gonna say dot header. So make sure it's a class selector. Use the dot. I'm gonna say mean height. I'm gonna set that to 100 VH or 90 VH. I'm gonna set that to 90 actually, because the other 10 VH is the minimum 10 VH is being occupied by the navigation. Okay, I'm going to target header content. I'm going to say display. I'm going to set that to grid. We want to have 2 columns of the grid. So to do the grid columns, we're going to say grid template columns, if you remember the grid section. And then we're going to say repeat to 1FR. Or you can just do, instead of doing this, you can just do 1FR, 1FR. That means we're going to have 2 columns with equal sizes. Okay. So yeah, that's up to you how you decide to do it. And also the padding, I'm going to do padding 0 left and right, and then actually 0 top and bottom, and then left and right I'm going to set that to 18. I want it to be like a huge padding. Okay, so there it is. So the content and the navigation is going to have different paddings like this. Also, I'm going to have margin top. So the margin top is like spacing from the top. I'm going to set that to a huge margin, 8 rem. Okay, and also the grid, I want it to have like a gap, grid gap. I want to set that to 2 rem. Okay, like this. Everything looks good. Okay, so for the, let's target the left header. I'm gonna say dot left header. Left header, I'm gonna say padding top. I'm gonna set that to 5 rem. I'm going to target the header main, h main. That's the title, like the h1, the main one. Okay, so I'm going to say font size. Font size, I'm going to set that to 3 rem. And then I'm going to say font weight. I'm going to set that to 700, the maximum, which we have included from Font Awesome. Not Font, I mean Google Fonts. For the color, I'm going to set that to the primary. And then I'm going to give margin bottom of 1 rem. Something like that. Let's save. Let's see what we got. So there it is. A web developer, like that. Actually, a web developer. Let's see where I've break. I don't want to break here, right here. I'm gonna cut. Oops. I don't want to break. I'm gonna cancel this. So I'm going to save. Yeah, like this. I don't want to break here. So this is a mistake. I don't want to break right here. So like this. A web developer. And then I'm going to do the span. Okay, so the span, I want to give it a different color. I'm going to say h main. Inside there's a span. I'm just going to give this a different color. This one is going to have a secondary color. Okay, so like this. So that's the span. We'll give it a secondary color. Okay, so in the header left header, we have a paragraph inside. We're going to give it a padding top and bottom. It's like spacing between the title and the button. I'm going to set that to 2 rem and then 0 left and right. And then we're going to set a line height is the spacing between the text. Okay, like the lines of the text. So I'm going to say 1.8 rem. So line height means like the spacing between the lines of the text. Okay, so we set that to 1.8. You can put like to a large value, inspect, and then you can try to put in more. You can try to find whatever suits your need. Okay, so you can mess around with the value to see whatever values you think really works for you. Okay, so that is entirely up to you. Okay, so finally we're going to do a btn. We're going to say display inline block, and then we're going to do text decoration. We're going to set that to none. Okay, so we're setting the text decoration to none, and then I'm going to set font weight to 600, and then we're going to do a background color. The background color I'm going to do var. So this one is going to be a primary for the background color for that. And then we're going to do color. We're going to set that to white. White color. And then we're going to do padding 0.7 rem top and bottom, and then 2.2 rem left and right. You can experiment with these values to see what kind of padding that you're looking for. And then I'm going to set the border radius. So the border radius is how rounded the corners are. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. And then we might also want to do a transition. I'm going to do the variable I believe that's the name of the variable. I'm going to save. Okay, so there it is. So that's the button. We also want to have to change the color when we have on this button. So how do we do that? So to change the color on hover, we're going to be using the secondary color. We're going to do btn.btn. Then we're going to do hover. We're just going to change the background color to the secondary color. Copy this, change it from primary to secondary. Okay, and then we're going to change the color. Actually, the color is going to stay white. We're just going to translate this button. I'm going to say transform, translate. We're going to translate this on the Y. So that means we want to move this button on the y-axis, which means vertical. Okay, so I'm going to do minus. It means we want to move it up on the minus y. Okay, so minus 5 pixels on the y-axis. I'm gonna save. When I hover, the button goes up minus 5 pixels. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this left section. Now let's work on the right section. So on the right header, we're going to be using this flex. I'm gonna say dot right header like that, and then I'm going to do display flex. So that means we want to set something side by side, or want to align something to the center. So we can use flex. Then we're going to say align items, align items to center. We're going to say align items to center, and then justify content to center as well. And then we're going to set position of relative on this right header content, because we want to move the shape around, or the image, whatever we're going to move around. We just need to set the child element that we need to move around to position of absolute, so we can move it around like we did up here. Okay, so in this case, we're going to move the shape. So the shape is just an empty div right here. Okay, so we're going to set that position of absolute. I want to say dot shape. I want to say position absolute. And then I'm going to give it a width and a height of 100%. So I want it to cover the entire width of the grid item and entire height. So I'm going to set it to 100%. And then I'm going to set the height to 100%. So it's going to cover the entire grid item. I'm going to say top. So top, I want it to be at the top to 0, left 0. Okay. And then I'm going to do a background color. I'm going to do var. So this color is going to be the secondary color. So let's see. So there it is. Okay, but it's covering our image. We want this to be behind the image. So to do that, we're going to use something called a z index. Okay, so we're going to set the z index to -1. Z index to -1. That means it's going to be behind everything. Okay, so now it's going to be behind the image because we set the z index to -1. Okay, so we're going to do something called a transform. So the effect that we're going to be using, the transformation that property that we're going to be using is called skew. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's called skew. It's like sort of changing the shape. So to do that, we're going to, it works in degrees. So the value that I found that really worked for me is -20 degrees. You can mess around with this value to see whatever value that you want to do. Okay, so as you can see, there it is. So that's the 20 degrees. So let's inspect this so we can try to mess around with this shape. I'm going to go to the skew, click this little dial here, and then start messing around with it to see whatever value that you want. Okay, so if you don't want this shape to kind of go outside of this container here, you can set the container, the right header, to overflow. It means we don't want this any children inside this container to go outside this container. You can set that to hidden. So that means this shape, no matter what you do, it's not going to overflow. It's not going to go outside of this container. Okay, so let's go back to the shape. You can sort of mess around with the shape like that. But in this case, we don't want that. We want the -20. Sorry, -20 degrees. That's the value that looks really good. You can mess around with any values that you want. Okay, and also I'm not going to do the overflow to hidden. I kind of like the shape if it's overflowing like this. Okay, so everything looks good. We're going to do the transition. I'm going to set that to var, and then we're going to do trans, so we can transition this nicely. Okay, so I'm going to say dot shape. Okay, so actually I'm going to do the right header, and then when we have on the right header, I want the shape to transform and to get rid of the skew. So we just need to set that to 0. Okay, so when I save, when I hover, now the skew is gonna go to 0, to the default position when I hover the right header container, which is the grid item. When I hover, it goes to 0, and then when I leave, it's going to go to a different, it's going to go to -20 when I hover it goes to 0. So that's the effect we were looking for. Yeah, and that's it for this header section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to do this about section right here. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, welcome back. So now let's work on this section here, about me section. Okay, so we're going to be creating a new, after the header, we're going to say main content. So it's a main tag. That means that's where all of the content for the main section, main page of the main section of the website. That means all of the content is going to be in the main. And then after the main, we have something called a footer, which is like the footer section. So let's keep everything in the main. So in here, we're going to have a section in the main section with a class of about. So that's the about section. I'm going to say dot section about, like that. And then I'm going to close this section. So in this section, we're going to have two things. So we're going to have the main title. In the main title, we're going to have a paragraph. It's going to say about me. And then after that, we're going to have an H2. It's going to say the same thing, about me. Okay, so below that, below the main title, we're going to have dot service skills, service skills, like this, and then go down, and then we're going to have left service and right service. So we have two sections, left and right sections. Okay, I'm gonna go inside the left. Inside the left, we're going to have an H3 with a class of skill title. Class, I want to say skill title. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct. Skill title. And then I'm going to say I am, and then I'm going to do span, and then lorem ipsum. Okay. Yeah, below that, I'm just going to do a paragraph with some lorem ipsum text. Okay. I'm just going to paste in the text here. It's just random lorem ipsum text. You can generate your own. And then here, I'm just breaking the text to go to the next line. So the BR stands for break. So if I do double BR, it means if I cancel this one BR, now I have one break BR tag. I'm going to refresh. So as you can see, it's breaking to the next line, but I want to skip another line. So I'm going to put another BR. So now it's going to skip. It's going to leave an empty line, go to the next line. That's what I want to do. That's why I'm using double BR. Okay, so that's that. So let's go to the right side. So the right side is going to be a little more challenging. Okay, so on the right side, we're going to have a skills container. Skills container. Okay, so skills con, it means to skills container. And then in there, we're going to have dot skill item, like so. And then in the skill item, we're going to have a left skill section, dot left skill section. I'm going to do sect, or for short for section. In there, we're just going to have an image, img. So the first one, I'm going to do CSS. That's the image that I'm going to be using. You can use a different image. It's up to you. And then the next one, we have the right skill sect. And then in there, we're going to have a progress text. Dot progress. I'm going to say progress text. Okay. And then I'm going to put a p tag. I'm going to say CSS3. And then another p tag. This is the percentage of your knowledge. Let's say 80%, for example. Okay. And then after that, we're going to have a progress bar. Dot progress bar. Okay, so after the progress bar, in there we have another class called progress. Okay, so this progress bar is going to be responsible for CSS. I'm going to put another class called CSS. So each programming language is going to have a different progress bar with different opacity. So this is the only responsible for CSS. Okay, so yeah, let's start styling, and then let's see what we're going to have after this. So I'm going to comment. So this comment is going to be responsible for the about. Okay, so after make sure you save everything. So now let's start doing the initial styles for the about section. I'm going to be starting with the main title. I'm going to set the main title, the width, I'm going to set that to 60%. So if I set the width to 60%, as you can see, the title, when I inspect, it is a width of 60%. As you can see, like it is a width of 60%, but I want this title to be nicely centered, to be at the center. So to do that, we're going to be using the margin. We're going to set 0 top and bottom, and then we're going to set automatic left and right, so it's going to be nicely centered. So we are setting that to auto. That means we want to center. And then we're going to do text align. We're going to set that to center. So that means the text is going to be aligned as center. And then we're going to set the position of relative. Okay, so now when we save, everything is centered like this. Okay. So after that, actually we need to do, I'm going to introduce you to something called utility classes. Okay, I'm going to comment. So if I put a comment here, I'm just going to say utilities. So this is going to be, for example, utility class is when I want to center something on the page, or when I want to increase font size of a specific element, I can use the utility class to do that specific task. For example, in this case, I want to give all of these sections paddings around everything. So I'm going to be using a utility class for that. So I'm going to create a utility class called padding. So to do that, I'm going to say, I'm going to put a prefix called u. So u stands for utility. So padding stands for padding. And then padding size, I'm going to say size number 3. And then I'm going to do padding top and bottom. Top and bottom I'm going to set to 10 rem. And then I'm going to set 18 rem left and right. Okay. So that means I want all of these sections to have the same padding. Okay, so I want them to use this utility class here. So that means any section that I use this utility class is going to inherit this padding here, right here. So in this case, I want the this section right here, the section about, to inherit the utility class, utility padding number 3. I'm going to save. As you can see now, actually it hasn't. I just need to save again. It actually inherited the padding. So we have padding top and bottom, and padding left and right. So it inherited the padding. So if we create another section and then we use the utility class, it's also going to inherit the padding. So that's what I want for every section. Okay. So let's keep styling. So after the main title, we're going to be doing the h2, which is the header. Okay, so we're going to say main title. We're going to do on hover. When we hover this main title, actually the h2, when we hover, we're going to affect the heading 2. So we're going to say transform. We're going to do skew. We've used this property before, so we're going to say minus 20 degrees when we hover. Okay, so when we hover, the transform is going to be like this, minus 20 degrees. We also going to use the transition. We're going to say transition. We're going to do a use the variable, the var, and then we're going to do trans. So we're going to nicely transition like this. Okay. So we need to do this the same thing. Actually, we need to also style the h2 itself. I'm going to set the font size. The font size for that, I'm going to set that. I'm sorry about the background noise, guys. I'm going to set the font size to 3 rem. and then I'm going to change the font weight. I'll set the font weight to 700, 700, and then I'm going to do color. I'll change the color to primary. I'll set the color to the primary color, and then I'm going to set the margin bottom. I'm going to set the margin bottom to 1 rem, and then I'm going to give it a transition. If you remember correctly, we've used the variable for the trans, so it's going to be responsible for the transition. I'm going to do trans, and then I'm going to set the cursor also to, actually I'm going to set that to default cursor, and then I'll set that to default. Okay, so now as you can see, the title is now big, and then when we hover, the cursor is set to default. Okay, we also want to do the same thing for the paragraph. Okay, I'm going to say dot main title, and then I'm going to do P. So for the paragraph, I'm just going to define the font size to 1.8 rem, because I want it to be bigger than the initial font size. Actually, we could have created another variable for this one, but I can't be asked to do that, so it's up to you what you decide to do. I'm going to do text transform. I'm going to set the text transform to uppercase. I want it to be uppercase for the, like this. So as you can see, it's uppercase now. Okay, so here also only the P tag, it has a uppercase text transform. I'm going to also do the transition for that. Transition, yeah, we have the text transform to uppercase. We're also going to do the cursor as well. Copy this property and put it like that. Okay, so that's the paragraph. We want to also do the same thing for the paragraph. We want to skew the paragraph. I'm going to duplicate this, and then I'm going to put it to P. Okay, so when we hover the whole thing, oops, that's the wrong one. Here, okay, we can skew the whole thing. Okay, so that's for the title. Now let's work on this section here for the skews. I'm going to say dot service skews. Okay, we're going to be doing the grid display. I'm going to say grid. We're going to have 2 columns. We're going to say grid template columns. I'm going to say repeat. We're going to have 2 columns and then 1 FR. Okay, so they're all going to have equal size. I'm going to set the grid gap. So the grid gap for that, we're going to keep it consistent. We're going to set that to 2 rem, and then we're going to change the padding top, and then we'll set that to 3 rem. You can set that to whatever values that you like. Okay, so now we have spacing between the title and the content of the services. So now after that, I'm going to say dot. We're going to target the skew title. And make sure you have the correct spelling. We're changing the skew title font size. I'm going to say 2 rem, not 1, to set that to 2. And then the color we're going to set that to var primary, padding bottom. We're going to set that to 1 rem. So also, I remember we've done a span. So by default, I want all of the spans to have a color of secondary, all of them. Okay, I'm going to say var secondary. So by default, I just want all of the spans that I'm going to define in the index to have a color of secondary. So as you can see, there it is. So all of the spans by default, they're going to have a secondary color like that. So now we need to, so now we have skew title, font size is set to 2 rem. We need to target the skill item. Okay, actually the skill container. Let's target the skill container first. Okay, we're going to say dot skills container. So that's the main container. We're going to do a grid. We're going to have 2 columns as well. So make sure you set that display, not just grids. And then we're going to set the template columns to 2, and then we're going to repeat the same thing, the same process. And then grid gap. We're going to have grid column and row gap different. So we're going to say grid column gap. We're going to set that to 1 rem column, only for the columns, and then grid row gap. We're going to set that to 2 rem. So only for the column, and then for the row, it's going to be 2 rem. So it's going to be different. Okay, so now after that, let's go to the skill item, the individual skill item, the grid item. I'm going to say dot skill item. So if you don't remember, let's go back to the CSS. So versus skill item, this is the actual item, the grid item right here. So that's what I'm targeting. So in there, I'm going to give it a display flex, and then I'm going to say width. I'm going to set that to 100%. Width, I'll set that to 100%. And then I'm going to align items. I'm going to set that to center. Okay, so that's that. And also I want to resize the image. It's too big. I want to make it a bit small. I'm going to say dot left. I'm going to say scale rectangle. Actually, not rectangle, section, sect, scale sect. And then I'm going to target the IMG, the actual image. I want to change the width to 70 pixels, which is a little bit smaller. Excuse me. Okay, so after that, I'm going to target the right section, right scale sect. I'm going to change from left to right. So for the, make sure you have a correct spelling. From left to right, and then I'm going to say width, I'm going to set it to 100%, and I'm also going to do a padding left. I'm going to do 1 rem. Okay, so there it is. So now we just need progress text. Okay, actually this is not the image. Remove the image selector. So left right section like this. So make sure you have the correct selection of the class. Okay, left right scale, I don't know what I'm doing. Right scale section like this. Okay, so you just need to make sure your class namings, the selection is correct. So let's see, left, so this should be right. Make sure you change it to right scale sect. I'm going to copy this class name and then put it like this, and then you just have to make sure it's correct. Okay, so width 100%, padding left 1 rem, and then I'm going to do dot progress text. I'm going to say display. I'm going to set that to flex, and then I want to justify content. I'm going to say space between, because I want them to be spaced out in whatever width they're occupying. So now, as you can see, they're spaced out, space between the width. Okay, so now they're spaced between. We're going to align them to center as well. Align items to center. Okay, so yeah, now as you can see, they're now centered. Okay, like this in the container. So now let's do the progress bar. We're going to do dot progress bar. So for the progress bar, I'm going to set the width to 100%, and then the height 0.6 rem, and then background color. I want to say var neutral 1. That's the background color, the initial, and then border radius. I'm going to set that to 16 pixels. You can set that to whatever you like. You can mess around with the value. And then I'm going to set percent relative, because we're going to be presenting absolute the child element, which is the progress. Okay, as you can see now, that's the progress bar, but we need the actual progress, which is going to tell us what progress the items have. Okay, so let's do the actual progress. We're going to say target the progress class. We set that to progress, and then the width, actually not the width, the height of that, we're just going to define the height to 100%. Make sure you set the height to 100%. So that's the height. And then we're going to do background color. We're going to do var. So the background color is going to be the primary color. And then position, we're going to set absolute. We're going to say left, we're going to set that to 0. Okay, we want it to be at the 0 on the left, and then top. also 0. And then we're going to do border radius. We're going to set the same thing to 16 pixels. 16 pixels, that's the border radius. Just in case, maybe we might, actually I don't think we're going to be doing animations in this section, but so just leave it, we don't need to do the transition anymore. Okay, but as you can see, the progress is not there, but so the progress that we want is for the CSS. So this is the progress, and then CSS, we need to give it a specific width, and then if we do Python, we need to give it a specific width. So in that case, I'm going to say after the progress, I'm going to target the actual element that I want to give progress to, which is CSS. Okay, I'm going to say dot CSS. Okay, I'm going to give it a width. So the width, I decided to do this, I'm just going to do 80%. And then as you can see, for the CSS, we have a width of 80%. Okay, that's the width that we have there. Let me double check the container, skills container, skills container. Make sure it's skills container because we're doing a grid here. Skills container like this. Okay, so now it's small. That means we're going to have another one here. So it's a grid. It's a 2-column grid. When I inspect, if I go to the parent, as you can see, it's a 2-column grid. Okay, so in here we're going to have another item. So make sure you select the names of the classes correctly. Okay, so that's it for the CSS item. I'm going to be duplicating this. So you can duplicate this as many times as you want. You just need to change the images around and the text. Okay, so duplicate the skill item, duplicate that, and then change from CSS to, let's say, Adobe Cloud, and then change the percentage to something like 75%. Okay, and then in the progress, change the class to Adobe for AD for stands for Adobe. So it's up to you what you decide to do. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go back to the CSS. I'm gonna say .ad for Adobe. Just change the width to 75%. Actually, 75%. As you can see, the progress is now 75%. So we also want to change the image from CSS to Adobe like that. So we're going to have a different image like this. Okay, so we also need to do the same thing for the rest of the skills items. Okay, so for me, not to waste your time, I'm just going to paste them in instead of doing them in the video, which is going to, for you, it's just not good for you to like watch everything that I do, changing all these values. I'm just going to change them off camera and then paste them. You just need to change the images. Okay, so after the skills, after the Adobe, I'm going to collapse this, and then after that I'm just going to paste in other items. Okay, so we have GitHub, Linux, Python, and JavaScript. So I just changed the data. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to the CSS and style those. So the classes for Python is py, JavaScript is JS. So just give them meaningful names. For I'm just gonna style. So Python, I'm gonna say width. I'm gonna set the width to 78%, and then I'm gonna change the background color to slate blue. That's the background color for the Python. I'm going to do JS. For JavaScript, I'm going to put the corresponding width and a different background color. So you can put any background color that you want. Okay, and also I have Linux. I've did a class of li for Linux and a width of 70%. Okay, and for GitHub, GitHub, I'm going to have a different background color for GitHub. Okay, and finally for Adobe, I want to have a different background color. And then for CSS, I'm going to do background color. I'm going to do var. I'm going to do primary. Actually, primary. It's up to you what you decide to it's what you decide to, give color, what values or whatever values you decide to give these, elements here. So you can give them different background colors or the same background color. It's up to you what you decide to do. So it's really up to you. You just need to style this to whatever suits your needs. You can use different color, you can use different values. So you can, mess around with the width, only mess around with the width, background color. So it really depends on you. So this the namings I've given for the progress bars for each individual progress item. So yeah, it really depends on what you decide to name these and the width or whatever images you decide to use. So these are the images that I wanted to go with. Yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this portfolio section. This is a custom grid, by the way, so I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's continue on the next section. So this section we're going to be doing the portfolio section. I'm going to be also running the live version for you to see the section we're going to be working on. So this is the section that we're going to be working on. Okay, so down here, after the section about, I'm going to be creating another section. I'm going to say section, and then I'm going to give it a class of section. So this is going to be the portfolio section. I'm going to say portfolio. Okay, we're also going to include this utility padding 3 class. Let's put it let's put after the section portfolio, because we want to utilize the padding. Okay, so we're going to be using this class on this section as well. Okay, so what we're also going to be reusing this main title here. Copy the main title and paste it down here, and then change this title to actually, let me double check what I've written here. It's my portfolio. My portfolio. I'm just gonna copy this and then I'm gonna paste it down here as well. Okay, so now we should have the title. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. So there's the title. As you can see with the padding. Okay, we're reusing the utility class. Okay, so for the portfolio, I'm going to be creating another div here, down here after the title. I'm going to say portfolio. So down here, I'm going to say, in the portfolio, we're going to have an image. Okay, so I'm going to say .img, actually .image. I want to include an image. And then here, I'm just going to say img. And then I'm going to say portfolio image. I'm going to start with the portfolio. You can start with number 1. I'm going to start with portfolio 1, image number 1. And then I'm going to say I'm going to do an image overlay. Okay, so this is a div. Image overlay is a div. So the image overlay is, I think it's like this background here when we hover. So as you can see, there's this color coming here. Okay, so after that, we're going to have some icons. We're going to say portfolio icons. Okay, so make sure it's icons here. So here, go to Font Awesome and search for the icons. So I'm going to do so that's for the icon, fab. And then I'm going to say .fa GitHub. Okay, so that's the class. And then I'm going to say .portfolio GitHub. Okay, portfolio GitHub, like that. Okay, so that's you should give us a GitHub icon. And then we also need to do LinkedIn and YouTube. I'm just going to paste those icons down here. Okay, so we have Facebook and LinkedIn. Actually, not Facebook, I mean it's YouTube. So when I save, we should have those icons that they are. Okay, so the portfolios, actually this is the portfolio. So in the portfolio, it should be in a container called portfolios. portfolios. It should be in a container. So this is the portfolio item here. So we can duplicate this portfolio item to make more, but it should be in a container called portfolios. Okay, that's it. So now let's go to the styles. I'm going to comment. I'm going to say portfolios, and then we're going to start doing the portfolio styles. Okay, so we're going to use a grid for that. We're going to say display. Actually, we're going to say dot portfolios. We're going to do a grid, display grid, and then we're going to give it a fixed height. We're going to say 90 VH. That's the fixed height we're going to give it. You can give it more or less. It depends on what you decide to do. So we're going to say grid template columns. We're going to say repeat. So we're going to have 4 columns. Okay, so we're going to say 1FR like that, and then we're going to have some rows. So grid template rows. So we're going to say repeat. We're going to have 3 rows. So 3 rows, they're going to go like horizontally. So we're going to have 3 rows going horizontal. Okay, so we're going to say 1FR. So these rows are going to be equally distributed on this height 90 VH, and also the columns are going to be equally distributed to the width of the container. Okay, we're going to give them a grid gap. So the grid gap, I'm going to give them 2 rem to make it consistent with the grid gap we've been given before. So I'm then going to say also padding top. I'm going to set that to 3 rem. Okay, so I'm going to leave the grid items some spacing between the title. Okay, so I'm going to set the portfolio, the actual portfolio, to position relative, because I'm going to position absolute something. I'm going to say overflow to hidden. Overflow. I'm going to say overflow. I'm going to set that to hidden. Okay, and then I'm going to target the image div dot portfolio. I'm going to say dot image. I want to give it a width 100%, height 100%. I'm also going to give background size. We're going to set that to cover, so we don't want the image to stretch. Actually, the background size, we don't need to give the background size on that. We actually need to put that property on the image. Okay, I'm going to say cursor to pointer. And then we're going to say position relative, and then I'm going to do border radius to 16 pixels. Okay, so after that I'm going to target the portfolio, and then dot image, and then we're going to target the actual image. Okay, so for the actual image, we're going to say width 100%, height 100%, object fit, we're going to set that to cover so the image doesn't stretch out, so it's going to scale nicely according to the container. We're going to say border radius, we're going to set that to 16 pixels, that's to be consistent. Let's save. As you can see, now when I inspect this, as you can see, we have a grid, so we have 4 columns and 3 rows as we specified. So I want the first image to cover 2 rows, to cover 2 rows and 2 columns. So it's actually easy to do that. I want the first one to do that. So the first one is, I'm pretty sure it is a class. I'm going to say, I want to give it another class. I'm going to say portfolio. I'm thinking of a name. I want to give it another class called portfolio main. You can give it another class, it depends what you want, so the naming is up to you. Okay, so I want to say portfolio main. I'm going to say grid column. I want it to span 2. I want to cover 2 columns. Okay, so now it's covering 2 columns, and also I want it to cover 2 rows. I'm going to say grid row, grid row, I want to say span also 2. Okay, so I want it to cover 2 rows like that. Okay, same as here, it's covering 2 rows. Okay, seems like everything looks different for a bit. Okay, so let's keep going. So we need 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 grid items. Okay, so now I just need to duplicate this and change the images around. Okay, so duplicate the portfolio item here. So when you duplicate this, make sure you remove this class here. Okay, so remove the p main, so which is this is not the main portfolio item. I'm going to duplicate this multiple times. 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm gonna save. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, so that's what we got now. You can put more items, it's up to you. Okay, so now we just need to change the images that we have right here. So I'm going to be changing those images. Portfolio, I'm gonna say 2. I'm gonna change this to 3 4 5 6. If I have a sixth one, I'm not sure if I have a 7 one. Yeah, 7. So just change around the images. So something is going on with this one. I'm gonna inspect. It's portfolio number, portfolios number 2. So portfolios, portfolio main. Let me see. Okay, so it's a JPEG. Oh, it seems to be not working actually. I'm gonna put number 7. Doesn't matter. Portfolio number 7. Oh, I see why. Because of here we didn't put a double quote. We need to make sure it's surrounded with a double quote. Okay, so yeah, everything looks nice. We need to work on the hover effect now. Okay, so actually the overlay image is this. So now let's work on the other stuff. Okay, so now we've done the portfolios. Now let's work on the image overlay. Okay, so I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna say dot image overlay. I'm gonna say position of absolute, and then I'm gonna say top. I'm gonna do 50%. I'm gonna do left 50% because I want it to be centered. Okay, so I'm gonna do width 90%, height I'm gonna set that to 90% as well. 90%, and then I'm going to do transform. I want to translate. Okay, so I'm going to translate minus 50%. Make sure it's 50%. So it's a way to center. We're going to center the image overlay, and then I'm going to also put the scale X to 0. So we're going to scale on the X-axis. So as you can see, when I hover, it's scaling on the X-axis. So that's what we want to do. Okay, so the background color, I want to do var. I'm going to set that to primary. After that, we're going to do opacity. I'm going to set that to 1. And then transition, I'm going to do var, and then I'm going to do trans, and then a border radius 16 pixels. Okay, so when we have the portfolio, we want this overlay to show. How do we do that? So I make sure it says overlay here, overlay. So when we have the portfolio item, we want the image to show. I'm going to say portfolio, the portfolio item. When we have that, I'm going to say dot image. Okay, and then on hover, when we have that, we were going to interact with the image overlay. What are we going to do? We're going to do this, but in reverse order. We're going to leave -50, but we're just going to put this to 1 actually. The scale, we're going to set that to 1. So now when we hover, something is going on. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Top 50%, left 50%, position is set to absolute. So the parent image overlay, it should be set to position of relative. Okay, so let me double check. IMG image overlay. Okay, so what did I set to position relative? Image. Okay, I'm going to remove position relative in the image. I'm going to inspect. Image overlay. Image overlay. I'm going to say position. I'm going to set that to relative to the image again. And then now I'm going to select the image overlay. Oh, there's something wrong with the translation. Okay, so position relative, put it back to position relative, the image overlay, the image, here, transform, translate. Oh, it's not translate Y, it's just translate, not translate Y. Okay, so we're only translating, we won't translate anywhere we want, not only on the Y-axis, but X and Y together. Okay, so as you can see now when we hover, it's coming. Okay, so that's what we are looking for, that's the effect we're looking for. Okay, so we also want to do the icons, so we want them to animate in. Okay, so to do that, those icons, we're going to be targeting those icons and giving a position. So here I'm going to say dot, I'm going to say dot portfolio icons, I believe that's the class name. Let me double check. Yep, that's the class name, portfolio icons. Okay, so portfolio icons, we're going to do display. We're going to set that to flex, and then we're going to say position of absolute, and then top 50%, top 50%, and then we're going to say left 50%, 50%, and then we're going to copy this property. Okay, copy this property right here, but in this case we want to do -50% for the x-axis, and then for the y we're going to change that to 290 pixels. We want this to be starting at this value, 290 pixels on the y, and then I'm going to rotate this also. So we're going to use the rotate property. We're going to rate initially we're going to start at 270 degrees rotation. Okay, and then I'm going to do font size. I'm going to say to rem. Transition, we're going to do var, we're going to do trans, and then the opacity, we're going to set that to 0 for the opacity. Okay, so I'm going to say dot portfolio icons actually this font size should be cut, should be in here, paste it here. Okay, I'm going to do a margin, so margin I'm going to say top and bottom 0, 1 rem, left and right. Okay, so I also want to do the icons when we hover. How do we do that? So when we hover, I'm going to copy the, actually let's do the selector first. I'm going to do portfolio. When you hover, the portfolio image, I'm going to say dot image. When you hover this, the image in this the portfolio, the image div, when you hover the div, I want the portfolio icons to show. So I'm going to copy this value here, copy, paste it down here. Okay, so the rotation, I'm going to remove that, and then I'm going to set that to 0. And then the y-axis, I'm going to set that to minus 50% to make sure it's centered. Okay, and then the opacity, I'm going to set the opacity to 1. Okay, I'm going to save that. See, that's the wrong one. See, as you can see, now the icons are showing. Same thing here. When you hover, the icons, they spin in. Okay, then they show. So you can actually make these icons go to somewhere else, to an external website. So you just have to change this icon and put it into an anchor tag, and then you put the website you want it to go to, and then you put the icon in there, and then when you click it, it goes to that website. Okay, so it's up to you what you decide to do. You can put it into an anchor tag like that. Okay, so now we can actually make it like when we hover to get like a different color, or like this secondary color when we have one of these icons. So to do that, I'm going to say icons I'm going to select this and hover. I'm just going to say color. So the color I'm going to do var. I'm going to do secondary, I believe that's the name. When you hover, it should be second. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, it's secondary, but there's no transition. We can do the transition in here. Transition. Okay, so we can transition. We can do this var here, the trans variable. Okay, so now when we hover, there's a transition. Okay, so yeah, everything works as expected. That's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one, which is the services section. Yeah, I'll see you then. Okay, welcome back. So now let's work on the services section. I just realized I've also missed this image right here, so we just need to add that real quick. So go back to the index, and then we're going to include that image. Okay, so in the index, we're going to look for a place to add that image. I'm going to collapse the portfolios, and then I'm going to say dot overlay. Okay, and then I'm going to do image. In here I'm going to do img, and then I'm going to do bg dots. So, okay, so that's the image. So we just need to style that overlay. Okay, so to start the overlay, I'm just going to set the position to absolute. I'm going to do it here. I say dot overlay. I'm going to say position absolute, and then left, I'm going to set left to 14 or to 100 pixels, and then z index, I'm going to set that to -1. We want it to be below the content items, and then I'm going to say dot overlay img. We're targeting the actual image inside the overlay. I'm going to set the width of that image to 200 pixels. Okay, and also I'm going to say top for that overlay, the image overlay that I'm going to be using. I'm going to say top 16.3 RAM, or yeah, somehow it's not there. I'm going to save. Still it's not there, it's not showing, so something might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm reusing this class somewhere. Let me double check. Let me inspect this. I'm gonna look for the overlay. Whoops, the overlay. Actually, I need to set the parent, the port. Which one is the parent of the overlay? So the parent for the overlay is the section portfolio. I need to set that position relative. Okay, so now there it is. Okay, so portfolios, I'm gonna say dot section portfolio. I'm gonna say position relative. I'm gonna say that percent relative. Okay, so now when I refresh, there it is. So now I just need to do the left value. So width, I'm going to say left 100 pixels. I'm going to say 140 pixels. Okay, so doesn't work. I'm going to inspect this. I'm going to try to tweak these values. Inspect, overlay, left, increase the value to find the values that you want. Okay, so yeah, like this. Roughly 220 pixels, that's where I want this. 220 pixels. So left, I'm going to say 220 pixels from the left side. Okay, so yeah, now everything is good. Oops. Yeah, there it is, everything's good. So now let's work on the service section. So for the service section, we're going to still using the utility class and this title here. I'm going to copy this title. We're going to be using this. I'm going to collapse this section. I'm going to collapse this section. I'm going to say section dot section services dot u pad 3. Okay, we're going to be using the utility. I'm going to say services, my services. Okay, so now that's the title for the service section. There it is. Now we just need to work on the actual services. Okay, I'm going to do services, a div, services container. So con stands for container. So in here I'm going to say create a service item dot service. Okay, so service item, and then in there we're going to have dot service image, and then for the service image you're going to be using an icon. I'm going to say I dot fast and then dot fa search. That's the icon I'm going to be using, the search icon. Okay, so after that I'm going to have an h4. I'm just going to say bug searching. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, searching. So make sure, I just need to make sure the spelling is correct. Okay, and after that I'm just going to do a paragraph lorem ipsum. I'm going to do p lorem. I'm going to say 13. Oops, make sure it's lorem. I'm going to say 14. It's up to you what you decide to put. Just random lorem ipsum text. Okay, so that's that. Can also, yeah, I think that's it for that, for the service item. Okay, so there it is. Now let's start doing the styles. So this is the service items. As you can see here, it's going to be like, you can use a Flexbox or a grid to display this as item. Okay, so if you do flex, they're going to be aligned side by side. I'm going to do grid, which is quite quick. I prefer to use the grid when I can. So I'm going to be service container. Okay, so I'm going to comment. I'm going to say services. Okay, so we're commenting, and then I'll say dot services container. What's going on? is this service or services container? Services container. Okay, so we're going to say display grid, and then we're going to say grid template columns, we're going to say repeat. We're going to do auto fill, something like this, and then I think we're going to do, actually no, it's like autofill, and then we're going to do min max. Okay, so the minimum width, I'm going to set that to 300 pixels, and then whenever, I believe this is the correct syntax. Okay, so that's that. So when I save, hopefully, yep, so the minimum width, as I've set that to 300 pixels, that means so this grid is going to be automatically responsive, okay, as long as the minimum width is 300 pixels. So that's what I set. You can set it to whatever value that you want. Okay, so let's do grid gap. We're going to set that to 2 rem, and then padding top, we're going to set 3 rem to make sure it's consistent. Okay, so now we're going to say dot service, the actual service. I'm going to say text align, I'm going to set that to center, and then I'm going to do display flex, and then we're going to change the direction. We're going to set that to column. Okay, and then we're going to say justify content to center, and then we're going to align items to center as well. Okay, so now let's target the icon. I'm going to say dot service, and then I'm going to say dot service image, which is the icon, and then I'm going to say padding. I'm going to say 1 rem, 1 padding around 1 rem. Okay, and then the width and height, I'm going to set that to 130 pixels. So we want this to be slightly rounded. I'm going to set the height to also 130 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to do display. I'm going to set that to flex, and then I'm going to align items to center, and then I'm going to also use the justify content property, and then set it to center as well. And then I'm going to say border. For the border, I'm going to do a 3 pixel border, 3 pixel, and then the border is going to be dashed, and then the color is going to be hash F7. So that's the color for the border. And then we're going to be doing this transition. We're going to do var. We're going to do trans for the transition. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we got so far. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a border. Okay, so now let's target the icon. I'm going to say dot service I. I'm going to say font size. I'm going to set that to 6 rem. I'm also going to say margin. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. And then I'm going to say background color. I'm going to set that to hash F7, like so. And then border radius, I'm going to set that to 10 pixels. I want it to be smaller than 16 pixels, what we've been using. I'm going to say padding, I'm going to set that to 1 rem, and then I'm also going to give it a color. I'm just going to paste in the color because it's quite a long color. Okay, so the values are there's quite a lot of values to type in, so I don't waste your time. And then transition, I'm going to do var, and then I'm going to do trans. Okay, and then I'm going to save. Okay, so something weird. Okay, so that's the background color. Okay, so let's see what we're doing wrong. Margin, we're setting that to 1 rem. Padding. Okay, so that's the icon. So here, oh, this one, it says service image. It's not padding top, it's actually padding around everything. So it's not, this one should not be padding top. Okay, so one padding around everything. Okay, so yep. Okay, so here, let me get rid of this padding. Let me see what's going on. Save. I'm going to say padding. I'm gonna say 0.8 rem, maybe, so we can leave sort of this spacing right here. Okay, so I can't actually remember how I left this spacing right here. So here, padding, border, flex. Okay, border radius. So yeah, actually I need to do a border radius here as well. Border radius, I'm gonna set that to 10 pixels as well, same as the inner content. So make sure also this one is rounded as well. Okay, so font size, I'm not sure if I've used 6 rem for the font size. This one's too big. I'm going to reduce the font size for that. This one, I'm going to reduce this to maybe 3 rem. Let's see how that looks like. Okay, so yeah, 3 rem is okay. I'm gonna say 4. And also I'm going to increase the padding from 0.8 to 1 rem. Okay, so let's see what we got. 1 rem, like that. I think, yeah, it's quite similar. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I need to put my phone on silent. Okay, so yeah, that's for that. So now let's keep going. So now let's do the service image. I'm gonna say dot service dot s image, and then when we hover this s image on hover, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to change the border 3 pixels. The border is going to be 3 pixels still, dashed. And then I'm just going to change the color to var primary. Okay, so when we hover this, so now the border is gonna go to primary, like that. Okay, now I also want to do like this. When I hover the icon, actually when I hover this service image, I want to affect the icon itself. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do like this, and then the color, I'm going to use I'm gonna paste in the color. I'm going to say color. I'm just gonna paste in the color. Oops, I didn't copy it. So here's the color that we're going to be using on hover. Okay, like that. When you hover, the icon changes color. Okay, so that's kind of the effect we're looking for. So now let's keep going with the styles. So I'm going to say dot service. I'm going to target the h4, the header for the service, and then I'm going to say padding. I'm going to set a padding 1 rem, 0, left and right, and then I'm going to say font size. I'm going to set that to 1.7 rem, and then I'm going to do color. For the color, I'm going to do var primary. That's going to be the color, and then I'm going to do dot service p. I'm going to say padding top. I'm going to set that to 0.4 rem. Okay, I'm going to save. Okay, so there it is. Everything looks good. Okay, So far so good. So now it's only a matter of changing the data here. I'm going to duplicate the service, the actual service. I'm going to duplicate it. Actually, instead of me duplicating the services in the video, I'm going to just paste in the data which I've already changed, but it's the same thing. Just duplicate and change the title. Okay, so you just need to change the titles once you duplicate. So just change the data around. I'm going to paste. So the second service, so when you duplicate, just change the data. I'm just using the icon called microchip. And then for the third one, I'm using an icon called pen nib. I don't know what that means. And then finally, I'm using a Python icon. Okay, so you just need to change around the data. That's it. It's only duplicating the first one, which we've done here. Okay, so it's a grid, right? So I want to have 4 items actually. So we're using a minimum, a min-max, because this one is going to adapt, but I want to start with 4. So I'm going to make sure I go to the grid and decrease the minimum, the min-max. So I'm gonna set that to 240 pixels. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so I'm gonna set that to 240 pixels. So as you can see, everything works and everything is going to adapt, okay, depending on the screen size. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one where we're going to be working on this contact section and the footer. Hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So now let's work on this contact section. So I'm going to be creating the contact. I'm going to collapse this section. I'm going to start with section, and then I'm going to say section contact, so to make sure it's a contact section. And then we're going to be using the utility pad number 3. Okay, so we're not going to be reusing that title anymore, but in here we're going to create a new title. We're going to say dot contact info. Okay, so in the contact info we're going to have an h4. We're just going to say contact me, and then after that I'm going to say h2. We're going to say request for a quote like that, and then I'm going to do that, and then also I'm going to say dot email, and then I'm going to do an I dot fast dot fa envelope like that. So that's the icon I'm going to be using. And then here I'm just going to have a p tag. I'm going to say Maclean's universal at gmail.com. So that's my email. If you want to email me about anything, you can email me through this email. Okay, so after that we're going to be reusing that navigation, the navigation we've done here up here. So I'm going to copy this navigation. Okay, we're reusing the same items in that navigation. So collapse this navigation, copy this navigation. We're going to reuse the whole thing. Okay, so collapse and copy this navigation. So after the contact info, I'm going to paste in the navigation. Okay, so in the navigation though, I don't want to reuse these icons. I'm going to get rid of these icons here, collapse and get rid of the icons. Now save. Let's see what we have before we do anything. So as you can see, we have the navigation. There it is. So when I inspect, for some reason there is a navigation. It has padding. I want to get rid of that. So I want to get rid of this padding. I'm going to say section services. So I'm going to say comment. So this section is going to be contact section. contact, I've selected the wrong class name, by the way. So I want to select the contact section contact. Section contact, and I want to target the navigation. I'm going to set padding to initial. Okay, only on this navigation, not at this navigation, because I'm saying contact section and then the navigation inside this contact section. I want to get rid of the padding and set it to initial, but to default state. Okay, so now we have the navigation. Now let's work on the styling this stuff here. Okay, so I'm just gonna say contact info, navigation. So I'm going to change the background color section contact. I'm going to say background color. I'm going to do var. I'm going to do neutral number 2. I believe that's the color that I'm going to be using for that. Yeah, that's the correct color. And then position, I'm going to set that to relative. Okay, and then here I'm going to say dot contact info. So for the contact info, I'm going to text align. I'm going to set to center. I want to align the text to center. Dot contact info H4. I'm going to target the H4. I'm going to set the font size to 2 rem. And then I want to say padding bottom. I'm going to set that to 3 rem maybe. Okay, and then after that I'm going to target the email, the icon, if you remember, email. And then I'll say padding top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 3 rem, 0 left and right. And then we're going to say display. We're going to set it to flex, and then justify content to center, align items, set it to center. Okay, and then I'm going to target the actual icon. I'm going to say email I for the icon. Okay, so margin 0 top and bottom, 1 rem left and right. Okay, so also the font size, I want to set that to 3 rem. And then I want to say opacity. I'm going to set the opacity to 0.8. And then the color for that, I'm going to paste in the color. I'm going to do hash. Actually, I think it's the var primary. It's actually secondary. Let's use the secondary color. Okay. So yeah, there it is. It's looking nice. Now let's do dot email. That's the div, and then the p, taking the paragraph. Font size, I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem. And then we're going to set the cursor to pointer. Okay, as you can see now, it's much bigger. Okay. So I want to make sure there's also a padding. Okay, so I'm going to inspect email. So email, I'm going to give email padding bottom. So email padding top and bottom, we'll set that to 3 rem. Actually, yeah, we've done that already. Here, actually, I'm going to increase this from 3. I'm going to say 6 maybe. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one. Save. So inspect, something going on. Contact info, email. Oops, navigation. Contact info, email, padding. So this shouldn't be padding bottom. It's actually padding like this. Okay. So I don't know why I've put padding bottom. That was an accident. Okay, like that. So now yeah, the navigation looks good. Or we can reduce the margin. So the nav item, we can sort of reduce the margin left and right to 1 rem. Okay, so we can say dot what's this, is it section contact dot nav item a, I'm going to say margin 0 1 rem, like that. Actually that's the wrong one. Inspect. So the actual nav item is the one with the margin. We don't need to target the anchor tag anymore. Okay, so yep, so there it is. Everything looks good. We've reduced the margin. So yeah, the contact looks quite similar. Looks the same really. So now let's do the footer. Actually, so the footer is quite easy to do. It's not going to waste a lot of your time. So after the main, so the footer is no longer in the main. We just type footer, and then we do p tag, and then I'm going to say at 2022. Okay, 2022, and then I'm going to say I'm going to do a span, and then say Maclean's universal, Maclean's universal. Okay, so after the span, I'm going to say all rights reserved, like that. So that's it for the footer. So there it is, but we just need to go back here. I'm just gonna do like this. I'm gonna comment. I'm going to say footer. So I'm going to say footer, the actual footer. Okay, footer. I'm going to say padding for the footer is going to be 2 rem top and bottom, 18 rem left and right. Okay, like that. So now with the footer, then we can do footer, and then I'm going to target the paragraph inside the footer, and then I'm going to do text align to center, and then color, it's going to be primary color, I believe. Yeah, that's what I've used. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this. You can actually do we can put a cursor to, I can do like footer, and then I do span and do cursor to pointer. Okay, so when I have that, there's a pointer. I mean, yeah, that's it for this video. That's it for this website. So in the future, we're going to do a media query section. So maybe we might come back later on this website and do some media queries to make this website more responsive. Or you can do that as an assignment by yourself after sorry, it doesn't, my English is not coming out. So after when I show you how to do the media queries, that's when you're going to come back to this section and try to make this website responsive. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's weird, like when I try to speak in English, sometimes I can't think of the words to say, so it happens to me a lot. So yeah, I'll see you on the next video. So the next section, we're going to be looking at SASS, and then how to make a website using SASS and so forth. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this website. I'll see you on the next video. Welcome to this video. In this video, I'm going to be introducing you to something called media queries. So media queries is just like how the website is going to respond to different screen sizes. So for example, when I hit F12 or right click and inspect, as you can see, everything is getting squashed up and it doesn't look really nice. So this is not what we want. So we want these items here to adapt according to the screen size, depending on the screen size. For example, if I go to the mobile screen and look for a screen, let's say iPhone, look at this, it doesn't look nice, isn't it? So we need to find a way to make it look more responsive to depending on the screen size. So to do that, we're going to use something called a media query property. Okay, so let's go down here. Let's go to the styles. So the media queries, they should always be at the bottom of all of the styles. Okay, so if you put the media queries at the top, they're not going to work because everything here is going to be executed line by line. So the media queries, always they should be at the bottom of the of all of the styles. Okay, so here let's comment, and then let's say media queries. Okay, so to use the media queries, we're going to use a media query property. You say at screen. Okay, so make sure you copy exactly what I'm doing, and then space, and then type end, and then space, and then we're going to say max width. So the max width is, let's say when I inspect here, when I decrease the size, when everything starts to break, let's say at this size, I want to have 2 grid items. Okay, because everything starts to break, so I want to have 2 instead of 3. So at this size, so if you do this, you can see the size here. You can kind of see the size here as we start to decrease the width. So let's say at 1287 pixels. So you can say at 1287 pixels. At that size, that's when you want to start to decrease the grid. Okay, so I want to look for the items that I want to affect. I'm going to inspect this grid. So I'm going to affect the blocks container. Okay, so instead of 3 items, I'm going to say put 2 items. Okay, like this. Okay, so I want to target this blocks container. Let's go to the media query. Blocks container, we select that class name, and then we're going to say display grid. Actually, not display grid, grid template columns. And then we're going to say repeat, and then 2 1FR instead of having 3 items. Okay, so now we have 2 items. So depending on the screen size, now we have 2 items. So everything looks nice. It's responding nicely. So let's say at this size, let's say, yeah, some like this size, actually the same size, this one, we're going to inspect the content. We're going to reduce the padding left and right. We're going to reduce it to, I don't know, to 7 rem. Okay, so we can just say dot content padding, I believe it's 10 rem, and then left 7 rem left and right, like that. Okay, actually it's 6 rem, 6 top and bottom, 6. Okay, so now we reduce. So now we reduce the screen size. So at somewhere like this size, like I believe 811 pixels, duplicate. I'm going to say actually not 811. So somewhere like I don't know, 956 pixels. 956. I want to reduce this padding again, so I'm going to set it to 3 rem. Okay, so get rid of this. So here we just want to, at 956 pixels, we want to change the padding. There it is. Looks nice. So I'm going to go down again. So everything starts to break here. I'm going to do 681 pixels. 681 pixels. 681 pixels. Okay, so at this stage, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and then instead of having 2 columns, we're going to have 1 column. Okay, and then now we have 1 column. There it is. Okay, so we can also start to mess around with the font size here. So I'm going to inspect this. Okay, so I can say maybe before width, I can try to go to the body. I can say maybe font size. Font size, I'm going to say like 10%. Actually, not 10%. I'm going to increase this value. Or maybe, let me double inspect this, what font size I've used. So P, font size is set to 4M. So I'm going to target the paragraph at a certain size. Let's say maybe this size here. I'm going to say P, font size. I want to say 50%. Okay, now let's see what we got. Okay, so the font size doesn't change much. Inspect. P, it's actually H1. So H1. So H1, font size, I want to set that to rem. Okay. So inspect this H1 here. It says it's H1. Font size, title container, that's what we need. Actually the title container like this. Title container H1, font size. I'm going to set that to 2rem. 2rem like that. Okay, so there it is. And then I'm going to say P, the paragraph, title container. I'm going to target title container instead of H1. I'm going to say P. And then I'm also going to change the font size for that. So the paragraph, it was set to 4M. We're setting that to 2rem also to make it smaller. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, it's smaller now. So you can copy these styles here and put it here. So here we just change it to 3rem. Okay, like that. So it's going to adapt. Okay, so maybe we can, you can find a way to sort this out. So I was just showing you the basics of media queries. So you can maybe reduce the font size earlier than what we did now. You can reduce the font size earlier, and then yeah, or you can decrease the padding between the here and the title and the grid items as well. You can even change the padding here, so like that. Okay, so yeah, everything is like responding nicely. So when you go to the mobile screen, everything looks nice. You can even change the padding top and bottom. So this was just an introduction how to make it responsive. But to make this grid responsive, there's an easier way as well to make it responsive. Okay, before we do anything here. So instead of doing the grid the way we did it, so I'm going to comment this. Actually, to comment everything, I'm going to do like this. Comment. Then I'm going to comment this. So the grid, we can make it responsive automatically by using a property called here. We can say, instead of 3, we can say min. We can say actually auto fill. And then we're going to say auto fill, comma, min max, and then the minimum width, let's say 320 pixels, and then 1FR. Okay, so the grid is going to be automatically responsive. So now, as you can see, we have more grid items because the minimum width we changed to 320 pixels. So now when I inspect, the grid items are going to respond automatically. Okay, so as long as the width 320 pixels, it doesn't fit, it goes to the next line. If it doesn't fit, it goes to the next line. Okay, so we achieved this with one line of code, okay, instead of doing the media queries. So that's like one of the tricks you can use with grid. So I'm going to increase this to 350. It's not enough, so you can put this to 400 if you want to have 4 items, 400 pixels, so you can have 3 items actually. So now, as you can see, everything, if it doesn't fit the width, it's going to decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so yeah, that's the basics of media queries. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, welcome to this video. I'm going to show you an introduction to SASS. So I've opened the blogs project that we've created before. So to get started with SASS, we're going to go to the extensions. So this is the easiest way you can get started with SASS. And then you have to look for SASS. Okay, so, and then this is the extension that we want. So install this extension, SASS. And then after that, we're going to install another one called Live SASS Compiler. So you just need to install that extension as well. After you've installed those extensions, close VS Code, close it, and then you have to open it again. Okay, so after you close and open, so to create a SASS file, so let's create a new folder for that actually. Let's call this styles, and then we say .scs. Actually, styles is a folder, not a file. So I'm going to delete this file, and then I'm going to create a new folder. This is going to be styles. Oh my days, I meant to create a folder. I'm sorry. New folder, styles. So I'm going to copy these styles and I'm going to put it in. Oh my days. I'm going to put it in here, and then in the styles I'm going to create a new file, call this style.scss. So SCSS is an extension of SASS. So there's SCSS and SASS syntax. So I'll show you the difference between those extensions. So if I go to I'm going to say SASS. If you go to the website of SASS, if you go documentation, here we can see the syntax overview. So this is the SCSS syntax. So it's quite similar to the CSS syntax, okay? And then there's a SASS syntax. Let's look at SASS syntax. SASS. Sorry about that. That was a typo error. SASS syntax. Okay, so SASS. I need to show you quickly the SASS syntax. What the difference between SASS and SCSS. Okay, so this is the SASS syntax. You don't need to put the curly braces or anything. So it's like you're writing Python. It's like, it's weird. I prefer this one. It's similar to CSS, the SCSS syntax. Because it's similar to CSS, it's like you're writing normal CSS. So in this case, we're going to be using SCSS. Most people actually use this syntax here, SCSS, because it's similar to CSS. So the normal CSS is still going to work in the SASS. So I'm going to cut Control A, Control X to cut the styles, and then I'm going to paste them in the SASS. Okay. So now that we've pasted all of the styles, we need to check if they're working. So to generate a CSS file, we need to click this button here, Watch SASS. So when we click it, all of those styles are going to be in here. So there's going to be styles here. So when you click this Watch SASS and then save, and then there's this styles here. There should be styles in here. Styles. Okay, so for some reason the styles are not coming, but when you click Watch SASS, everything should be technically in there. Actually, let's make a change. So let's change the background color to red. Not color, the background color. Let's put that to red. Okay, so now let's save. Style.css. Don't save this, and then now let's save now. Now let's open again. As you can see, all of those styles have been generated into this style CSS. style.css, okay, from SASS. And also in the body, the background is red. So every time we click, we'll change and save. It's going to compile the SASS. As you can see, it says success. It's going to compile and put those changes into this file, CSS file. That file is the one that we need to link into the style, into the CSS here. So we need to select the folder styles, and then we need to link that style CSS in here. Okay, so now we've linked, the background changed to red. Okay, so as you can see, it's working. So if we want to change this one to green, we can change it to green. And then when we save, it's going to set that to green, okay? Because it's compiling and then putting the updates into the CSS file. So don't mind this style.css.map, don't mind this. It's automatically generated by SASS, so don't worry about it, just leave it there. You also don't need to touch this CSS file here. You don't need to touch it because all of the styles, you're going to be doing them into this style.css. Okay, so with SASS, so there is something called nesting. We can nest elements, okay? So what I mean by that, let's say for example, in the main content, I have some children, right? I can, I'm gonna get rid of this. So in the main content, let's check the main, let's go to the index. I'm going to close this CSS file. And then main content, the content, okay? So the content is inside the main content. We can nest, so the content, I'm going to cut the content. You can nest them in the main content, okay, like this. And then you can keep nesting the children within the main content. So the everything here is in the main content. You can kind of, take everything here, cut everything, and put it title container, cut, and then you can put it into the main content, okay? Or in that matter, so content, main content, you can put everything in the main content here. So in the content, we have the blogs container. So blogs, everything that has to do with blogs, we can copy this blogs content, blogs container. You can cut, to cut is Control X, and then in here we have content. You can put that, you can nest. So when I save, everything is going to look the same. It's not going to change because we can nest the styles with SASS, okay? Yeah, so I mean, this is the basics of SASS. I'm going to stop this video now. I'm going to see you on the next video where we're going to look at other functionalities of SASS. Okay, welcome back. Before we go any further, there's another way to install SASS using something called Node. So it's like a JavaScript package manager. So I can say Node, it's actually called npm. So you need to install npm. It's a package manager. So to install npm, just type node.js. Okay, so if you type node.js, download the node.js if you want to use an alternative to install SASS. Once you've done that, I'm just gonna, so to deal with SASS, you need to create something called, you need to install some modules. So the module that we're going to use is SASS. So you do like npm init. So that after installing, so you need to restart the editor and then type npm init. And then here we're gonna create a package JSON. Package name, just type is SASS, and then version, enter description. You can give any description, SASS package, whatever. And then entry point, you can leave it index, enter, or actually you can say app. But we're not doing a JavaScript, so I'm not going to show you many things. So app, enter, enter. Okay, so yeah. So now we have a package JSON here. So to install SASS, we can just type npm install SASS, I believe. So now we're installing SASS. We're going to have this package node modules here. So this is a lot of a hassle. So this is also not a JavaScript course. I'm not going to show you what npm is, node modules are, because like I will link you to a video. So I'll go to YouTube. I'll show you if you want to use this alternative. Let's go to YouTube. Okay, so whoops, what is it, this? So you go to YouTube and then you just type npm CS, actually SASS. Yeah, so this video here, it shows you how to set up the SASS CSS within Visual Studio Code with npm. But in this case, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to waste your time doing the npm stuff. I'm going to delete that. I'm sorry, my computer is not on silent. Okay, so now we've done that. I've deleted the npm, so you can use that version of installing with npm if you want to, but I'm not going to do that in the video. It's out of the scope of this video. So let's go back to look at more SASS files to do SASS. So with SASS, we can do some variables. If you remember, we've done some variables with using CSS. Okay, so we can do variables. Let's say color white. So this is how we do variable. We need to use a $, and then we do hash ff. Okay, so here we just need to change to color white. Okay, so that's how we use variables. So we're using in the style of CSS color white. We can do a variable about almost anything. So color bg, and then we just need to copy this and then put it there, and then here we just type color bg. Nothing is going to change. So when I save, everything is going to stay the same. Okay, so if you want to install, make sure to watch this video. Okay, so as you can see, everything is still the same. Nothing changes because we're using the variables from SASS. So we can actually modify these variables. So when I set this to blue, when I save, so the website is going to be blue because I've modified the variable. Okay, so I'm going to put it back to the default. So now it's gone back. Okay, so that's it for the variables. So now we can do something called mixins. So mixins are like functions or like blocks of code that we want to reuse later. So we can do @mixin to create a mixin, and then the name, let's say grid. So I want to use this code into a function. So I might want to reuse this code actually later on. I'll cut this code, mixin. I'll say grid mix or mixin or whatever, and then I'll paste all of the code here. So whenever I want to display grid, like let's say a different item, I'm going to be using this mixin to reuse this like mixin. So when I save, everything is going to be broken. Okay, so I want to save this to use this mixin. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. I'm going to say @include to use the mixin. So the name of the mixin is grid mixin. So you have to use this parenthesis, double parenthesis to call the function or the mixin actually. So it's a mixin. So when I save, everything is back to normal because we can reuse this on a different element. So if we want to do a grid on a different element, we can reuse that mixin again, or we can create multiple mixins with different names. So for example, if I want to create another mixin for, let's say, I don't know, I'm going to look for what we can create a mixin for. Let's say this before here. I'm going to cut. I'm going to say mixin @mixin. Let's say before mixin like this, and then I'm going to paste it in like that. Okay, before mixin. Okay, so it's supposed to be @mixin, not media, mixin like this. So it's a mixin name like this, mixin. Okay, so this is the mixin for the before said element. So to use that mixin, we just need to say @include. We're just going to say before mixin. Okay, so now we're using that mixin. Now nothing changes, everything is the same. So yeah, as you can see, everything works fine. So in the blocks container, I'm gonna cut this. Instead of doing blocks container A like this, we can nest. We can say A inside and then paste it like this, because we're using SASS. We have the power to nest elements. You're going to learn more about that when we build some projects in the next series, okay? And then when I save, everything still works the same thing. We are nesting elements. Okay, so that's pretty much the basics of SASS. Usually, I mainly use SASS for nesting and making mixins and doing variables and stuff. That's the main reason I like SASS, because it makes it quicker with the nesting functionality. We can nest elements as much as we like. So that's what makes it very powerful to do CSS instead of the way we did CSS before. So if I go to the compiled SASS file, as you can see here, this is a weird way to select. Look at how we're doing selectors, how we're selecting everything. So instead of doing these selections, we can kind of nest elements, and then everything is going to be much easier and quicker. So when I nest elements, I know that this section is the content section, and then within it, there's going to be some items that I'm going to be nested inside. Instead of like selecting everything like this, it's going to be weird, and then it's going to take more lines to do everything as well. So I think this is a better way to do it with nesting and SASS. Yeah, so this is the introduction of SASS. You're going to learn more as we build the projects. So I was just going to try to introduce you to SASS and how to install and everything. So yeah, to install SASS, there are many ways to install SASS. You just have to go to YouTube and look at that using the npm package manager. So I didn't want to make a video about npm in this video. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so now that we know the basics of SASS, let's start building a website using SASS. We're going to be downloading some images. You can get some images from a website called Pexels. All of the images on this website are free, so you can download any images that you want. Okay, so let's say you want this image, you can just hit download. Okay, so once you've downloaded the image, and then you can just copy the image and put it into the project file, project location. So in this case, I've downloaded a few images, and then I've put those images into a folder called img. Okay, so I'm using a folder called NFT website. You can use any folder that you want. You can open folder, and then select the folder that you want your project to be in. In this case, it's NFT website. Okay, so as you can see, it's empty. I just have an images folder. It's just a bunch of images that we're going to be using. I didn't want to waste your time downloading all of the images on the video. Okay, so let's start by creating a new file. So this is going to be index.html. And then I'm going to create a new file, actually a new folder. This will be styles folder. And then I'm going to add a new style in here. So the extension is going to be SCSS. So that's the SASS extension. Okay, so put this into the styles folder. Okay, so now we have the styles. We need to get a font. So the font that we're going to be using in here is going to be Poppins. Google Fonts. So let's look for the font. It's called Poppins. Okay, this is the font. We're going to start from 400 regular, 500. Let's go to 600, 700. Maybe we might be able to use 800. I'm not sure, but let's just leave it on 800, 700. Copy this link here, this whole thing. Just copy, and then go back to the index. We're going to generate the boilerplate. Hold Shift and 1, and then press Tab to generate, and then we're going to call this NFT website. Okay, so that's the NFT website, and then I'm going to, after the title, I'm going to paste in the links that we've copied from Google Fonts. And also, before I do anything, I'm going to click this button here, watch SASS, to generate this CSS file. Okay, and then I'm going to link that CSS file. After the title, I'm just going to say link, and then I'm going to say styles, and then we're going to link style.css. Okay, so now with the font, I'm going to also Poppins, right? Yeah, styles. I'm going to copy the font family here, copy the font family, and then I'm going to paste it into the body. Okay, like that. That's the font family that we're going to be using. Okay, so that's pretty much for this. Pretty much it for the setup. Now let's open this with live server. Okay, as you can see, it's empty. Okay, so I'm going to be creating some variables. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to be creating SASS variables. We're going to be creating normal CSS variables. So we're going to define the root, and then in here I'm going to have a color, and then we have white. So this will be the color white, so it's #FF, and then we're going to have color black. So for the black, it's 0, 0, 3 zeros. So that's the black color. I'm going to be pasting in all of the variables, the rest of the variables, because it takes a lot of time to do this on the video. So these are the variables that we're going to be using. Okay, so we have the green color, which is the primary color, and then this pink color, which is the secondary color. Okay, so now we have the variables. Let's reset the page styles. We're going to set the margin. We're going to set that to 0, and then padding, we're going to set that to 0 as well. And then we're also going to set box sizing. We're going to say border box. After that, we're going to say list style. We're going to say none. So this list style is going to get rid of all of the bullet points on the list items if we were to use a list. Okay, and then text decoration is decoration. We're going to set that to none. So it's going to get rid of all of the underlinings on the anchor tags, on the links. Okay, so that's why we're doing none by default. Okay, so now with in the body we set the font family. We're going to do a background color. We're going to do var, and then we're going to do color BG. And then for the font size, for now I'm going to do 19 pixels. You know what, I might as well do a variable font size, something like that, and then we'll do 18 or 19 pixels. We will change this variable later anyway. So we're going to do var, then we'll do font size. Okay, so everything looks good. That's the main background of the website. Okay, so we're going to have some paragraphs as well. I'm going to select, by default I want the color of the paragraphs to be gray number 4, gray 4. So by default that's the color I want for the paragraph. And then the headings, H1, H2, H3, just in case we use these, H4, H5, H6. Okay, just in case we use this, we're going to give them a default color as well, which is going to be var gray light. Okay, this one, that's the color by default. Okay, so now we can also create a mixin after the root. I'm going to comment. I'm going to say that's how you can use double slash to comment in SASS. You can say mixins. Okay, we're going to create some mixins later on. So now let's continue. Let's go to the index. Let's start with the header. Okay, so with the header, we're just going to start with the header, with the class of header dot header. Okay, and then we're going to have a navigation, nav dot navigation. Okay, so and then we're going to have a logo in the navigation, and then we're going to have an image, which is img, and then logo. That's the image that we're going to be using for the logo. And then for the alt tag, you can say maybe logo, just in case the image doesn't show up or it doesn't exist. And then we're going to say h6, heading 6, a small heading. We're going to say Finec. It's just a random name I came up with. I don't know, you can put any name. After that, we're going to say nav items UL with the class of nav items. And then we're going to have a list item with the class of nav item. Okay, in there we're going to have an anchor tag. It's going to lead to nowhere. You can make it go to any website that you want. I've shown you how to do that. You just need to copy the address of the website and then put it in here. For example, www.google.com. Okay, but you have to copy the full address, like https www blah blah blah. Okay, so in here I'm going to say home, and then we're going to have gallery, explore, and about. Okay, so duplicate this, and then you can change it to gallery. Okay, gallery, and then I'm going to replace this with some data that I've replaced. So we have gallery, explore, shop, collections, and about. So you just need to duplicate the li and change the a tag. Okay, so to duplicate, select everything like this, and then hold Alt and Shift, and then press the down arrow, and then it's going to duplicate. Okay, or Control C to copy, and then Control V to paste. Okay, that's like that. And then after that, we're going to have some buttons. So we're going to say .nav CTA, that's the class. Okay, so in the nav CTA, we're going to have a cart. Okay, so in the cart, we're going to have a span with a number, let's say 7, 8, or 9, whatever. Let's say 9, for example. We also need to, I'm going to open this with live server. So this is the final product. So this is the cart, and this is the number of the items we have in the cart. Okay, so in this case, we want to get this icon here. We're going to use font awesome CDN. So we're going to look for the CDN. We've done that before, CDN, and then I'm going to look for the version which is not in beta. Okay, so copy this link here, copy the first one here, version 5.1. Okay, and then I'm going to paste it. You can do it after we import we link the CSS file. You can paste it there. There it is. So I want a shopping cart. I'm gonna say font awesome. You can search for any icon you're looking for. You can just say cart or trolley. Yeah, you can look for the one that is free. I think the one that is free is called trolley. So shopping cart, you know what, you can search, you can put any icon that you want. I remember the class name. So to go down here, I'm going to say so I for the icon with the class of FASS, and then .fa, and then shopping cart. That's the name. So just use this class name here. You're gonna have a shopping cart icon. There it is. Okay, so after that, we're going to have a button with the class of a.btn. So that's the btn, and another class of nav btn. Okay, so it's going to go and delete nowhere, and then I'm going to say class and then register. Okay, so this is going to be the registration button. Okay, so that's it for the navigation. Let's start doing the navigation before we do anything. So in the styles, we've done all of the headers. So I'm going to target the header. Okay, so for the header, I'm going to give it a min height of 100 VH. That's for the header. And then the background color, we're going to say var. We're going to give it a white color. Okay, so that's the only for the header. It's going to have a background color of white. And then for the mixins, I'm going to create a mixin. So this mixin is for, I'm going to use this mixin for, like, I don't know, for researching like all of the anchor tag styles. Okay, so I think that'll be quite useful to do that. Okay, so I'm going to say at mixin, reset at mixin. Okay, we're going to say reset I don't know, let's say A tags. I don't know if this is a good name. Reset A tags. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll leave it like that. And then so to reset, we're going to do a few styles in here. The first one, by default, I want the color to be var primary. Okay, so that's the color. And then the text decoration to none. Okay, so, and then we're going to say display inline block. Okay, so this is a mixin. It's like a function. We can reuse this mixin over and over again if we want to. And then I'm going to go to the anchor tag. I'm going to say it include is it reset A tags. Okay, like that. So now we're using the mixin. It's like we're using a function. Okay, so we can reuse over and over to in this mixin into different elements. Okay, so now we've done that. Let's do navigation. Navigation. So in the navigation, I'm sorry about the background noise. There's some ambulances or police cars. Okay, so the navigation, we're going to put a min height of 10 VH for the navigation. We're going to use display flex because we want to space everything out, display flex. And then just for content, we're going to use space between, the one we've been using before in the flex section. We're going to align items to center. And then I'm going to do a box shadow. I'm going to give it a box shadow. So 0 pixels on the Y, 3 pixels on the, actually 0 pixels on the x-axis, 3 pixels on the Y, 15 pixels for the blur, and then RGBA. So the color is going to be 0, 0, 0. So that's the black color. And then for the alpha, we're going to do 0.07. That's the alpha, the opacity. So the position of the navigation is going to be fixed because I want, when I scroll, I want the navigation to stay in the same place like this. So as you can see, the navigation is staying on the same place. So I want the position to be fixed. So that's why we're using fixed. Okay, we also need to define the width, top. Let's put the top to 0. And then the width, we need to say it's going to be 100%. Okay, so like this. So the width is now 100%. And then we also need to do a Z index. We always want the navigation to be on top. So we're going to say 10, something higher than 1 or something big. Okay, and then we're going to do background color. We're going to do var. The background color is going to be white, color white. Okay, so if you remember, we can nest some elements in SASS. So we're going to select the logo. We're going to say display flex. The logo is inside the navigation, so we can always nest whatever stuff is in the navigation. Okay, display flex, align items. We're going to set that to center. And then we're going to target the image, the logo image. We're going to set the width of that to 40 pixels. I want the image to be smaller. And then I'm also going to target the H6, which is the title. Okay, font size, I'm going to change that to maybe 24 pixels. Actually, I need to create a variable. Font size MD, medium. We'll do 25 pixels. So we're going to say font size medium. Okay, so font size MD var. Font size medium. Let's see how that looks. Let's see the difference. Okay, it looks similar. Okay, so that's the font size. And then we're going to do margin left. We're going to do 0.5 rem. And then font weight, we're going to say 700, which is the maximum we've downloaded. The color, it's going to be var primary. That's the color. Okay, so after the logo, we have the nav items. We're going to display flex the nav items because we want them to be side by side. Nav items, I'm going to say display, I'm going to say that flex. align items, center. Okay, so we have a nav item, which is the link tag dot nav item. Okay, so the nav item is the link tag here. So this is the nav item, the li. So we need to style that as well. We also need to tag the anchor tag inside the nav item, which is this anchor tag here, the a tag. So let's start that a tag. Okay, so we're going to do padding. Top and bottom, we're going to set that to 0, to rem left and right, and then font family, we're going to set that to inherit, the font family in the body, and then font weight, we're going to set that to 500. We're going to give it a color. The color is going to be var grade 3. So this is the grade 3 that we're going to be using. And then we are also going to do a transition. We're going to say color. We're going to transition the color, and then we're going to say 0.2 seconds. 0.2 seconds is in and is out, like that. Transition, and then when we hover this link tag and hover, that's how you do the hover and hover. So when we hover, we're going to change the color to var secondary. Okay, so that's going to be the color after on hover. So now let's see what we have. Save everything. Okay, everything looks good when you hover. It's nicely transitioning. Okay, so let's keep going. So now let's target this. We need to style this little cart here like this. We need to make sure it looks the same. Okay, so let's keep going. After the nav items, we have the CTA dot nav CTA. So the nav CTA, we're going to do the same thing, display flex. We're going to align items. We're going to say center, and then we have the cart inside there. We're going to start the cart. The cart is going to have a position of relative because we're going to position absolute span inside it, which is this little number here. We're going to position this little number here within the cart container. Okay, so we want to be able to position it anywhere we want within this container. Okay, so I'm going to target this span. I'm going to set that to position of absolute because I want to position it wherever we want. I'm going to say width 17 pixels, height 17 pixels. Okay, so width and height must be the same if you want to make sure something is rounded nicely. Okay, so we're going to do color, background color. We're going to var secondary, that's the color. After that, we are going to do a font size or a border radius first. Border radius, I want it to be rounded, so 50%. Font size, I'm just going to say 0.7 rem. I'm not going to create a variable for that. 0.7 rem. And then we're going to give it a padding. Padding, I'm going to set that to 0.1 rem. It's like a small padding around. The color, I'm going to set that to white. White. Okay, so color, we set that to white. And then we're going to say top. So I'm going to say -5 pixels. You can mess around with this value to see whatever value you're looking for. Right, I'm going to do -5 pixels as well. Okay, now let's see what we have. Okay, so there it is. So when I inspect here, you can kind of mess around with the position, like for example, the top, you can say maybe, you can kind of mess around, you can say maybe -7 pixels, -8, you can kind of mess around with the values. But as you can see, this little text is not centered on this circle. We want it to be centered exactly into the center. So we need to use display flex, align item center, and justify content center. Display flex, align, align item to set to center, justify content, we set that to center as well. So it's going to be nicely centered into this little circle. Okay, so that's that for the span. So now after the span, we're going to look at the eye. Font size, I want to say 1.8 rem. I'm going to use a variable as well. The color, I'm going to do var. This is going to be gray 3. Okay, so there it is. There's our cart. Okay, so nav. After that, after the cart, we have a nav button. Dot nav btn. Okay, margin left, I want to say 1.5 rem. Okay, so that's for the margin left. Okay, so the button is an independent component, so I don't want to do the styles of the button within. I don't want to nest the button. Okay, so I'm going to comment down here. I'm going to say independent. I don't know if this is the correct spelling. Components, because if I do the styles for the buttons in this container here, as a child of navigation, I won't be able to inherit those styles into different components outside of that element. Okay, so I want the button styles to be into the global styling, because I want some other areas to use that button as well. So that's why I'm using it. I'm going to style the button outside. Okay, I'm going to say btn display. We're going to say inline block, and then I'm going to say padding. Top and bottom, I'm going to say that 2.5 rem, and then 1 rem left and right, and then we're going to say font size for the button. I'm going to make this I'm going to say inherit, and then I'm going to say font weight. The font weight for the button, I'm going to make it higher. I'm going to put to 700. I'm going to say border radius. You can put a variable. You can create a variable for this border radius, or I'm going to do 10 pixels. And then background color. I'm going to do var primary, and then color. I'm going to do var white. Okay, and then I'm going to do a transition the background color. Okay, I'm going to do 0.2 seconds. 0.2 seconds, ease in and ease out. And then when we hover this button and hover, this is how you do the hover. When you hover, I want the background to change to far secondary. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we got. Okay, there it is. Okay, the font size here looks smaller. I'm going to reduce this font size to I'm going to say 1 rem. Okay, so let's see. Okay, looks the same. Okay, so as you can see here, there's a margin or some sort of a padding like this one. Okay, so this is actually a utility class. So utility class, we can use them for example, when we want to apply like a specific padding to a specific section of the website. So we can say, I want this section to have this amount of padding. I want this section to have this amount of padding. Okay. So for example, there's also, you can create also utilities to center some items. So we can go down here. I want to say utilities. I want utilities. I'm going to create a utility for the padding. So I'm going to say utility. So the U is the prefix for utility. And then pad, that's for the padding. And then large, LG is for large. So I'm going to create a large padding. I'm going to say padding. Top and bottom, I'm going to say 0. And then 18 rem, left and right. 18 rem, left and right. Okay, so I'm going to copy this utility class I need to add it to the excuse me. I need to add it to one of the component which I need to apply the padding. So in this case, I want to apply the utility into this navigation. So I'm going to paste that the utility class into the navigation. So this utility class is gonna bring us a padding left and right. Okay, so as when I apply the utility class, I need to save first. Save. Nothing happens. And I need to see why. Utility navigation. That's weird. Let me inspect to see why it's not working. Inspect this. Oh, it is there. Wait a second. Pad. Okay. I did something wrong. It's supposed to be padding. Okay, like this. Okay, so now the utility class is showing. Everything looks good. I think. Okay, I think the border here, I'm going to decrease the border. I think I put 10 pixels, didn't I? 10 pixels, I'm going to put that to 8 pixels. Okay, like that. Looks similar. Okay, so yeah, let's keep going. So now let's do the header content. Okay, so for the header content, it's just we're going to do some cards. It's actually one card here, this one. We're using something called a perspective to do this effect here. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. I think I'm actually going to also give this header content margin top. I want to say margin top. I'm going to say 5 rem. Increase this. Or rather, margin is actually padding. Anyways, we can always do this later, the padding top. So yeah, I'm going to refresh. We're going to start doing the header content. So now I'm going to collapse the navigation, collapse that, and then we're going to create a div. We're going to say dot header content. So for the header content, we're going to have left header. We're going to have left and right header. Okay, so we have 2 options to do this. We can either do a grid, simple, or we can do Flexbox. Okay, so we can do like 2 rows of a grid or just display flex. So it's up to you what choice you decide to use. So we're going to go into the left header. I'm going to do an H1, and then I'm going to just paste in some text. Okay, so surround the text here. It says NFT online with a span because we need to change it to a different color. That's why we're surrounding with a span. I'm going to have a P tag. I'm just going to generate lorem. I'm going to say 25. Generate some lorem text, dummy text. Okay, I'm going to save. After that, I'm going to have header buttons dot header btns. So that's for header buttons, btns. Okay, so we have header buttons. In there we have a with the class of btn. We've started btn before, and then we're going to say dot btn header. We're creating multiple classes. Okay, so the first one is going to be btn, and then the second one is going to be btn header. Okay, like that, and then it's going to lead us to nowhere. And then we're going to say get started. Okay, so in here we're going to be using some HTML entities. I've explained them before. So we need to space. So to space, we use NBSP to space, and then I need a small arrow. I'm going to say end, right arrow, and then actually it's R and A and double R, like that. So that's the right arrow. So we're saying get started, space, and right arrow. So we should have like this. There it is. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to have another button. So this one is going to say create. Okay, so we're going to create some. So this button is going to be like this. So this is the actual button for create, and then this one is get started. Okay, so now I'm going to go after the header buttons. I'm going to say header intro. I'm going to say dot header intro. I'm sorry about the background noise, guys. I just can't wait to finish only this header content, and then after that I'll stop making the videos, and then after the noise is gone I'll start again to make the videos. Okay, so now with the header intro, I'm going to say a dot intro btn, and then I'm going to put hash. Okay, so the button is not going to go anywhere, and then I'm going to say span, and then I'm going to say join the movement. Okay, and then after that I'm going to say span, and then I'm going to say sell your goods online. I guess that's what I said. Online, sell your goods online, and then learn more, like that. Okay, so that's for the intro text and the intro button. Now let's just do the right header. So the right header, there isn't many stuff here. We're going to say dot header img. So this is going to store the image, and then I'm going to say img. We're going to say nft hero. That's the name of the image that we're going to be using, this one. Okay, so yeah, that's the image. Okay, I think I'm going to stop the video now because of the background noise. Someone is playing music, so I'll continue later. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so let's continue where we left off. So let's start styling this header content. I'm going to go to the styles. Okay, so after the navigation, I'm going to collapse the navigation so we can see the content nicely. Okay, so let's start with the header content. We need to select the class names. Okay, so let's do header content. So you can either use Flex or Grid. So the Grid is, for me, it's personal. I rather use a Grid than Flexbox. So it depends where you can apply the Grid or Flexbox. It's really up to you. As long as it gets the job done, that's great. So I'm gonna say display grid, and then I'm gonna say grid template columns. We're going to have 2 columns. We can either do 2, repeat 2, and 1FR, or we can just do 1FR instead of doing this, like repeat. Okay, so it's up to preference. We're going to say grid gap. So the gap of the grid, we're going to give it 2 rem, and then we're going to say margin top. I'm going to say that to actually, I don't know, 10 VH. 10 VH because the navigation is 10 VH. Okay. So we're going to set the margin top to 10 VH because all of the content was behind the navigation. So we're going to give the margin of 10 VH, which is the space that was occupied by the navigation. I also want to use this utility class here into the header content. I'm going to paste in the utility class there to the header content, so we can have consistent spacing out like this. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's start with the right header. So right header, we are going to say display flex. We're going to align items to center. Justify content, we're going to set that to center as well. Okay, so now we've done that. Let's just target the header image. Header image img. Okay, so we're starting with the right one. We can do the left afterwards. Okay, so for the header, I'm going to transform this image. Okay, so to create this effect here, this effect here, it's called perspective. I'm going to transform that. Transform, I'm going to scale 1, and then I'm going to change the perspective to 1040. 1040 pixels. It's going to look weird when I save. It's going to look weird, but nothing changed yet. Header image. Let me double check the class name. Header image img. Okay, so we're on track, and then I'm going to rotate this. Rotate, I'm going to say minus 18 degrees. Okay, so you can try to find the values that you want. I'm going to rotate x, and then this one is y. Okay, so for x, I'm going to do 0. Okay, and then I'm going to save. And actually, the rotate property, I'm also going to set that to 0. Then I'm going to save. Okay, so this is how it looks like. It looks weird, but we're going to fix it later. Let's keep going. Okay, so we're going to say display flex. We're going to say padding top. I'm going to do 7 rem. Padding top. I'm going to set that to 7 rem. And then I'm going to do justify content flex end. So I want it to be to the right side. Okay, so I'm going to say transform, transition. I'm going to say all 0.4 seconds, ease in and ease out. Okay, and then we're going to say margin right. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. And then when we hover, I'm going to change the perspective. And hover. I'm going to copy this, put it here. The scale, I'm going to set that to 1.1. Perspective, I'm going to set that to 10,000. Okay, and then this one is going to stay the same, and then save. Okay, so there it is. It's working. Okay. All right. Everything looks good. So now we just need to keep going with the styles. I'm gonna say img, targeting the image within the header image. I'm gonna say width. I'm gonna set that to 80%. 80%, and then I'm gonna say border radius. I'm going to set that to 9 pixels. So I want it to be rounded. So there it is. It looks good. Okay, so let's go to the next chapter, which is the left. So right, I'm gonna get rid of the right. I'm gonna say dot left header. Not get rid of, I mean collapse. Okay, so the left header, we're gonna say display flex, and then we're going to so we do display flex. Everything's going to be side by side like this, but we want to change the flex direction. We're going to set that to column. Okay, and then we're going to justify content. We're going to set center like that. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm going to target the H1. I'm going to say color. So for the color, I'm going to do var gray color gray 3. Okay, and then the font size, I'm going to say var font size LG LG. So font size LG large, okay, which is actually the gray. It's gray 5. Okay, and the font size, this one is bigger, so I bet I need to increase this one to 45 pixels. Okay, looks reasonably good. Or 50. Let's see what works. 50 pixels, yeah, like that. I think 50 is good. Okay, and then we have a span inside there. So we're going to target the span. We're going to set var color. We're going to put that to the variable, to the primary color. Primary. So that's the for this span here. All right. So after the h1, we have the paragraph, the p tag. We're going to say padding top. We're going to say 1 rem. Line height is the spacing between the lines. Okay, we're going to set that to 2 rem. So we're going to give it like a huge line height. Okay, so we're going to have header buttons. After that, after the p tag, we're going to say dot header btns. Okay, on top, we're going to set that to 3 rem. So we want to give like spacing between the buttons and this text here. 3 rem. And then I'm going to target the anchor tag within these header buttons. I'm going to say padding 0.8 rem, top and bottom, and then left and right, I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem. Okay, so like this looks good, but I want this to be different. I don't want it to have a background color of green. Only when I have that's when I want the green color to be applied. Okay, so I'm going to say end last child. So the last child is the last anchor tag, which is the this one, which is this one here. So I'm saying I want to select the last child, which is this last anchor tag here. I want to target the last one. Okay, so that's why I'm using the last child pseudo selector. Okay, so I'm targeting the last one, the last anchor tag. I'm going to say margin left. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. Okay, and then I want to say background. I'm going to set that to transparent. And then border, I'm going to set that to 1 pixel solid. And then we're going to do var primary color for the border. Okay, and then we're going to do color. We're going to set a color. So the color is going to be var light, gray light. That's the color for that. And then we're going to give it a padding 0.8 rem and 2 rem, like that. And then when you hover and hover, we are going to change the background to var color primary. Okay, and the actual color is going to be white. White. Okay, like that. And then we're going to save. Okay, there it is. It looks there it is. It looks good. Okay, so now let's style this bit here. Okay, so after the header buttons, I'm going to collapse them. I'm going to collapse the header buttons. Let's start the header intro. Dot header intro. So for the header intro, I'm going to say margin top. So that's 3 rem. And then display flex align items center. Okay, and then align self. I'm going to say flex start. and then we're going to target the anchor tag within the header intro. We're going to say background color. I'm going to use that green color, hash this green color here, and just reduce the opacity to something like this. Okay, that's the opacity. Okay, just reduce the opacity to something that you see fit. Okay, somewhere here. Okay, and color, for the color, we're going to do var gray light, and then display in line block. And then the font size, I'm not going to create a variable for that. I'm going to say 0.8 rem. And then padding, for the padding, I'm going to do 0.5 rem, and then 0.4 rem left and right. And then border radius, I'm going to set that to 30 pixels, something like a huge value. Okay, I'm gonna save. Let's see what we got. There it is. It looks good. So I'm going to target the span. So we have two spans in there. I'm going to target the first child. So that's the first one, the first span. Okay, so for the first one, I want to set the padding 2 rem top and bottom, and then I'm going to set that to left and right. I'm going to say 0.8 rem. After that, I'm going to say background color. For the background color, I'm going to say var, I believe it's primary for the first span, and then border radius, I'm going to set that to 30 pixels, and then color, I'm going to give it a white color, or you can leave it as a dark color. It's up to you. Okay, so you can make this same as here dark. Okay, so it looks good. Now let's select the target the second span. I'm going to say span nth child to target the second one, so the nth child, let us select a specific span. So we're going to say nth child. In this case, I want to select number 2. Okay, or we can do last child. Okay, so like this, last child, like this. Okay, so I'll show you how to use the nth child. So we'll do that now. Nth child. So we're selecting specific span, which is number 2. I want to select the span number 2. So this is the first span. In this case, I want to select the number 2. Okay, so I'm using nth child just to teach you more pseudo elements. Okay, so here we're going to say margin left. I'm going to set that to 0.5 rem, and then margin right. I'm going to set that to 0.5 rem. 5 rem. This I'm going to save. Let's see what we got. Okay, everything looks good. Looks neat. Okay, so I think I'm going to inspect this one. Left header. I think I'm going to give it actually the whole header content. I want to give it a padding. I would say 5 rem. Padding top, actually. Padding top, 5 rem. Let's inspect. Header content. Okay, so it's using the utility padding. So we won't be able to use this padding top because we're using the utility padding. That's why. Okay. Padding top. So we have a margin top of 10 VH because of the navigation. We actually want the padding to be on the left content. left header, I mean padding top. I want to set that to 5 rem. Okay, yeah, looks good. Let me inspect again. If we need to increase left header, 5 rem. Because we're using flex, so it's going to stay the same with the card as well. They're going to follow each other. Okay, I think 6 rem is fine. 6 rem. I'm gonna save that. Okay, so now we are with the content, the header content. That's it for the header content. I'll see you on the next video where we're going to look at the popular section. I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's continue where we left off. So in this video, we're going to start working on this section here, the popular section. Okay, so let's go back to HTML. I'm going to collapse the header because we're done with the header. So I'm going to go after the header. We're going to say main. So this will be where the main content is going to be, main. And then in the main, I'm going to create a section with the class of section popular. Okay, so that's the class. So we're also going to have a wrapper, like a container. Oops, I need to turn off Copilot. Okay, so we're going to have a container. So the container is going to be called section content. Okay, I'm going to say section content like this. Okay, so that's the section content. Yeah, and then in the section content, we're going to have a title. I want to create a div with the class of title, and then we're going to have an h2 in there. We're going to say popular collection. Okay, so that's the title, and then after that we're going to have the popular content. I'm going to say dot popular content. In the popular content, we're going to use a grid or a flexbox. It's up to you. So we're going to have 4 items in there. So I'm going to have popular item. In the popular content, popular item, first off we have an image. I'm going to say it's coming from the source img. It's going to be nft 2. Okay, and then you can say nft image on the alt tag. After that, we're going to have popular text. So that's where the text is going to be. That's the container for the text. So I'm going to have a paragraph with some lorem, some text you can generate using the lorem generate. Okay, so there it is. We have a paragraph, and then after that we're going to have an a with the class of secondary btn, and then it's going to go to nowhere. And then here we're going to say learn more, and then we're going to do a span in there, span. Okay, so for the span I'm going to add a space, an arrow actually, an arrow like this, right arrow. Okay, so that's the HTML entity. I think we've used that before. Okay, I'm going to save this. That's what we want for now. And then let's go to the styles. I'm going to collapse the header content, and then I'm going to say main content. Okay, so in the main, first off, I'm going to target the section. So we're going to have multiple sections. So first off, all of these sections, I want them to have these styles. So I'm going to say padding top. For all of these sections, I need to put my phone on silent. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to say padding top 10 rem for all of these sections. Okay, and then we're going to say padding bottom. Padding bottom, we're going to put that to 16 rem. And then padding left. Padding left, we're going to say 18 rem. and then padding right, I'm going to set that to 18 rem, and then yeah, we're going to actually transform. I'm going to say margin top minus 6 rem. Okay, so we're going to transform this, all of these sections. So as you can see, we have this kind of shape here. We're using a transform property called skew. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. It's like we're going to shift all of these sections using the skew property. So we're going to say transform skew. Okay, so how much are we going to do? We're going to do minus 5 degrees. It's like, let me show you what the effect does. So I'm going to inspect here. Let's go to this section, main, and then I'm going to look for section. So here I'll show you what the effect does. So here is, you can see this shape here, this shape, so that's the skew property. Okay, so that's what it does. Okay, so that's the kind of effect we're looking for. Okay, so now we're doing this section, we're skewing this section. Okay, so now let's keep going. So let's start with this section popular. Section popular. So we're going to say dot section popular. We're going to give it a background color. We're going to say var, and then we're going to do gray 0, and then dot popular content. So for the popular content, we're going to use a grid. So we're going to create a responsive grid using the min-max property. Okay, so this grid will be automatically responsive. Grid template columns. So the we're going to say repeat, and then we're going to say auto fill, if you remember, and then we're going to say min-max, and then we're going to give the minimum width of 300 pixels, and all of them, they're going to have equal spaces 1FR. Okay, and then the grid is going to have a gap, so we're going to say grid gap. We're going to say 2 rem, and then we're going to say border radius. We're going to say 7 pixels, and then padding top, we're going to set that to 2 rem. Okay, so now let's target the popular item. So for the popular item, I'm going to say background color. I'm going to set that to var white. So that's we're going to give it a white background color. We're going to say border radius. We're going to set that to 7 pixels. And then we're going to give it a box shadow. For the x-axis, I'm going to say 1 pixel. For the y, I'm going to set that to 3 pixels. And then 20 pixels for the blur. And then it's going to be RGBA. So I'm going to take this value here. Okay, so that's it for the box shadow. Now we need to give an actual border. We're going to say 1 pixel solid, and then we're going to do a var, and then we're going to do gray 1. We're also going to do a transition. We're going to say 0.4 seconds, ease in and ease out. So that's the transition. And then when you hover, we're going to sort of increase the box shadow. On hover, the box shadow, we're going to increase that. I'm going to copy the box shadow, not the border. Copy the box shadow, and then I will place it down here. I'm just going to increase the opacity to 0.2. Okay. So let me save. Let's see what we have so far. Refresh. There it is. It doesn't look good, but we need to fix it. Let's keep going. So after the hover, I'm going to target the image within the popular item. So the width for the image is going to have 100%. It's going to cover all of the grid item. Okay, so we're going to have multiple grid items. So whatever the width of the grid item is going to cover that. So I'm going to say border top left radius. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. 7 pixels, and then I'm going to say border top right radius 7 pixels. Okay, only the top right and the top left, that's where we want to apply that. The height, I'm going to give it a fixed height of 400 pixels for the image. Okay, and then we want to object fit to cover, so we don't want the image to stretch. So if we put it to cover, it's going to adjust nicely the aspect ratio to match with the container. Okay, I'm going to save. Okay, so far so good, but this image seems like it's not working. I'm going to inspect this. IMG, the styles are not applied for the image. Let me see what's going on. So the image popular item, let me just double check if I've copied the classes correctly. Popular item, IMG. For some reason those styles are not being applied. It is kind of strange. Let me rerun this again. Open with live server. Still nothing works. Okay. Popular. Okay. There it is. Wrong spelling. So make sure your spellings are correct. Popular content. Popular content. Save. Nothing happens again. I just need to make sure the way I selected the class is correct. I'm gonna copy this class, popular content. Okay. Section popular. Okay, there it is. So now you just need to make sure you selected the classes correctly. Okay, so let's keep styling. Okay, so in there we have the popular text after the image. I'm going to say dot popular text. So I'm going to give it a padding, top and bottom. I'm going to say 1.5 rem, and then 1 rem left and right. I'm also going to select the paragraph within it, and then I'm going to say padding bottom. Padding bottom, I'm going to set that to 1 rem, and then padding top. Padding top, I'm going to set that to 0.2 rem, okay, which is 0.2. I'm going to say h6. Font size, I'm not going to create a variable for this. I'm just going to say 1.4 rem. Also for the font weight, I'm going to give it 500. Okay, so there it is. It looks good. So it looks similar to the here, this one here. So now we just need to find a way to skew the content, not so as you can see here, we're skewing the whole thing, the whole section, and also this content within it is going to follow, but we want the content inside this to have like like an opposite effect to whatever effect we're doing to the main section. We want this to have like a negative effect, okay, or like the opposite effect. So to do that, we're going to select. So if you remember, the section is the one we're doing the skewing, okay, this section, but I want the content here, this section content, to have like an opposite effect of that. So I'm going to say select that section content. I'm going to give it the like an opposite effect. I'm going to say transform, and then skew. Instead of giving it -5, we're going to give it 5 instead. Okay, so we're going to give it the opposite effect. So now everything looks good, but as you can see here, we have this issue here. So the one that we want to skew is actually the y-axis, only the y. That's what we want it to affect, not the all of the website. So now, as you can see, we're affecting the y-axis now. So everything looks as it should be. Everything looks good. Okay, so we're affecting the y, and then here we're just doing the opposite effect to the section. So now let's work on this title here. So the title, it is like a class of title. Okay, so the title is going to be an independent component because we're going to reuse the title again. So I'm going to say your title, and then I'm going to say text align. I'm going to say that to center, and then we're going to target the H2 within it, and then the font size, I'm just going to put 3 rem. I'm not going to bother to create a variable for that. Font weight, I'm going to set that to 600, and then padding, top and bottom, we're going to set that to 1 rem, and then 0 left and right. Okay, I'm going to save. It's actually an H2. Okay, so there's the title here. So, but I want this title to be at the left side, as you can see here. As you can see here, the title is at the left side. So I'm going to create a utility class called utility dot utility left text. Okay, and then we're going to just say text align to left. Okay, so we want this text to be at the left side. So some cases we want it to be at the center, some cases we want it to be at the left side. So in this case, I want it to be at the left side. I'm going to put the utility left, so it goes to the left side. Okay, so like this. So now it's at the left side. That's the utility class. Okay, so something is missing here. We're meant to style the title. Learn more. Let me double check. I've missed the title here. Popular text. We should have an H6, which is going to say fruit combination, like that. So that's the title, like that. Okay, so for some reason I'm going to inspect this combination, wrong spelling. Just random text I came up with, so you can do any you can put any text that you want. Okay, something is weird. The font size, so this one is smaller. Let me check the size of this one. So P color, so the font size for this one is set to a small font size, so it's 1 rem. So P font size, we'll set that to 1 rem because it should be smaller. Okay, so this one is small, it's set to a smaller one. So yeah, we set this one to a smaller font as well. Okay, so yeah, everything looks the same. So now we just need to populate these cards here. We just need to copy, duplicate the popular item, duplicate one more time, and then just change the title. Change the title. So you can duplicate these cards as many times as you want. Okay, so here I'm just going to change the image to NFT3 number 3. Okay, so it's like you have to keep duplicating these popular items for you to create many more as you want. So now let's save. There it is. So I'm just going to paste in the remaining 2 popular items. You can I don't want to do this on camera because it's going to waste a lot of time doing that. So you can change this to whatever images or data that you want to do. Okay, so there you go. So now we have 3 items. It's actually 4 on a full screen. So when I put this to full screen, it's actually 4. Okay, so it's 4 items. Okay, and then here we have 4 items. And then when you start to decrease the width to make the screen responsive, okay, so I'm going to decrease the width again. Okay, so it's going to keep adapting depending on the width of the website. Okay, so this grid is responsive. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on the we're going to working on this top sellers here. Okay, I'll see you then. Welcome back. So now let's work on this top sellers section. Okay, so to work on that, I'm going to be collapsing the section that we've done. I'm going to collapse the section popular, and then we're going to create another section which is going to be called section sellers. Okay, section to section sellers. Okay, so in here we're going to reuse the title. I'm going to actually we need to use the section content dot section content because we're using this Q property on this section content class. We always want to use it in this section. Within this section, every section we need to use the section content class. Okay, so it's like a wrapper with a Q property, and then here we're going to target the title, and then we're going to say h2 top sellers, and then we're going to have a paragraph p. I'm going to say lorem 14. Okay, like that. So we should have like a title down here somewhere. There it is. So there's our title. Top sellers. So now we just need to, let's go to the styles, collapse, section sellers. Okay, so make sure you comment so you know what area it is, section sellers. Okay, so after the section sellers, we just need to start doing the styles. We need to give it actually a different background color. Dot section sellers background color is going to be var white, I guess. White. Okay, so that's the background color for the sellers. Is going to be white. Okay, and then we're going to have sellers in here. I want to say dot sellers. So for the sellers, it's going to be like some card items. Okay, so we're going to have a seller card dot seller card. Okay, so in the seller card, we're going to have like a main container of all of the content dot seller card seller card content. Okay, so in the seller card content, we're going to have an image. So the image is going to have like img avatar, and then for the avatar, after that we're going to have a div with a class of number dot number. Okay, so I'm just going to put #1. Okay, and then we're going to have the content text. I'm going to say dot scard and then text. Okay, so the text, we're going to have a name. In the name, we're going to have an h6, and then I'm just going to say client arts, and then I'm going to put a span. Within the span, I'm going to put an icon with the class of fast.fa ribbon. You can go on Font Awesome and look for an icon that you desire. In this case, I'm going to use a ribbon icon. Okay, so after that, I'm going to have a paragraph. So this paragraph is just going to be like Instagram stuff. Instagram name, arts like this. And then after the name, we're going to have a price. Okay, so we're going to have the price. So for the price, I'm just going to put a paragraph, and then I'm going to put 07. This values are random, so you can put anything. Okay, so also after that, I'm going to have another p, and then with the class of I, far, and then dot fa gem, like that. Okay, so there is our icon, and then after that, after the I, I'm just going to say 600 items or something. Okay, so now we've done that. This is the actual card. We can duplicate this, and this will be number 2. Okay, and then the avatar, you can change the avatar to avatar number 2, avatar 2, the number 2, and then you can change this to maybe epic epic mines okay, like something like that. I don't know, it depends what you're whatever data that you're going to do. So just change around the data. So now that's it for now. We have 2 cards. We're going to do more later on. So now we have 2. So let's go to the styles. Here I'm going to target sellers. Excuse me. I'm going to target sellers. For the sellers, we're going to do grid as well, because we want to have like a responsive grid. So if you remember, we did this before, display grid. And then grid template columns, we're going to repeat. We're going to say autofill, min max, autofill, min max. Okay, so we're going to say 320 pixels and then 1FR. Okay, so we're going to give it a grid gap of 2 rem just to keep it consistent. And then padding top. For the padding top, we're going to set that to 3 rem as well. Okay, so this is the sellers. I'm going to target the actual seller card. I'm sorry about the background noise, guys. One of my housemates is playing video games. I'm going to do padding, 1.5 rem. And then I'm going to do background color for the card. And then I'm going to do var. So this color is going to be gray 0. And then after the color, we're going to do border radius. I want to set that to 10 pixels. For the border radius, 10 pixels, and then a border, 1 pixel solid, var, gray 1. Okay, so we're going to do box shadow. We're going to do 1 pixel, 3 pixels. We can put this box shadow into a variable, so it's up to you. RGB. So the value here is going to be 0.06 instead of 7. Okay, so that's for the box shadow. Transition, you could also put this transition into a variable. Transition 0.4 seconds ease in and ease out. So you can put it into a variable if you want. And then when we have this card, what do we want to happen? Well, I'm going to increase the box shadow to 0.113, the opacity. So this is the opacity for the box shadow. And then transform. I want the image. Actually, transform, I'm going to translate Y. I want the card to go up like -5 pixels when I hover over the card. Okay, so I'm going to save. Actually, this one is end hover. Okay, when we hover like that. So save. Let's see what we get. Nothing, because something we did with selecting the class is wrong. Let me double check then. Sellers. Okay, sellers card. Okay, now save. Okay, so now it's gonna go. Something's going on. Sellers card. Oops. S card content. Oh, I've duplicated the S card content, but that's not what I meant to duplicate. I want to get rid of this. I was meant to duplicate the seller card. Okay, the seller card. This is what I meant to duplicate. This whole thing here. So I was meant to duplicate the actual seller card. Okay, like this whole thing. It's what I meant to duplicate. Now save. So there it is. Okay, but now it's translating on the X. It's supposed to be on the Y. So translate Y. It's supposed to be Y -5 pixels. So I want it to go up like this. Okay, so yeah, everything works now. Let's continue styling. So that's it for the hover, and then IMG. I'm going to target the actual image. I'm going to scale it. I'm going to say transform, and then I'm going to scale 1.1. So when I want the image to scale like this. Okay, let's keep styling. Okay, so after that, I'm going to say S card. So outside the hover, I'm going to say S card content. So the content, I'm going to say display flex align items. I'm going to set that to center, and then I'm going to target the image within that. The image, the width, I'm going to give it a fixed width, and the height 110 pixels. So the height is going to be the same. So just height, it's going to be the same. And then border radius, I want it to be rounded. So border radius 50%. So width and height must be the same for us to have a perfect circle. Margin right. So for margin right, I'm going to set that to 1 rem. And then border radius, actually a 50%, but overflow, I'm going to set that to hidden. So if I set overflow to hidden, when I hover, the image is not going to overflow the parent container. Okay, actually this image is not circle, so I don't want the image to be a circle. Actually, I want to have a border radius of maybe 10 pixels. I don't want it to be a perfect circle. Okay, so like that. Okay, so yeah, overflow hidden, and then we're going to say position relative, because we're going to position absolute, the number. Okay, and then I'm going to do img. So for the img, I'm going to give it a width of 100% to cover the entire parent container, and then the height is going to be 100%, and then I want to set the object fit to cover nicely, to cover the parent container nicely without being stretched, or it's going to automatically maintain the aspect ratio. Okay, we also want the transition that we've used, the 0.4 seconds. Okay, so yeah, so there it is. But I want also this number here to be here. So let's target the number after the image. I'm going to say dot number. I'm going to say position of absolute, and then I'm going to say top 10 pixels. I want to leave 10 pixels space from the top. 10 pixels for left as well. I'm going to leave 10 pixels to the left side. And then background color, I'm going to do var. It's going to be secondary color. And also I'm going to set the color of the text to var white. I'm going to set that to white, and then I'm going to give it a padding, a small padding. I'm going to do 0.1 rem and then 0.8 rem. So that's the padding. And then the border radius, I'm going to set that to something like 20 pixels. And then font size, I'm going to make it smaller, so I'm going to do 0.9 rem. That's for the font size. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Let's keep going. Let's style this text here, these text items here. Okay, so after that, so this is the S-card content. We need to get out of that. Yeah, so after we get out of the S-card content, we're going to, actually we're still in there. We need to get out of the image. I'm going to collapse the image. We've done with the image, and then I'm going to target the S-card text. I'm going to say .s seller card text. Okay, and then I want to say display flex, and then flex direction. I'm going to set that to column, and then I'm going to say flex 1, and then I'm going to target the paragraph. I'm just going to give it a different font weight. I'm going to set that to 500. Okay, and then after that I'm going to target the name. So for the name, we have an H6 in there, in the name. H6 in the name. Font size, I can't remember the font size variable. I'm just going to give it 1.2 rem. Font size, and then font weight, I'm going to do 700. Okay, and the color. So for the color, I'm going to do var gray 4, and then I'm going to target the icon within there. So for the icon, I'm going to say color. I'm going to do var primary, okay, and then margin left. I'm going to set that to 0.5 rem, a smaller margin. Okay, so in the name we have a paragraph. I'm going to target the paragraph, and then I'm going to say padding bottom. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. Okay, so I'm going to save. So yeah, there it is. It's coming up nice. Let's keep going. After the name, we're going to target the price. Okay, so we have the price. For the price, I'm going to set width to 100%. Display. I'm going to set that to flex. And then justify content, want to space between that. Okay, so the data and the price, want to space between. And then we're going to align items, we're going to center that. And then we're going to target P, first child, the first paragraph. So P first child, that's what it means. We're selecting the first child, and then padding on to the 3.3 rem. After that, I'm going to give it a border. So the border is going to be slightly bigger. It's going to be 2 pixels solid, and then we're going to do var. We're going to do gray 1. Okay, so after the border, we're going to give a border radius. I'm going to set that to 3 pixels. 3 pixels. Okay, and then font weight, I'm going to set that to 600. And then we're going to do P, last child, the last paragraph. So in the last paragraph, we have an icon, and then we're going to say margin right. So margin right, I'm going to do 0.3 rem. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Okay, so there it is. Everything looks nice, as we expected. Okay, something is a little bit different. The font size, I'm going to inspect, and also it's kind of overlapping. Okay, let me double check here. What's the font size here? Font weight. Okay, it doesn't show the font size. I can't remember what font size I've used here. Oh, this one is too big than this one. Okay, I'm going to, let me inspect again. So price, line items to center. I'm looking for the font size, so bear with me. Or is it 500? 06, let me double check. AMG. Okay, so the padding, $600. So the padding, it's actually 0.3 like this. So the padding left and right is going, top and bottom is going to be 0, and then the other one is going to be 0.3. I guess so. let's do 0 for top and bottom, or 0.2 top and bottom, and then 0.3 left and right. Okay, so name, price, display flex, so we're flexing this and this. So we have a border, 2 pixels. So this one should be here. Okay, I'm gonna paste it here. Rem. Okay, like that. Okay, so yeah, you can change the values if you want to, or make this text smaller. It's up to you. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Okay, so I'm going to try to put more cards here. I'm going to say avatar 2. I'm going to save that. So now we have a different avatar, and change the number to from number 1 to number 3, number 2 actually, and then duplicate the seller card again and change the content. Okay, so avatar number 1, so this will be number 3. Demo gun. Okay, studios. It's up to you. You just mess around with the data here and try to use different kinds of data if you want to. It depends what kind of data you're looking for, but I think I'm not going to do all of the data on camera. I'm just going to paste in some cards which I've done off camera. I don't want to waste your time doing this on the video, because it's going to take a lot of time, because I'm going to put so many cards. Okay, I think I'm going to add 5 more cards here. Okay, so just duplicate the cards, the seller card, as many times as you want. I'm just going to paste in more cards here. So, whoops, the wrong thing. Control Z. Okay, so seller card, duplicate the seller card as many times as you want. Okay, so select the seller card, collapse, and then select, and then Control Shift. Actually, it's Alt Shift, and then press the down key, or Control C to copy, and then Control V to paste. Okay, I'm going to paste in so many cards. There is an issue, because the seller cards that I've pasted, they have different names actually. Seller card. So this one says seller's card. I'm just going to change the class name. Seller's card. Okay, I'm going to save. Something is still going on. Sellers. Okay, so seller's card. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. So you just need to change around the data and try to make it make sense. Okay, so the number change from number 1 to number 12 or to number 11, depending on how many cards you've put. Okay, and you can also change around the titles to your own. Okay, like that. Okay, I think that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so the next one we're going to look at the trending section. That's it for this section. Welcome back. So this section we're going to be working on the trending cards section. Let's go back and we're going to collapse the section we've been working on. Let's collapse this, and then we're going to create a new section. So this section is going to be for bidding. Section bids. Okay, like that. So in that section we're going to also use the section content, and also we're going to reuse the title. Go back, copy this title. Okay, so we're going to reuse the title again. I'm going to collapse and then paste it here. So it's going to be all trending items. That's going to be the title for that. And then we're going to have a div after that. We're going to say dot bid content, and then in there we're going to have a bid card, and then we're going to have a card content in there, card content, and then after at the top we're going to have an image, and then we're going to have two images in there. The first one is going to be img. We're going to do NFT. I'll just start with a random. I'll say 5, and then we're going to have img with the class of avatar. So this is going to be img avatar. So this is going to be this little avatar here. I think the font size here is too big as well. I'm going to go back and I'm going to reduce the font size from the variables. So the font size I've set to 19. I'm going to set it to 17 pixels instead of 19. Okay, so now it looks better. It's smaller. Okay. All right, so let's keep going. Okay, so now down here, let's start doing the. Actually, I'm actually going to add some more content here. This content here before we start styling. So I'm going to add that. So after the avatar, we've done the avatar. I'm going to add a small title here. Before do a small title like that, and then I'm just going to say lorem ipsum. Okay, and then after that I'm going to say dot auction like that, and then we're going to have a p. We're going to say auction, and then we're going to have another p tag. I'm going to say bid, and then we're going to have a span. So in this span we're going to say 0.43 ETH like that. Okay, so after this we're going to have another paragraph with the class of duration. We're going to say maybe 6 hours, 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and then we're going to have another span. So for the span here we're going to say 0.55 ETH. Okay, so that's it for that. After that we're going to have a button dot bid btn with the class of a dot btn, and then another class called place bid. Okay, so this button is going to go nowhere. I'm going to say place a bid. Okay, that's it for this card. let's go to the styles now. So this section, we're going to give it different background. We're going to say section beads. Okay, so section beads, it's actually a class, so make sure you select it as a class with the dot selector. We're going to give it a background color var gray 0, and then dot bead content pen on top. We're going to select 3 rem display grid template columns, repeat. We're going to say auto fill min-max. We're going to put the min-max to 310 pixels. I'm sorry about the background noise. 300 pixels, and then it's going to be 1 FR. And then the grid gap, just to keep it consistent, I'm going to put the grid gap to 2 rem. Okay, so now let's save. Let's see what we have. Okay, so there it is. So when I inspect, we're going to see the grid. There it is. Okay, so let's keep going. So in there, I'm going to say dot bead card, I believe that's the class name. Background color, we're going to do var white. White color, white. Okay, so border radius 10 pixels. Want it to be rounded a little bit, and then the border, I'm just going to do a 1 pixel border and the box shadow that we've been using. Okay, so we've been using this before, and then I'm going to have a card content. So in the card content, I'm going to do a padding. So I'm going to set it to 1.5 rem around everything. So I want to have a padding around. Okay, as you can see here, so that's for 1.5 rem, the padding around that we're looking for. And then as you can see, we have a nice box shadow on the card here, which is this one. Okay, so I'm going to target the image within the card content. I'm going to set the border radius for that image to same as 10 pixels because we've been using this, so we just have to keep it consistent. I'm going to change the position. I'm going to set that to relative, and then I'm going to target an image. I'm going to give the width to 100%. So this width is going to fill the entire container of the grid item. And then the height, I'm going to give it a fixed height of 300 pixels. And then I also want the object fit to cover. So I don't want the image to stretch out. So cover is the way to automatically maintain the aspect ratio. Okay, the border radius, I'm going to set that to also 10 pixels. So it has to be consistent like that. Okay, so but it's also affecting this image right here. We're going to work on this image, don't worry. So this image, the other image is called avatar. We're going to absolute position that image. So we're going to say avatar position absolute, width and height, we're going to set that to 60 pixels. So we want it to be rounded. So that's why we're setting the width and height to the same amount, to the same property. And then the border radius, we're going to set that to 50%. So it's going to be like a nice perfect circle. And then bottom, I want it to be at the bottom minus 22 pixels. You can mess around with these values to see what kind of values you might like. Right, I'm going to set that to 7. I'm going to leave 7% of space to the right side. And then for the border, I'm going to give it a 2 pixel border, solid, and then with a white color. Okay, I'm going to save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. So we have 2 pixel border. Okay, so after the image, I'm going to collapse, and then I'm going to target an H4. We're going to give it a padding. I'm going to say 1 rem top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. After that, we have the auction. So for the auction, I'm going to do display flex, and then we're going to justify content to space between, and then also we're going to have a padding top and bottom. We're going to set that to 1 rem, and then left and right we're going to set that to 0, and then I'm going to target the last child of the paragraphs. Okay, so I want the last one, and I'm going to target the span within that last paragraph, and then I'm going to set the font weight to 600. Okay, and then font size, I'm going to set that to 1.1 rem, and then the color, I'm going to set the color to var primary color. Okay, now let's see what we have. So I've targeted the last child, which is this one, the paragraph last child. Okay, so the auction, okay, it doesn't have a font weight, so it's good. So now let's work on this here, the duration. So auction, I'm going to say dot duration. So for the duration, I'm going to also set the font weight to 600, and then display flex, justify content, we're going to space that between. Okay, space between, and then color, I'm going to do var, I'm going to set that to grade 3. Okay, so it should look like this. There it is. And then there, after that, we have a bid btn padding top, we're going to set that to 3 rem, and then in there we're going to target the anchor tag within text align center, and then we're going to set the width of that button to 100% to cover the entire grid item width, and then we're going to change the padding. We're going to set the padding to 1.2 rem top and bottom, 2 rem left and right. Okay, save. As you can see now, the button is filling the entire container. Okay, on hover, the color changes to the secondary color as we defined. Okay, so because this the button is changing to the secondary color because we are reusing this button we've created before. So, and then here we're just customizing the button because we're reusing this btn class here, the class name. It has these properties to do the hover effect and stuff. So we're just reusing that, some of those styles, but here we're just modifying those styles. Now it's only a matter of changing these cards here. We just need to change the data around and change the images. Okay, so let's just target the bid content, and then we just need to, you know, sort of change around the data. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate bid content. So the bid card, we need to duplicate this, and then you just need to change the images around. Let's say maybe nf2 number 2, and then like that. So you just need to change around the data. I'm going to paste in the rest of the data here. Okay, so I don't change this in the camera. So you just need to duplicate the card, the actual card. Keep duplicating as many times as you want. Okay, so collapse this whole thing, copy, and Control C, copy, Control V to paste. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate some cards. Okay, so there they are. So now we have more cards and different images. So you just need to change around the images. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to look at the creating and selling NFTs. Okay, I'll see you then. Welcome back. So this is the section we're going to be working on, creating and selling NFTs. Let's collapse the section bids. Let's go back and collapse this section. Okay, so let's create another section. I'm going to say section. So this section is going to be, I don't know what I'm going to call this section. It's actually, let's call it section dot section selling. I don't know, selling, section selling. Okay, so in here we're going to reuse the title. Okay, so make sure actually you put that container here, dot section content. Okay, and then copy the title here, copy the title because we're reusing this title, and then paste it here. So this is creating and selling NFTs. Okay, so now we need to start adding the markup. So after that, after the title, we're going to have a class of dot NFT cards, and then we're going to have another div called NFT card. Okay, so we have NFT cards, and then we have the actual NFT card, and then we're going to have NFT card content or container dot NFT card container or content. So, and then up the app, we're going to have an icon. So we're going to say dot icon. It's a class of icon. So this class is going to contain the icon. So we're going to say I for the icon, and then we're going to say dot fab, and then dot fa Google Wallet. So that's the icon we're going to be using, a Google Wallet icon. And then after that, we're going to do an H4. We're going to set put a text code, set up your wallet online. Okay, and then after that, we're going to have a P tag with some lorem ipsum text, or you can add your own text. You can put your own text that you want. And then we're going to say a.learn more. Okay, and then we're going to say it's going to go to nowhere, hash. And then we're going to say explore. We're going to do the HTML entity for spacing and NBSP, and then another entity for an arrow. So this is going to be a right arrow. So we're going to say right arrow like this. Now let's save. So now we've created a card. So this card here, we've created a card. So now it's only a matter of doing the styles. Let's select the parent container, section selling. I'm going to say selling section. Okay, I'm going to do that. So now I'm going to do a background color. var, I believe it's white. That's the background color. So .nft cards. We're going to do the same thing we've been doing over and over again. We could have created a mixin, of this grid, so we can just kind of use it as a mixin. Grid template columns. Repeat, where we've been doing this process over and over again. I'm just going to paste in the code. So autofill. So the min max is going to be 400 pixels. Okay, so 440 pixels, that's going to be the minimum width. And then padding top, we're going to set this to a large value. We're going to say 7 rem. And then grid row gap. I'm going to set that to 4 rem, to a bigger value. And then grid column gap. We're going to set that to 2 rem. Okay, so there it is. Let's keep styling. In there we have NFT card, card, the actual card. Background color, we're going to say var. We're going to set that to white. Okay, and then box shadow. I'm going to set 5 pixels on the X, 7 on the Y, 20 pixels for the blur, and then RGB, we're going to use 0.1 for the opacity. For the border radius, 10 pixels to make it consistent. Position, we're going to do relative, and then we're going to do NFT card container. We're going to start with the padding top. We're going to set that to 2 rem, and then I'm going to do pad bottom 2 rem. For the top, actually, we're going to set that to 2.5 rem. Pad left 2 rem. Left and right, we'll set that to 2 rem. Okay, so like that. So we're going to target the icon. We're going to say position absolute, and then left is 2 rem. So I've experimented with these values off camera, so you need to experiment to see what kind of values that you see fit. But for this one, I don't want to waste your time experimenting to try to find good values, but I've done that off camera to save you time. And then the background color, we're going to do var, and then we're going to do primary, so that's the background color for that. And then width, we're going to set that to 75 pixels. 75 pixels. Height, we're going to also set that to 75 pixels. Okay, so we're also going to display flex that. Display flex. We're going to justify content. We're going to center everything, and align items. We're going to also center that. For the border radius, we're going to set that to 10 pixels again. So now let's save. Let's see what we got. So there it is. Okay. So we aligned item center, this icon here, and justify content center. I'm just going to target that icon. Target the icon color. Change the color to var and give it a white color. And then change the font size to 2.5 rem. Okay, so just to make the icon look a little bit bigger. Oh. Okay, there it is. It looks okay. So after this icon, we have make sure it's not in the icon. Okay, after the icon we have an h4. After the icon class, this one, h4, padding 1 rem, 0, and then font size 1.2 rem. Okay, and then font weight, we're going to set that to 600, something bigger. And then let's do p, padding bottom 1 rem. Okay, so it looks nice, isn't it? Doesn't it? Okay, so let me see, we didn't do a hover effect here, so it's good. Okay, so now it's only a matter of duplicating the cards. Okay, so let's NFT card, duplicate this. So this one, we're changing the icon to FASS FA box, I believe that's the name. And then I'm going to change the text to create custom collections. So we should have another grid item here. There it is. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this one more time. Okay, so we're going to change the class name to sell your collections, and then this one change to fab FA Shopify, like that. So there it is. We have the Shopify icon, and then one last time we're going to say earn money online, and some online currency. Here we're just going to add the Bitcoin. Okay, so Bitcoin, like that. So there it is. So yeah, that's it for this section. It looks good. Now I'll see you in the next section where we're going to work on the contact section. Okay, see you then. Welcome back. So now let's work on the contact section. So this is the section we're going to have some inputs. and then we're going to have a map here. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started with that. So we're going to collapse. We're going to collapse again, and then we're going to do section dot section. So we're doing a section. So this is section contact. Okay, so we're still going to use the section content class. Okay, the section content class, because of this Q property that we've used. So we want the section content. So in here, we're going to also import the title. So for the title, we're going to do dot title, and then we're going to have an h2. We're going to say h2 contact. So this is the contact. So this title here is going to have a utility left. I believe is it L title left? Is it left title? I believe that's the utility name. Let me double check if I'm right. Nope. So let me double check the utility name. It's u left text. Okay, so that's the utility. U left text. Okay, because I want this title to be at the left side like this. Okay. So that is that. Let's keep going. So here we're going to have a contact container dot contact container, and then we're going to have left contact. We're going to have left and right contact. Okay, so left, right contact. So I actually think I am going to need the title again. The title, to reuse the title again in the left contact. So in the left contact, I'm going to copy the title. Copy this. I'm going to paste it down here in the left content. I'm also going to put a paragraph in there with lorem, some lorem text. P, and then just paste in a bunch of lorem text. Okay, so that's that. And then after that, I'm going to have a form. Okay, so after the title, we're going to have form. Action, you can leave it to empty like that. And then for the form, we're going to have a div called input control like that. And then in there, we're going to have input type is going to be text. The name, you just type to name, and then the ID, just leave it blank. Okay, and then we're going to say placeholder. We're going to give it full name. So the placeholder is the placeholder that is inside the input like this, full name. Okay, so it's like the placeholder. I want to duplicate this input control. I'm going to change this from text to email. So because we're going to enter the email, and then the name, change it to email, and then you can say email address like that. After that, we're going to, after the email, I believe we have a text area. So we're going to say text area, I don't know. And then the columns, for the columns, we're going to reduce that to 15. Okay, so 15, and then the rows, we're going to put that to 6. Okay, so that's for the columns. And then I'm going to duplicate this one more time. This time I'm going to say, I'm going to put a button in here, a.btn class, and then dot form btn. Okay, it's going to go nowhere. Hash, or this is a form button, so you can use an actual button like this button, button.btn .form btn. Okay, and then you can say send now, and then the type is going to be submit. So if you want to submit, that's how you use the type submit. When you click this button, it's going to submit the form. If you do some functionality, let's say you're doing the backend and stuff. Okay, so that's it for the left side. Actually, we want one more input control input. So after the email address, I'm going to duplicate this one more time. I'm going to change this. This is email, wrong spelling. So I'm going to change this to this is going to be, I'm going to get rid of the type. Actually, the type for this one is going to be text, and then placeholder, we're going to say enter. For the text area, I'm going to put a placeholder. I'm going to say enter message like that. For this one, placeholder, I'm going to say subject. Okay, so this is responsible for the subject of the email. I'm going to save. So there it is. Okay, so as you can see, we can resize this form. It looks weird, but I mean, we're going to style this, so don't worry. Oops, we submitted the form. That's why we refreshed the website. So let's keep going. Let's go to the right side now. So to the right side, we have a map. So in here, I'm going to say .map. So the map is going to use something called an iframe. Okay, so to use the map, we're going to say Google Maps. Okay, so we can, let's say, find a location, whatever location, any location. Let's say Crowley here. So zoom in, any location, and then you're going to go to, I believe you have to click menu and share or embed map, and then go to the embed a map, and then copy this HTML, the iframe, and then paste it down here in the map. Okay, so we're going to change a few properties. We're going to change the height. We're going to set that to 100%, and then we're also going to change the width to 100%. Just put it like that. Okay, so yeah, that's it. That's for the maps. Now let's save. Let's see if we have the map. There is our map. Okay, something is weird. We cannot move around the map. We're going to fix it. Okay, so now let's start with the styles. So for the styles, I'm going to select the section contact. After, I'm going to say section contact. I'm going to go back up here, select the parent, the section contact, class name, paste it down here. The background color, of course, it's going to be var. We're going to change this to gray 0, and then we're going to say dot contact container. So for this contact container, we're going to do a grid, of course, or you can do Flexbox. So it's up to you. For me personally, I prefer grid. So display grid. So for this one, we say grid template columns. I'm going to say 1FR, 1FR. So we're going to have 2 columns. Padding top. I'm going to set that to 3 rem. And then grid gap. I'm going to give this a large value. Instead of 2 rem, I'm going to set that to 4 rem. Okay, so I'm going to target the H2. Font size. I can't be bothered to do the variables. So, but you have to, if you want to be quick, when you're doing the mobile styles, the variables will help you to do quick mobile styles. But you can also do this. It depends. It's up to you. So font size, padding bottom, 1 rem. And then padding top, I'm going to set that to 0. Okay, so also in the contact container, I'm going to target the paragraph. Padding bottom, I'm going to set that to 1 rem. Okay, so for some reason I cannot move around this map. Let me inspect. Okay, something is going on. I cannot move it around, but we're going to fix it. Okay, so now let's start with the left side. So I'm going to say dot left contact. Left contact. In the left contact, I'm going to say form, and then we're going to say input control. Input control. That's the class name. Margin. Margin 1 rem 0. And then I'm going to target the input text area. So the input and the text areas, text area, we're going to say outline, we're going to set that to none. And then border, so for the border I'm going to give it 1 pixel border, solid, and then we're going to do var color gray 1. Okay, and then border radius, we're going to do 10 pixels. Font size, we're going to set that to inherit. And then font family, inherit. And then padding, top and bottom, we're going to set that 0.7 rem, 1 rem. And then the width is going to also be 1, it's going to cover the entire width, 100%. And then resize, I don't want the form to resize, okay? I don't want the text area to resize, we're going to set to none. So as you can see now, we will no longer be able to resize the form anymore as we did earlier. Okay, so yeah, it's coming out nice. So I think we also want to get rid of the outline on the button. So the button, it is the outline. So I'm going to say comma, I'm going to put a button as well there. So the button is going to get rid of the outline. Okay, so we're going to tweak this button actually with the class. So after the input, in the input control, we're still in the input control. I'm going to say dot form btn. I'm going to say padding 1 rem, 2 rem. Okay, and then background, we're going to say var what else, secondary color. And then what else, transition. So for the transition, we're going to 0.4 seconds is in and is out. So now there is the button. So when we hover, we're actually going to set cursor to pointer and hover. And hover, when we hover this button, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to change the background color to the primary color. Primary, like that. Okay, so everything is good. Okay, contact. So I'm going to change this to contact me. Something like that, just to make it different from this one. Okay, Actually, I'm just going to change the text, get quote, something like that. I don't know. Yep. Okay, so this button, it has the width of 100%. I think I'm going to do display inline block. I think this is going to get rid of the width. No, it's not. Okay, so get rid of the button here. So for the button, we just copy this font size and family inherit. Okay, copy this and paste it down here. Okay, so there's the button. Actually, we want to get rid of the outline and the border. So outline like this, and then border, I'm going to set that to none as well, because it has the border by default. It has a border. So there it is. It looks good. So now let's do the map. So for the map, I'm going to collapse the left content. I say dot right contact, right contact. I'm going to say dot map width 100%, height 100%. I'm going to say iframe. I'm going to tag the iframe. Border radius, I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. Okay, now let's see what we got. So there's our map. Now we can move the map around, okay? Okay, so there is a border radius on the map. It's kind of weird, we cannot see it properly. Okay, yeah, there's the map. So the map and the contact, it looks really nice. You can put a border in on this map if you want. So you can copy the left, the border here. It's like 1 pixel border. This one you can copy. I don't know how it's going to look like. Just put it there. Just let's see what it looks like. It's not showing. Put it here in the map. Okay. So the border radius also we can put it here on the container. Okay, I think yeah, it looks good. I'm going to get rid of the you know what, just leave it there. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the contact section. Everything looks good. So I'll see you on the next video. We're going to work on the footer section. I'll see you then. Okay, so welcome back. Let's work on the footer section. Actually, I'm going to change the text here as well. Down here, I've said get a quote. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to inspect. Okay, so I'll copy this and then I'm going to paste it down here. So after we paste, hopefully we should have a change. So I'm going to actually break here. Let's talk about, and then I'm going to break BR to break to go to the new line. Okay, so now it should be on the new line like that. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay, so now let's do the footer. So for the footer, now it's no longer in this section. We're going to go outside of this section, outside of the main. So we have header main, and then after that we're going to go to the footer. So, footer with the class, you can give it a class of footer, and then we're going to say dot footer content. So in the footer content, we're going to have a navigation. So this is going to be nav.footer footer navigation. Okay, and then here we're going to have UL. So the first UL, we're going to have logo container dot logo container, and then in the logo container we're going to have dot footer title, and then logo footer. Okay, so in there we're going to have an image. We're going to say img logo white. Actually, we're going to use the white one, logo white svg. Okay, and then a p tag. We're just going to say logo in here. Okay, so that's it for this logo. We're going to have a paragraph after that. We're just going to generate a bunch of lorem ipsum text. I'm just going to paste that in, so you can generate as much text as you want. So that's the first UL. That's logo container, and then another UL. So this UL is going to store all of the, I'm going to say F6, H6, with the class of footer title. And then here I'm going to say about us. And then we're going to have some LIs, link tags, LI, and then with the class of nav item, and then we're going to have an anchor tag. It's going to go nowhere. And then here we're going to say explore. So after explore, we're going to have beads, collections, and then finally we're going to have follow us. Okay, us, and then I'm going to copy this, duplicate this one more time. This one I'm going to change this to settings, and then we're going to say settings, privacy, and then we're going to say agreements, and then we're going to say activity. Okay, and then we're going to have one more, actually two more actually. This is going to be legal. I'm going to have FAQ, and then this one we're going to say agreements, and then this one is going to be policy, and then we're going to say find more. Okay, and then finally we're going to have another one. So this one's going to be platforms. I'm going to say Instagram, and then Twitter, GitHub, and then we're going to say YouTube. Okay, so I'm also going to have some icons here, these icons right here. So as you can see here, we have some icons down here. So after the UL, after the nav, I'm going to say dot footer rights. So in there we're going to say P, I'm going to say copyright at 2022. Then I'm going to put a span. I'm going to say Fnac, like that. And then you just need to put all rights reserved after that. And then you just say all rights reserved. Actually, this dot here, I'm going to put it outside. Okay, so after that, we're going to have icons. I'm going to say dot icons. So the first icon, dot icons, the first icon is going to be in an anchor tag, just in case you want to send it to somewhere. So it's going to be an anchor tag. I'm going to say I dot fab dot fa Facebook. So I'm going to have a Facebook icon. I'm going to paste in the rest of the icons, so you can go to GitHub and sort of you can go to Frontend and sort of look for the icons you're looking for. In this case, I'm going to use Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Okay, so that's it. Everything is down here. So now we just need to start styling. So we're going to go to the here. I'm going to say footer. Make sure you comment. It's a comment. So we know it's a footer section. Footer, and then we're going to target the footer class. We're going to say position relative, and then we're going to say dot footer title, padding bottom. We're going to set that to 1.5 rem. Footer title, and then we're going to target the h6 within the footer. Font size, it's going to be 1.3 rem. Color, now we're going to say var white, and then anchor tag, actually font weight, I'm going to set that to 600, and then I'm going to do the anchor tag color, I'm going to do var. So the color for the anchor tags is going to be gray 2, and then we're going to do a transition, everything 0.4 seconds, and then when we hover, what do we want to happen? Well, I'm going to change the color to the primary color, var primary color, primary, like that. Okay, and after the anchor tag, I'm going to target the paragraph within it. I'm going to say color, I'm going to var gray 2. Okay, so, and then I'm going to target the footer nav, I'm going to say padding, top and bottom, I'm going to say 10 rem, and then left and right, I'm going to put 18 rem. Okay, so it's going to be a huge padding. So as you can see, there it is. Okay, so we're going to display flex and space between everything. Display flex, justify content, space between. Okay, so like this. Okay, and then we're going to say dot logo footer, if you remember the class name, logo footer, which is it's up here somewhere. Nav logo footer, it's up somewhere here. There it is. So this is the one we're targeting. Okay, so logo footer, display flex and align items to center. Okay, display flex, align items, we're going to set that to center, and then we're going to target the image, and then we're going to do a width of 40 pixels. Okay, so after that, after the image, we're targeting the paragraph within it. So for the font size, it's going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, so I want it to be bigger. Okay, like this. So it's much bigger than this one. So that's what I want. Okay. Or if you don't want, you can not change the font size. You can leave it as it is. Okay. Okay, I'm actually not going to change the font size. I'm going to say margin left. I'm going to say 0.5 rem. And then I'm going to say font weight. I'm going to change that to 700. Okay, so there it is. Actually, I'm going to say font size. I'm still going to change the font size to 1.5 rem. Okay, it's actually this one here. I thought it was this one, but it's this. Okay, so I'm actually going to put a color of white, and then letter spacing. We want to space the letters 2 pixels. Okay, there it is. It's looking nice. So after the logo, we're going to say dot nav item. The nav item margin, top and bottom, we're going to say 0.5 rem, 0 left and right. Okay, so there it is, the nav. So we have a nice margin here. Okay, so after that, we're going to target the logo container. Logo container, I'm going to say width, I'm going to set that to 40%. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay, so here we have more width and here we have less. Okay, so here the items are going to occupy as much space, the space that is remaining equally. But here we're putting this to 40% width to have more space. That's what we want for this one. Okay, so after that, footer nav, we're going to have footer rights. Okay, so I'm going to say dot footer rights. Okay, so here I'm going to do padding, top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 2 rem, left and right as usual 18 rem. Okay, so we set that, and then border top, we're going to set that to 1 pixel, solid, and then var gray number 4, like that. And then we're going to flex this, display flex this, display flex justify content. We're going to space between that, space between. Okay, and then we're going to target the span within the footer rights. And then the color, we're going to do var, we're going to set that to primary. Okay, font weight, we're going to increase the font weight as well. We're going to set that to 600, and then we're going to put a cursor to pointer. So when we hover, the cursor is going to be pointer. There it is. So now we just need to work on these icons to make them look nicer and spaced out. Okay, so after this span, I'm just going to say icons. We have the anchor tag, and then we're going to give margin on that. Margin 0 top and bottom, 0.5 rem left and right. And then I'm going to target the actual icon, and then I'm going to say font size. Font size, I'm going to set that to 1.4 rem or 1.3. Depends on what kind of font size you're going for. So yeah, everything looks good. Yeah, that's it for this footer section. I'll see you in the next video. At the next video, we're going to try to make this website responsive for mobile. Okay, as you can see, when I inspect this website, it's not responsive for the mobile screen. But some of the elements are quite responsive, but like some of the elements are not responsive. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to try to make this website responsive and try to make it look nice as much as possible. Okay, so we're going to do that in the next video. I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's try to make the website responsive. Let's see, let's start with, I'm going to, decrease the screen size. Let's start with the header. Actually, I'm going to start with the navigation. So where the size which the navigation start to break is 1628. So 1628. So I'm going to search for navigation. Okay, so that's navigation. So we can do the media queries outside into a separate file. We're going to look at that in the next section, which we're going to build a final project. We're going to do that in the separate file. But in this case, I want to do it in the navigation. That's where the navigation is going to start. It's going to break. So then actually, the navigation is using the utility padding. So in this case, I'm going to reduce the padding left and right to 12 rem. Okay, so 1629. So I'm going to look for the utilities here. I'm going to say at media screen. Okay, so make sure the spacing is correct. Screen end and space. Make sure that you put the correct spacing. Don't do it like this. End. It's not going to work. Okay, so space and we're going to say max width. So the max width, we're going to set that to 1629 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to reduce this to copy this, paste it down here, and then put it to 12 rem. Okay, so yeah, looks good. That's the utility. We also need to do the same thing for the section here, because we need to follow the same thing. So copy this media. Let's go to the Control F section. Here, let's copy, paste. So here, padding top and bottom, top and actually left and right. So padding left and right, that we need to copy this, change the padding left and right. Okay, paste, left and right, padding left and right. We're going to set that to 12. Okay, so for the screen, this screen size. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Let's decrease this. Decrease. Okay, so at some point, I'm going to hide these nav items. Okay, so let's do. I'm going to look for the padding again. You know what? We'll come back to this later. Let's try to accommodate the header content. Okay, so I think at this size here, I'm going to reduce this font size here. What is the class name? So the font size is large. So at 1300, so I'm going to go to into the body. I'm going to say at media screen, and max width 1300 pixels. Max width 1300 pixels. I'm going to copy this variable here. I'm going to decrease the font size to 40 pixels. Okay, so as you can see now, it's smaller. Okay. I think it's also time to get rid of some of the padding around it. So header content, padding large. So from 12, we're going to put to, I think, 6 rem, from 12 to 6. Okay, so let's see the size here. So the size is this one here, 1300. So let's go to the utility class again. So here we're going to get rid, we're going to put this to 6 rem, put it to 6 instead of 12, 6 rem. Okay, so everything looks good. We are also going to mess around with, let's see. Okay, so in this case, when this starts to break, so this is the size actually. So 1041 the size. So look at the size here, 1041. At 1041, I'm going to copy this media query. I'm going to go to the header content. In this header content, I want to put the media query 1041. Okay, so at 1041, I'm going to change the grid to a single column, not instead of 2 columns. Copy this grid, paste it here, change it to a single column instead of 2 columns. Okay, so yeah, everything is going to be one after, it's going to be on top of each other. So I think I also want this image to stop doing this hover effect here. I think it's now time to get rid of that. Going to say, I think the image is in the left header. I'm going to copy this. Actually, the right header, I'm going to put the right header, actually the left header, I'm going to put it on top. Okay, so I want to put this image on top, and then the text and the buttons comes after the image. So to do that, go to the left header. Here, just say grid row, just say 1. Okay, so grid row 1, I believe, is it? Let me inspect again. Grid row. Okay. Display flex. Grid row. Right. Left and right. So let me just double check. Let me say grid row 1 1. Pretty sure, is it 1 or 1 2? Like this? No. Grid row. Actually, it's 1. Grid row. Left header. This one, I think it's grid row. Oops. Grid row 1. And then this one, the right, the left, oh, the left, grid row 2. Okay, so like that. So left, I think I did the grid row 1 in the left header. It's supposed to be in the right header. Okay, so right header, here, the grid row, we're going to put it to 1. Okay, so now the image is on top. So we want to get rid of this perspective here. Okay, so to do that, select this header image and put it here. Header image. We're going to say transform. We're going to put it to initial. Okay, we're going to put it to the default one. So actually it didn't do anything. Transform initial. Okay. So perspective. I think I need to copy this whole thing here. Put it back here. And then change this to 0. And put this to 0. And save. Nothing changes. Header image. Grid row 1. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. So copy this media query here. Get rid of this header image. Let's go into the header image. Copy this. Go into the header image. Down here, put the media query. Copy this. Put it here. And then put everything to 0. 0 0 0 0. Okay. Okay, so yeah. And the hover. And also on hover, copy this hover, put it back in the screen, and then get the hover, put it back to default 0 0. Copy this, so it doesn't do anything on hover on the at this size. Okay, so size size like this. Whoops. 0, 0, 0. It's doing this weird thing. It shouldn't work. I don't know why it's glitching. Let's keep looking why it's glitching. Okay, so transform. Let me try initial again. No, oh, so the initial is this effect right here. So we need to oops, initial. Okay, so on hover we need to get rid of this hover effect. So transform hover initial. I'm going to copy this media query again. I'm going to put it in the hover. Put in the hover, get rid of this hover, and then do transform and set it to initial inside the hover. Okay, so now it doesn't do anything. Okay, so I'm also going to set the image. I'm going to copy this media, set the image to width. We're going to set that to 100%. 100%. Okay, like that. So looks good. And we're going to get rid of the left header, padding top. Padding top. We're going to set that to 1 rem. Okay, and then padding bottom. Padding top, 1 rem. So left header, copy this. Left header, padding top, 1 rem. Padding bottom, 5 rem, I believe. Now let me inspect. Left header is still showing the padding. Oh, this is the wrong one. Cut this. It's supposed to be here. It's actually supposed to be the left one actually. So left header, padding top. Yeah. So copy this media, put it down here in the left header, and then here padding top. Padding top, we're going to set that to 1 rem. And then padding bottom. Padding bottom, we're going to set that to 5 rem. Okay, I'm going to increase that to maybe 8 rem or 10 actually. 10 rem. Oops. Bottom to 10 rem here in the media. Okay, so we have now spacing. Okay, so yeah. Okay, everything looks good. Now let's work on resizing here. So the utility, if we go to the utility, let's see where we did the sizing. So 1300 pixels. We need to do the same thing in the section. Put it here, 6 rem. Copy this and change it to 6 rem. Okay, so 6. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Whoops, it's actually going outside. Let me double check again, inspect. Okay, so this size is 12. Okay, so it's actually 12 RAM. I'm gonna get rid of this. Let me see. Okay, section 1300 pixels, 12 RAM here. Okay, so yeah, everything is good. So it okay, I'm still trying to figure out which size we need to get rid of to reduce the margin, the padding actually. Inspect 12, 6 RAM. On what size though? $12.50. Okay, let's go back down here. Okay, so let's do 1250, 6 RAM, 1250. Okay, so 1250, we're going to reduce that to 6 RAM. Something weird is going on. Media, 1250 pixels. Okay, so now let's get rid of this navigation actually. Okay, so at 12, let's do it. I'm trying to figure out which size we can get rid of these links here. So yeah, whatever this size is, I'm gonna inspect nav items. Let's do display. Set the display that to none. Okay, so yeah, we're setting the display to none. Display none. Okay, so what size did I say that? Oops, let me inspect. Okay, so at this size, I'm going to copy this 6 RAM. I'm going to go to the section. I'm going to paste this. I'm going to put this one to 6 RAM. Paste it, put it to 6 RAM. Okay, so okay. 1438, 1438. I'm looking for the navigation. Nav items. Here I'm going to do the media screen and space max width 1438 pixels. I'm going to say display. I'm going to set that to none. I'm going to get rid of it. So as you can see, it's no longer there anymore. So now we have the button. Okay. So I also want to get, I'm pretty sure there's a margin on this image, header image. So it is like margin header image. So there it is, there's a margin of right. I'm going to set that to 0. Okay, so things nice, responding nicely. Okay, so we also want to do the footer. So the contact, everything's gonna start breaking. I think I'll do it at this size here. Somewhere here. 1228. So at 1228, I'm gonna go to the contact. So here at 1228, I'm going to do it media screen and max width 1228 pixels. Okay, so at this size, I'm going to have one single column like this, just one FR. It means one column. Okay, so there it is. So the map is down below now. Somehow the height is messed up. Okay, so copy this. We need to go to the map to see what's going on with the height. Iframe map height. So the height, I'm going to give it a fixed value here. I'm going to say 500 pixels. Okay, so there it is. I'm actually going to increase that. Or you can use a VH value, so you can say maybe 30 VH, depending on the screen size. So that's viewport height. It's going to take 30% of that. Or in this case, we can increase it to even 40% of the VH, 40% of 50. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, yeah, looks good. Okay, so it goes like this, and then boom, 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 boom. Okay, yeah, looks good. So let's keep going. Okay, so we might also want to add a hamburger menu here to toggle the menu. So I'm going to do the same thing for the footer here. So we started with let's go to the utilities here, copy these media queries, go to the footer. I'm going to paste it here, these media queries. So I'm going to do the same thing for the padding. I'm going to inspect. Okay, so the footer is doing the same thing. but something is going on. The padding, I need to keep it the same, 10 rem, 10 here. So everything looks good. Okay, so we're using display flex. I'm going to say flex wrap to wrap. Okay, so it goes to the next line. If it doesn't fit, it's gonna wrap. Something like that. Okay, so but something weird is going on. Flex wrap. When I go to the next line, inspect this one. UL. Padding top. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to the UL. So here it's called UL. I'm going to do UL. Actually, what size is that? So I'm going to select the ULs actually. ULs, footer nav. I'm going to target the UL up here. UL. I'm going to do margin. I'm going to do 1 rem, actually 0, 1 rem left and right. So I'm going to give them like a margin. And not, so the UL, I want to say not first child, I don't want to give the first child the margin, okay, left and right, only the remaining ULs. It's only margin, not left and right. Let's do margin right. Actually, let's not do the not selector. Let's just do margin right. Let's set that to 1 rem. So margin right, we set that to 1 rem, and not, so this one should be the last child. Run the last child to have margin right, last child. Okay, so all of the ULs, they're going to have margin right of 1 rem. Okay, so like that. Okay, looks good. So when it goes to the next line, let's say here 993 or 994, actually 993. So I'm going to say at media screen and max width 993 pixels. We're going to give this margin top to, let's say 3 rem for starters. Okay, nothing happens. Inspect this. Oh, it actually have a margin top, but this one doesn't. This one does. margin top 3 rem. Margin, oh, I'm not targeting the last child as well, so I might as well get rid of the last child selector here. So I want all of the ULs to have a margin right. Okay, like that. Okay, let me inspect to see why there's like spacing here. UL, so we're doing just file content to space between. So I think we might want to display flex. So let's set the just file content. Copy this, paste, and then the just file content. Just file content. Let's set that to initial. Initial. So it's not spaced between. Okay. Something going on with this one. Oops. Let's inspect it. Margin right, one rem, top, UL, oh, it's actually matching with the logo. Okay, so that's fine. Then it's going to go to the next line. Like that. So this one, the width, you have a logo container, width 40%, I'll get rid of that. Okay. So I'm going to copy this width, let's see, here, I'll paste it here. So I'm going to say width, I'm going to set that to initial, okay, like that. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay, so we also want to change the, where did we do the margin right? UL, margin right 1 rem, let's change that to 1.5. Okay, so now let's do the footer, this footer here. Inspect, footer rights, padding. Okay, so what you need to do is just copy this media queries here. These ones, go to the footer here, paste it here. The padding, copy this padding, paste, replace it to 12, I believe. 12 rem. And then here, 2 and 6, like that. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay. So the icons, I'm actually going to give them margin top and bottom. I'm going to say 0.5 rem also. So I'm just going to get rid of this. It's going to be 0.5 rem around. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's that. So you can go as much deeper as you want. You can get rid of some of these paddings as well. Okay, so in the header, we can also try to get rid of the fonts, to reduce the font size. Somewhere 660 pixels. I'm gonna go into the body. Let's do the font here. Duplicate the media query, and then let's do 660 pixels. The font size, we're just going to say font size. Let's do 90%. Let's see what that looks like. 90% all of the font across the body. Okay, so we did 660 pixels. Okay, so the font size is set to 90 now. Okay, so the font size is smaller. We're setting it to 90. So when I go to the body, let's see how we can try to reduce this font size again. So 90. Let's see. Font size. Oh, 90 is small. I mean, let's leave it at 90. I think 90 is good. 90%. Okay, so we can also mess around with this one here. The font size large. We can put that to 35 pixels. Okay, so I mean, yeah, and let's cut this H2. The font size is set to 3 rem. Let's say H2. H2 3 rem. You know what? Yeah, it's up to you. Now you know how to do media queries, how to sort of look at these perfect sizes, or you can do more media queries by reducing all of the font size in the title. Okay, so you just need to look at the title and then reduce the sizes. Okay, so I'm going to say, maybe for example, title. Oops, I'm going to search for it. Go to the independent components. Here you can just say it media screen and max width. We're going to say 660 pixels. We just reduce this to maybe, I don't know, 1.5 in half, like that. I think that's too small. Reduce that to 2 rem. Yeah, so now all of the title, they're going to have smaller fonts. Okay, so yeah, that's up to you. This one is all. What is this? Contact. Okay, so copy this. Contact. Title. Okay, so here, paste. This one should be 1.5 now. Okay, like that. I mean, yeah, so the rest is up to you, what you decide to do. Like with some of these elements, you can resize them accordingly. Okay, so I mean, everything looks good. And then you can, you know, try to add more breakpoints, more screens, which you can. So if you want to add, let's say, a nav a button here to click for the navigation, you can do so as well. You can say, for example, in the navigation, I'm going to search for the navigation. Where is it? Navigation. Let's go into the navigation, shall we? So here in the cart, with the button register, we're going to have dot menu. Okay, so in the menu, I'm going to look for font or some menu. We're going to say menu. Okay, so I'm going to copy the bars here, these bars. So this will be like our menu. I'll just copy that. I'll put it in here. So this will be our menu. So when I go, you're going to see the menu. There it is. Okay. So the icon here, let me check the font size. So 1.8 rem and the color. I'm gonna copy this styles. And then I'm gonna go to the styles. I'm going to go back to the independent components. Here, down here, I'm going to say menu, and then I'm going to say look for the icon, and then I'm going to paste these colors here, these styles, so there's our menu. Okay, so the menu, I'm going to say cursor, I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. I think I'll increase this to 2 rem, I don't know, just to make it bigger, because it's the menu, or even more, 3 rem. Okay, yeah, I'll leave it like that. And then I'll say, I don't know, margin left. I'm gonna say 3 rem. Okay, like that. So this will be the menu. Actually, I'll do 2.5. 2.5. Okay, so yeah. And hover, we can do background. Oh, actually it's color. I'm going to set that to, you know what, I'm just going to set that to primary. I'm going to say var. I'm going to set that to the secondary color, actually. Secondary. So when we have this menu here, it's going to go to the secondary. So we just need to do a transition. I'm going to say 0.4 seconds ease in and ease out. Okay, so there it is. So by default, we want to hide this menu. So we're going to say menu. We're going to say display. We're going to set that to none. Okay, so we want to show this menu when we hide this navigation, the nav items. So I can remember when we hide the nav items. So nav items. Okay, so we hide nav items at this width right here. I'm gonna copy this media. Copy the media query. Control C to copy. So here I'm going to paste the media. So I'm gonna get rid of this. So now we have the media query, right? So at this width, when we had the nav items, I want to show display. I'm going to set the display to block to show the nav menu. Okay, so it's hidden. When we do, now it shows. Okay, so we can click this navigation. So we don't have a functionality to click that and show the menu. So this is not a JavaScript course, but if it was a JavaScript course, we could have done with JavaScript. We can also do that with CSS, but it's kind of messy. It's not worth it, so it's better to do with JavaScript, and it's much easier that way as well. So yeah, we can show the menu. It's a certain size. Okay, so everything is quite responsive. You can make this website as more responsive as you can. If you want, you can try to get rid of the padding as well here to make it smaller. Yeah, I mean, that's it for this video for the media queries. So this is just an introduction. On the next section where we're going to do our final project, we're going to do more media queries, and then you're going to see how to do more media queries. Yeah, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so we're going to